Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
That's it. Ace is here. After seeing the flaming body, Whitebeard and the others showed joy on their faces. They recognized his identity, the current leader of the Whitebeard pirates, Ace, who is known as the Flame Emperor. The other one is, why does he look familiar? And when they saw another figure, their expressions gradually became strange. She has the same horns as Kaido and holds the same weapon as him. Could this girl be? Marco looked at it carefully. His eyes became more and more shocked, and a smile of sudden enlightenment gradually appeared on the corners of his mouth. He suddenly understood why Ace insisted on coming to Wano country. No way. She's Kaido's daughter? The honest Jaws looked surprised as he watched the half-beast Yamato hitting Qinglong's head with stick after stick. She fought harder than Ace, as if Qinglong was not her father, but the enemy who killed her husband. Is there anyone who beats her own lousy like this? A filial daughter? But soon, the reaction from the beast pirates forced him to believe it. Master, you hit the wrong person. The enemy is over there. The members of the beast pirates exclaimed in surprise, and the big boss Quinn had the most amazing expression. His eyes almost popped out to the ground. As for Jean, he covered his forehead with a look of shame on his face. Such an embarrassing scene was actually shown in front of the Whitebeard pirates. He was now furious and furious. Young Master has been bewitched by the Whitebeard pirates, but they are definitely no match for Boss Kaido. We must not stop our offensive and continue our counterattack. Among the beast pirates, King's prestige is second only to Kaido. So when he spoke at this moment, the beast pirates suddenly woke up and followed his orders to launch a fierce attack on the white pirates again. The two sides fought again. Jean flew into the sky. He wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack one of the two people who were fighting against Kaido in mixed doubles. Naturally, the first target would not be the young Master Yamato, but Ace. Are you ignoring my existence? Marco's voice rang in Jin's ears. Jin cried out inwardly that something was wrong and put his arms in front of him to block the bird claws wrapped in blue flames. But he was knocked to the ground by the force. With a sharp bird cry, Marco turned into a blue phoenix. He flapped his wings and leaned forward to continue chasing Jin. Marco, you are looking for death. Jin's defensive power was obvious to all. He was not only unscathed by Marco's direct attack, but he also adjusted his body without even falling to the ground. His whole body turned into a pitch-black pterosaur with sharp claws and flames. His huge wings with a shock, many unlucky guys on the ground were blown away, and he himself went up against the wind again. Boom! The two men collided with each other. Their strength was similar, and they were both good at aerial combat. The air fluctuations they caused were no less than those of Ace Yamato and Kaido on the side. On the other side, Quinn and Ja's battlefield was on the ground. It was not as fancy as Marco Jin's, and it was almost a close combat. Quinn took out a lot of weapons at the beginning, but no matter whether it was artillery shells or machine guns, they were all unharmed when they hit Jaws, who was possessed by diamonds all over his body. The diamond skin covering the entire body was a defense that even the world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye could not break. In the end, Quinn had no choice but to use Haki to fight against Ja's solid defense. Quinn himself was thick-skinned and not afraid of hand-to-hand combat. The two men fought like fighters in an octagonal cage, but Quinn's screams could be heard from time to time, such as, "Ouch, it hurts, your thing is as hard as a rock. Why don't you go fight that idiot Jack," and so on. The situation between Jinbei and Jack was particularly intense and bloody. The fight didn't last long, as both were injured, and facing the famous former Shichibukai Jinbei on the sea, Quinn no longer held back and used his strongest half-beast form from start. His weapon is particularly strange, shaped like two bent sickles, but extremely sharp, able to break Jinbei's armed-color defense and leave scars on his blue fishman skin. Jinbei's karate was also quite good. Jack felt like he had no power to use against him. Every time he felt like he was about to succeed, he was thrown away by Jinbei's skills. It is worth mentioning that in terms of strength alone, Jinbei is not inferior to him at all. In other battlefields, because Kaido had previously dealt with several of the Red Scabbards and knocked out many of Captain White's state, the Flying Six of the Beast Pirates and the Great Shin can fight Captain White on equal terms. Among them, the strength of Flower Sword Bista was particularly outstanding. He could fight against the two Flying Six alone and not lose at all. He even beat the dinosaur brother and sister so hard that they could not fight back. Let's turn our attention back to the most critical battlefield. Ace and Yamato are still in mixed doubles. Their attacks are by no means as simple as tickling Kaido. There's actually a reason why Kaido has been suppressed for so long. What a surprise, you two little brats. Kaido's blue dragon body was knocked away by Yamato's stick. He fell on a hillside and turned back into human form. He also wields a wolf fang-shaped weapon, similar to the one in Yamato's hand, but much larger. You two little brats actually realized that power. Looking at the man and woman running towards him at high speed, Kaido's eyes were filled with admiration. He rarely showed a hint of fighting spirit and raised the mace in his hand. These two little devils actually both understood the dominance. This meant that they were qualified to fight him, but it was only a qualification. Thunderous 8 trigrams, a roar far louder than Yamato's, which spread throughout the entire battlefield, came from Kaido's mouth. The invisible conqueror's domineering aura wrapped around the weapon in his hand, and he rushed towards the two people with an unstoppable attitude. Clang! He was answered by Yamato's thundering 8 trigrams and Ace's flaming fists. The weapons and fists of both of them were also wrapped with Conqueror's domineering aura. Once the three people collided, the entire Onigashima island shook. The thunderclouds above their heads were blown away, and a crack appeared in the sky. The sky cracked open. The overwhelming momentum impacted everything around. Under the domineering confrontation between the three invisible conquerors, countless people with weak willpower fainted on the spot, and countless combatants were frightened and threw away their weapons. The surrounding environment was completely destroyed, houses collapsed, and the earth was torn apart, as if the entire island was about to be split in half by these three people. Marco and Jin, Quinn and Jaws, Jinbei and Jack, as well as many other strong men who were still fighting, all stopped their actions tacitly and turned their eyes to the three people fighting. And finally, Marco shook his head helplessly. Jin's eyes shone. Jaws patted his chest in dissatisfaction, and Quinn laughed triumphantly. After losing, Ace and Yamato were still no match for Kaido and were blasted away. The two crashed through layers of buildings and hillsides, flew nearly a kilometer away, and disappeared completely. Whitebeard, come out to Lousy! Kaido roared to the sky, and several gusts of wind shot out from his mouth, blowing away a large number of the White Group members. Feeling dissatisfied again, he stared at Jozu and Jinbei. In the eyes of the two people who suddenly dilated, the thunderous 8 trigrams once again take action. But Jinbei and Xiaozi were not injured. All this was because a strong figure appeared in front of them. The crescent-shaped scimitar blocked the mace. Song Yunxia countered the 8 precepts. Gulala-la-la-la-la. Little devil, what are you in such a hurry for? The heroic laughter echoed throughout the island. After seeing the person who laughed, Kaido's crazy expression suddenly calmed down. Jin's face became solemn, and Quinn swallowed his saliva in fear. Except for the most stubborn one among the Flying Six, the others all took a few steps back silently. The members of the White Group cheered. With this person here, they were no longer worried, no matter how serious the situation was. Because he is the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. 2 days later, at the founding ceremony of Wano country, in this scarred and ruined land, almost most of the citizens had two conflicting emotions of expectation and confusion on their faces. With the help of the Whitebeard pirates, they drove away Kaido, the king of beasts, who had ruled them for 20 years, and executed Kaido's puppet, the former General Orochi. This was a major event that the whole country celebrated, but the problem lay with the new founding general. She is neither from the Kazuki clan nor from the Orochi clan, and she is not even from Wano country. Moreover, she is the daughter of the enemy who has oppressed them for nearly 20 years. Yamato, the new general of Wano country, Kaido's daughter, now belongs to the Whitebeard Pirates and is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' First Fleet. This position once belonged to Marco, but in the battle 2 days ago, Whitebeard used the final blow to blast Kaido, his Onigashima, and all his subordinates thousands of meters away. After this battle, the old and sick Whitebeard was exhausted. He glanced at his sons beside him, and finally his relieved gaze fell on a flaming figure that rushed out, and finally he closed his eyes forever. Marco decided to bring Whitebeard's body back to his hometown, temporarily withdraw from the pirate group, and become a tomb keeper for Whitebeard, but he would come out in time when the pirate group needed him. Yamato, who was extremely powerful and fought against Kaido together with Ace, naturally joined the Whitebeard Pirates and filled the position of captain of the First Fleet after Marco left. As for the territory of Wano country, how could we give away the meat we have obtained to others? After joint discussions, Ace convinced Yamato to let her serve as the general of Wano country, but only as a symbol, and she was not required to stay in Wano country for a long time. After the founding ceremony, Yamato left behind a large group of daimyos from Wano country who followed her and came to Ace and the others. Ace, when are we going out to sea? I can't wait to see the scenery and meet the people outside. There are 2 people that Yamato wants to see. One is Luffy, the younger brother that Ace often mentions, and the other is Luffy, the one from the previous paragraph. The most popular pirate in the Time newspaper, the newcomer of the 20 billion pirates, Red Dragon Shane. I really want to see if your brother is as interesting as you said. And that Red Dragon Shane, even my father, Kaido the B****************, D, is very optimistic about him. I really don't know what kind of person he will be. Yamato has a lot to say. She wanted to go to sea since she was a child, but Kaido kept her on this island for many years and forced her to become the general of Wano country. Now, she has really become the general of Wano country, and the beast the pirate group was driven away by others. You don't have to go out. There's a guy you want to see, and he's here by himself. Ace said with a smile. Are you talking about your brother, or that Red Dragon Shane? Yamato was stunned for a moment. Then a look of joy appeared on his face. It's Red Dragon. He is on his way from Zou to Wano country with Cat Viper, Inuarashi, and Reizo. The one who answered was Izo, who had been on the Whitebeard Sea with Odin, a samurai from Wano country who was a member of a pirate group. He eventually chose to stay in the Whitebeard Pirates as captain. After the founding of Wano country, he invited a dog and a cat from Zou country to come and have a look, but he didn't expect that not only Reizo was there, but also the Red Dragon Shane and Luo were in Zou. Izan was a little hesitant about Xiaoan, not knowing whether he should invite this man worth 2 billion. But after reporting to Ace, Ace agreed immediately, saying that he had wanted to meet this person for a long time. Above the Azure Ocean, a dragon-headed ship with a red flag was sailing, followed by a submarine-like pirate ship. It was Shane's wave chaser and Luo's polar diver. The Boju is 65 meters long, with 5 floors in total, including the cabins and 2 floors of the bottom, and as many as 13 bedrooms. But today, there are so many people that there is almost no room. All this was because of the Den Mushi call a day ago. Inuarashi and Nekomaru decided on the spot to go to Wano country and brought many of the people with them. Wanda, Pedro, Carrot, etc., as well as Inuarashi's personal guards and Cat Viper's men. Together, there are more than 30 people. Moreover, many of the minks are huge in size. Cat Viper and Inuarashi are both 5 meters tall, and the rest of the mink warriors, except Wanda and Carrot, are basically 2 meters tall or more. Shane immediately decided to divide all 10 rooms among the minks. Except for Carrot, who was in the same room with Wanda, he and his friends, a total of 9 people and 1 chicken, squeezed into the remaining 3 rooms. The final result was Klee, Kagura, and Kana shared a room. The 3 Lolas were very happy and particularly satisfied with this arrangement. Drake, Wu Liochi, Jita Bayo, and Victor shared a room, and they were given Shane's room, which was the largest captain's room, so 3 men and a chicken didn't seem crowded. Then there were the Sakura Fairy, the Peach Blossom Fairy, and Shane. During this journey from Zwowu to the country, he had to live in the same room with the 2 sisters. Shane was having a particularly hard time these days. He originally wanted to sleep on the floor, but the 2 sisters disagreed and insisted that Shane sleep on the bed while the other 2 of them slept on the floor. Shane couldn't resist them, so he had to occupy the whole bed by himself. But when he woke up by chance in the middle of the night, he felt the softness of 2 arms and the fragrance of cherry blossoms and peach blossoms lingered at his nose. Almost every night, the 2 sisters would climb onto his bed from the floor at the same time in tacit understanding, as if they could sleep more soundly by hugging his arms. Shane was so itchy every night that he couldn't sleep properly. Finally, after several unsuccessful attempts at persuasion, Shane could no longer bear it, and when they climbed into bed again late at night, he hugged each of them in his arms while the 2 sisters were in panic and enjoyed the happiness of being hugged by both. On the voyage, Shane performed an item pool summon, and this time he summoned a good thing, an axe that could cut armor for Victor's world, the continent of Valorant. Black Cutter. Shane gave it to Drake. Drake was extremely greedy when he saw the black axe for the first time. When he learned that Shane was really going to give it to him, he was ecstatic. He threw away the other long sword on the spot and decided to use double axes in the future. Double axe? Then won't your name on the bounty order be changed to Berserker? When Drake was trying out the black cleaver, Shane made a joke that he didn't understand. Berserker? Seems pretty good. Drake thought this name was very good, much better than his fallen Major General. On that day, he challenged Shane to a duel, but of course he was defeated miserably. Even with the Black Cutter, a weapon that was almost as powerful as the Supreme Blade, he was still no match for Shane. But in this battle, he also fought with Shane for dozens of moves with his double axes. This was already a huge improvement. Before the Black Cutter, he and Shane could only last 10 moves at most. Good man, I guess you're now at the level you will be at in 2 years, Shane said in surprise. The 2 years later he mentioned was naturally referring to Drake, who served as a flying 6 under Kaido in the original work. But Drake thought he was talking nonsense, but he didn't care. He cared more about the increase in strength that the Black Cutter brought to him. What a powerful weapon. I feel like I haven't even used 1/10 of its power. It seems to become stronger the more we fight. Drake stared at the black battle axe in his hand, his eyes showing excitement and some confusion. In the battle with Shane, as he continued to chop at Shane's red sword, he felt that Shane's weapon seemed to become a little brittle. If he chopped a few more times, perhaps he could cut it off. You guessed it right. The reason why the Black Cutter is called this is because it can weaken the defense of the target it chops, whether it is a person or an object. In a certain League of Legends game, the Black Cleaver is an equipment commonly used by warriors. Only with it can warriors weaken the armor of meat tanks. It is commonly known as a meat-killing artifact. After you have it, you'll have the possibility to break through the defense of enemies with thick skin and tough flesh, such as the Drought Disaster. Shane thinks this is actually a special weapon to deal with Kaido and the 5 Elders, who are definitely some of the toughest people in the world. But if he really encounters Kaido and the 5 Elders with Drake's strength, he will probably fall down before he can cut a few axes, and then he will probably have to use the axe. This weapon is too precious. Drake took a deep breath. He could feel the value of this axe. It would be priceless even if it was left outside. If he really wanted to sell it, it might be more expensive than the price of a devil fruit. Thinking of this, Drake looked at Shane with a moved look. At the same time, he felt secretly bitter in his heart. He had not forgotten his identity as an undercover Marine, but he gradually found it increasingly difficult to part with the man in front of him, his companions on the ship, and the ship under his feet. Mr. Kazuru, if I keep lurking, I might become the vice captain soon. On the afternoon of the second day at sea, Shane found 2 top sparring partners for Drake, Cat Viper and Inuarashi. The 2 Fur Kings had nothing to do on the ship, so training the young man was just what they wanted. After learning about the ideas of the dog and the cat, Xia-In suddenly had an idea. He brought Wu Liuqi and Luo over, and together with himself, he asked Cat Viper and Inuarashi for advice on hockey. There were also Kagura, Sakura Fairy, and Law's crew members Beppo, Jambaru, and the Minx watching. As for armament hockey, both of them have almost trained it to the extreme and are 1 or 2 levels ahead of Shane and others. This move is called Ryu Sakura in Wano country. Ryu Sakura can form a transparent armor outside the body, or it can be wrapped around a weapon to cause damage to the enemy without contact. Cat Viper and Inuarashi began to demonstrate. The cat's and dog's claws swung out at the same time, but when they collided, there was a distance between the 2 palms, as if they were separated by something invisible. But the onlookers could feel the flow of air, which meant that although the palms of Cat Viper and Inuarashi had not touched, some kind of impact and collision had occurred through the air. Everyone was amazed. Shane tried to mobilize his armament hockey, but he was unable to condense a transparent armor outside his body, as Cat Viper and Inuarashi had said. Not only was his armor not working, he even had trouble showing his domineering aura. The same thing happened to Luo and Drake. After trying several times, they did the same as Shane, shaking their heads helplessly, but there was no discouragement in their eyes. They believe in their own talents and believe that they will be able to achieve it one day. Well, that's right. It's really good for young people not to be too ambitious. What you need to do now is to release your domineering aura, then form transparent armor, and finally wrap it around your weapon. This is actually similar to the training steps for hardening the armament hockey. At the beginning, Shane also used his domineering power first, then hardened it on his body surface, and finally hardened it onto the weapon in his hand. This requires a long process of practice. The reason why I was able to succeed in one day was also due to Kagura's practice feedback, etc. Thinking of this, Shane couldn't help but look at Kagura in the crowd, only to see the girl lowering her head, staring at her palms thoughtfully. Could it be that she has mastered it again? Xian didn't know whether he was looking forward to it or feeling uncomfortable. If he had to rely on women to comprehend the armament hockey twice, it would be really embarrassing for him as a time traveler. No, starting today, I must work hard. Night. After Xian finished washing up, he opened the door and returned to the bedroom. As soon as he entered, he saw the Sakura Fairy and the Peach Blossom Fairy lying on both sides of the bed, leaving an empty space in the middle. After 2 days of sleeping together, the 2 banshees had completely let go and were waiting in bed early in the morning, not climbing up from the floor until late at night like they did on the first night. Shane lay down in the bed, warmed by the quilt. He held the 2 soft bodies in his arms and let out a long, comfortable moan. He decided to leave the hard work to Kagura and forget about the dignity of a time traveler. He just wanted to enjoy himself. Day 3. Shane's happy time is over. The reason was that the new member, Gallo, got up very early in the morning. She wanted to call the Peach Blossom Fairy in Shane's room to go to the deck to play with Shane. When she opened the door, she saw 3 people lying together on the bed. The cute rabbit was a little confused. She felt something was wrong, but didn't know what was wrong. So she went to ask Kagura, Klee, and others. Kagura's expression changed drastically on the spot, and she shouted strange things like, "It was obviously me who came here first," and rushed to catch the adulterer. Klee also went along. Although she didn't know what this meant based on her knowledge, she still felt a sense of loss. Kana was a little angry, her face puffed up with anger. She had wanted to sleep with Shane, a member of the same tribe, many times, but was rejected every time. Now Shane was sleeping in the same bed with someone else. When Shane woke up, he felt like the sky was falling. Looking at the 3 Lolas with fierce eyes beside the bed, the usually lively and active Peach Blossom Fairy was at a loss and couldn't speak for a long time. On the contrary, the Sakura Fairy, who usually blushed easily, was exceptionally calm at this moment. She used her demonic power to put on her robe, glanced at Xian, left a word, and quietly walked out of the room. All this is Lord Shane's request. Yes, that's what my sister said. The Peach Blossom Fairy quickly agreed. She gave Xian a look that told him to wish him well, and then without even putting on her clothes, she followed the Sakura Fairy's steps and left the room. As the 2 sisters left, at this moment, the only people in the room were Shane rubbing his eyes on the bed, three little girls beside the bed staring at him fiercely, and Garrett eating a carrot and watching the show. If I say that they were the ones who took the initiative, would you believe it? Shane sighed, covered his forehead with his hands, blocked the fierce gazes of several Lolas, and tried to make a final defense for himself. But this obviously won't have any effect. He is considered notorious on this ship, and everyone knows it, so everyone will naturally believe the victim more. Seeing this, Xian shook his head helplessly, slowly stood up, sat at the head of the bed, first glared at the rabbit watching the show, then turned his gaze to the three people beside the bed. He let out a long breath. Okay, you guys can think of it as me forcing them to sleep in the same bed with me, but let me be honest, nothing happened between us except sleeping together. Shane didn't explain it too clearly, because it was difficult to talk about adult topics in front of the three little girls. What he said was half true and half false. He was a normal man, and it was impossible for him to do nothing while they slept in each other's arms. However, he did not achieve the same accomplishment as a certain senior named Sue. Kana and Kelly looked confused. They had no idea what Shane was talking about. The reason they were both angry was simply because Shane was close to others and did not choose to be close to them. Kagura knew much more. She was the only one present. When the Sakura Fairy and the Peach Blossom Fairy walked out, she stared at their backs without blinking, as if she wanted to figure out something from the way they walked. Xian's heart skipped a beat when he observed this scene, and the threat level he felt towards this girl gradually increased by several levels. Morning. For several hours after getting up, including breakfast, the Sakura Fairy and the Peach Blossom Fairy did not speak to Xian again. All this was because of Kagura. As long as the two demons got close to Shane, no matter what she was doing, she would cast a dim gaze over to them, as if she was an omnipresent surveillance camera. Shane was speechless, but didn't dare to say anything. Kana was still very close to him. She would let him feed her breakfast, sleep on his shoulder when he was fishing, and sometimes swallow the fish he had caught with great difficulty. All in all, still as clingy as before. On deck, Cat Viper and Inuarashi are guiding Drake, Law, Wu Liochi, and others to practice hockey. Victor was watching from the sidelines, taking notes in a notebook. Xia knew his purpose. He felt that it would be difficult for him to develop domineering aura through normal training with his qualifications. So he planned to record data and research a scientific method to cultivate domineering aura. Time at sea is always long and boring. Shane had been fishing with Kana all morning. During this time, the sun gradually rose and the sunlight became scorching, burning people's skin. Jidabeo was very servile and brought over the awning and brought Shane a glass of ice drink. Garrett also came to Shane's side. She realized a little later that she had done something wrong in the morning, so she came to apologize to Shane. Shane naturally wouldn't be so picky. He pointed to the bucket beside him that contained a few fish and asked with a smile if the little rabbit wanted to eat some. I don't eat meat. Gallo shook his head firmly. It's grilled fish. It smells nice and tastes good. There was a barbecue grill on the boat, and Shane had just decided to have barbecue for lunch. The food was, of course, not just the fish he caught, but also the stock in the freezer. King Riku gave him a lot of it before leaving Dressrosa. Sometimes, when Shane and Kana fail to catch any fish, they will transform into giant dragons and catch any Poseidon that passes by on the seafloor, in keeping with the tradition of never coming back empty-handed. Therefore, the inventory in the ice storage did not decrease, but increased instead, and the warehouse was almost full. At noon, a barbecue party started on the boat. Shane made a rare appearance again, serving as the barbecue chef. After Sakura Fairy joined, there was a new cook on the ship, and Shane hadn't cooked for a long time. The aroma of barbecue spread throughout the entire cabin. Cat Viper and Inu Arisher were the most sensitive. They rushed over after smelling the aroma, and the cat and dog were drooling everywhere. The first batch of barbecue that Shane cooked, except for the one fed to Kana, all ended up in the stomachs of these two. Seeing the two kings eating so happily, Garat was also moved. After eating a skewer of barbecue handed to her by Shane, she seemed to have opened the door to a new world. She ate one skewer after another and completely forgot what she had just said. She doesn't eat meat. Meat is such a delicious thing. Seeing the young rabbit blushing with satisfaction, Xia felt amused but also a little frightened. This rabbit really eats a lot, and its stomach is like a bottomless pit that can never be filled. Natsu-chan, why didn't you call me when the meat was ready? Kagura came upon hearing the news. In the past, she was always the first to arrive, but she didn't expect that this time the cat, dog, and rabbit would get there first. She quickly joined in, grabbing skewers of grilled meat and stuffing them in her mouth, not caring whether they were cooked or not, so fast that Shane couldn't stop her in time. Her eating speed was almost as fast as that of Cat Viper, Inuarashi, and Carrot combined. Shane regretted coming to the barbecue. It was really tiring to barbecue for these foodies. He quickly waved his hand and called over a handsome guy who was still practicing his domineering aura. Achi, come and take my place. This handsome guy used to sell beef awful, so he has no problem at all in grilling meat. His technique is even more advanced than Shane's. There is no trace of an oil brush or grilled meat skewers in his hands. You are indeed a professional. Xia praised, took off his apron, sat down next to him, and watched Wu Liuqi grilling meat while taking a rest. His technique of applying oil and paint is pleasing to the eye, and his sense of timing is extremely accurate. He serves the meat on the table the moment it is cooked, without wasting any time. He alone could actually keep Kagura, cat, dog, and rabbit eating nonstop. Wu Liuqi couldn't help but curl up his lips at Shane's praise. He gradually felt a little proud and was no longer satisfied with just roasting the meat. He wanted to perform some fancy moves. Just watch me, boss. Under Xia's horrified gaze, Wu Liuqi used his chi to control the scissors and threw the meat and the skewer into the air at the same time. The scissors flashed in the air, cutting the huge piece of meat into dozens of pieces, and just enough to make dozens of pieces. The wooden skewer just holds the meat. The skewers of meat fell with gravity, and Wu Liuqi grabbed them in his hands and put them on the grill to roast over high heat, then brushed them with oil and added ingredients. During this time, he performed several fancy moves, and the oil brush and condiment bottle shuttled flexibly between his fingers. Finish. As the smell of barbecue filled the air, Wu Liuqi shook his bangs confidently and showed his teeth smugly to Xia, who was staring at him with wide eyes. He was waiting for words of praise from Shane. Achi, your grilling method is indeed very cool, but it seems that you are easy to get beaten. Xia showed hesitation and looked at the 4 people in front of the barbecue grill. Kagura, Cat Viper, Inuarashi, and Carrot were all not spared. Their faces were covered with oil and seasonings, which seemed to have been accidentally spilled by Wu Liuqi when he was grilling the meat just now. I'm not. Wu Liuqi turned around and was petrified when he saw what was happening. He was almost frightened to his knees, sweat dripped from his forehead like heavy rain, and his whole body went limp. He had made the second most intimidating person on the ship, the cute little rabbit who was the new crew member, and the 2 strongest fighters of the fur tribe, so embarrassed. Don't be nervous, Achi. Even if they don't give me face, they will forgive you because you just grilled meat for them. Xian tied an apron and came over to take Wu Liuqi's place. Having said that, he couldn't guarantee that Wu Liuqi would have the chance to stay for the barbecue. Hey, but they're grinning. Obviously, they want to bite me. Wu Liuqi looked at the cats, dogs, and rabbits with fierce fangs on their faces, as well as Kagura with a gloomy expression. Accompanied by Wu Liuqi's screams, a crazy chase began. In the afternoon, after passing a raging waterfall and sailing for 3 days, they finally arrived at Wano country. The Whitebeard pirates sent people to wait on the shore for a long time. They were greeted by a little girl wearing a kimono and with purple hair. She was only 7 years old, but surprisingly sensible. Her name is Xiaoyu, and she is the user of the dango fruit. It is said that she has a very good relationship with Ace. She made a lot of efforts in the battle against the Beast Pirates, and has a close relationship with the Whitebeard Pirates. When she saw Kana and Kelly beside Shane, her eyes suddenly lit up. There was actually a friend of her age on the guest boat. This made Xiaoyu think, and she quickly became friends with Klee and Kana and wanted to take them to Ace. She thought, there are little girls her age on the pirate ship, so Ace won't be able to refuse her from boarding the ship this time. Cat Viper and his companions followed Izo and his companions. They couldn't wait to meet the Whitebeard pirates and their old friends from Wano country. Shane did not follow them, but decided to let Xiaoyu be the tour guide and take a good tour of Wano country with his friends. Kagura, Wu Yoshi, and Jidabeo did not land on the island. Kagura had diarrhea and couldn't get out of bed, while Wu Yoshi was also unable to get out of bed because he was bitten too badly by cats, dogs, and rabbits. Jida kept them on board to take care of them. Xiaoyu whistled, and 3 beasts about 10 meters long ran out of the forest. They were actually her mounts. She invited Shane, Luo, and others to mount their horses and took everyone away from the shore and into the country of Wano. This is Kori. It used to be the most chaotic place in Wano country, but I heard that it was well governed by the previous general. For a while, it was the paradise of Wano country. 3 days ago, the battle also affected this place, which is why it is in such a mess now. Xiaoyu introduced as we walked. Although she was young, she spoke very eloquently and was more than qualified to be a tour guide. Curious Klee would ask questions from time to time. She asked almost everything about the past of Wano country and the founding war 3 days ago, and Xiaoyu answered them patiently. As everyone listened to the conversation between the 2 little girls, they gradually understood each other. I didn't expect that the Whitebeard pirates would compete with the Beast pirates for an island, and it seems that they actually won the battle. Drake looked sad, feeling regretful that he had never witnessed this majestic battle. It's just a temporary victory. Kaido may not be willing to accept it. When he comes back, there may be another war. Luo said in a deep voice, analyzing the future situation. Also, at that time, the Whitebeard pirates lost Whitebeard, but the Beast pirates still had Kaido. Luo added, and it sounded like he was not optimistic about the future of the Whitebeard pirates in Wano. His words were based on facts. The Whitebeard pirates currently lack someone who could confront Kaido head-on. We will never be afraid of war. If we drive Kaido away once, we can drive him away a second time. Xiaoyu bit her lips and said loudly, with tears shining in the corners of her eyes. The conversation between several people seemed to cause her discomfort. Luo and Drake fell silent immediately, realizing that they had said the wrong thing. I believe that you, the people who have been aroused to resist, will never give in again. You will become stronger than before. When Xiaoyu was about to cry, Victor's gentle voice sounded slowly. His tone was firm and full of conviction. It seemed that he was not only speaking to Xiaoyu, but also to himself. Thank you, thank you. As if affected by Victor's determination, Xiaoyu stopped crying and smiled again. I'll take you to Huadu, which is the capital of Wano country. The founding ceremony of Wano country is held in Huadu. Ace, the others, and General Yamato are also in Huadu. As she said that, she looked at the orange-haired man who had been silent for a long time, with some curiosity in her eyes. This is the man Ace and General Yamato want to see. He doesn't look very special, and he hasn't spoken to her before. Do you want to talk to her? Thinking of this, the expression on Xiaoyu's face became a little gloomy. She felt that she was still too ordinary and could not get the attention of such a big shot. No wonder Ace had always refused to allow her to get on the ship. But at this moment, a kind voice sounded in his ears. Little girl, you are very suitable to be a pirate. If Ace doesn't accept you, come to my ship. Ah, Xiaoyu was stunned, as if he didn't understand the meaning of this sentence for a while. After reacting and seeing the speaker, she instantly covered her mouth in surprise. A big shot worth 2 billion was actually inviting her. Do you think I'm already a charming female ninja? Xiaoyu asked impatiently. What ordinary people don't know is that this is an agreement between her and Ace. When she becomes a coquettish female ninja, Ace will let her board the ship. But Xiaoyan, who had read the original work, knew about this agreement and immediately understood what the little girl was confirming. In order to add some fun to the young 4 emperors who were about to meet, Xiaoyan touched his chin and looked at Xiaoyu up and down as if seriously. Then, under Xiaoyu's expectant gaze, he said with certainty, Of course, I have long seen that you are a charming female ninja. Otherwise, why would I invite you on board? Ah, really? Xiaoyu stood up in excitement. The beast mount beneath her shook, causing her to stumble and almost fall. Fortunately, she was pulled by Kelly next to her. Of course it's true. I, Red Dragon Xiaoyan, never lie to anyone, especially a cute little girl like you. Luo, Drake, and Victor all expressed their speechlessness and had no shame to look at this guy. Kelly was also a little ashamed. She no longer wanted to call Xiaoyan brother, but wanted to call Xia a liar. Even Kanna, who had been sleeping on Shane's lap, opened her eyes and wrinkled her nose, showing her disdain for Shane's remarks. The capital of Wano country is called Hanato. A battle took place there 3 days ago. Many houses still have signs of damage and are now being repaired by carpenters. Walking on the streets of Huadu, people with a keen sense of smell can still smell the lingering smell of gunpowder in the air. In order to welcome the Red Dragon Pirates and the Heart Pirates, Wano Country sent the former top courtesan of Wano Country, Kazuki Hayori, the current princess of Wano Country, to dance in the middle of the street. She is the Oiran of Wano Country and is known as the most beautiful woman in Wano Country. Xiaoyu introduced her to Xia, In, and others. It's really beautiful. Shane nodded, his critical eyes never moving away. Different from Hancock's coldness and nobility, Kazuki Hayori exudes a pitiful and gentle aura that almost makes all men want to protect her. Although she has a gentle temperament, after noticing Shane's gaze, Kazuki Hayori was not shy at all, and she did not forget to wink at Shane while dancing. Shane took a deep breath and almost couldn't resist. Wu Yoshi, next to him, was already bleeding from his nose and was silently wiping it with a tissue. The Peach Blossom Demon snorted coldly, showing great contempt for Wu Yoshi's performance. He was not as strong as Lord Xia in terms of self-control, and his expression did not change at all. After enjoying Kazuki Hayori's dance, everyone finally arrived at the Shogun's residence in Wano Country. This place is temporarily used as the residence of the Whitebeard Pirates. At a glance, almost all the people here are familiar faces. The Red Dragon Shane is here. It's exactly the same as what's on the wanted poster. He is the Red Dragon who helped us in Marineford. Many members of the Whitebeard Pirates recognized Shane, and for a moment, there were shouts of welcome, exclamation, and excitement. Almost every pirate on the sea was very friendly. Although they had never met before, they now came up to Shane and started chatting with him, as if they were old friends of Shane. Some asked where Shane went after leaving Marineford. Some asked how to defeat Doflamingo and Jack. Some wanted to spar with Shane, and some wanted Shane's autograph photo. As they walked into the hall, Drake, Luo, and others were sweating profusely. Those who came up to talk were all-powerful men who should not be underestimated at sea, and many of them were as strong as they were now. As we walked further, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates gradually showed up, and the terrifying aura they exuded was so terrifying that it made people tremble with fear. At the end, there are captains such as Vista, Jinbei, Jaws, Yamato, etc. Standing in the center of them is a young man wearing an orange cowboy hat. When he saw Shane, his eyes lit up, he took off his hat, and quickly walked forward to give Shane a hug. Thank you so much at the beginning. Shane was a little confused. He even thought about fighting when they met, and never thought that Ace would just hug him when they met. No, has their relationship gotten this good? Compared to Ace, he wants a hug from Yamato, next to him more. While he was complaining in his heart, Ace had already loosened his arms and gave Shane and the others a welcoming smile. My brother, thanks to you for taking care of him, Ace said with a hint of gratitude, his face showing genuine happiness. He did not forget that during the Battle of Marineford, the Red Dragon brought Luffy to Marineford to bring reinforcements to the Whitebeard Pirates who were at a disadvantage at the time. And after the end of the war at the top, through a conversation with Rayleigh, Ace learned about the relationship between Shane and Rayleigh, and Shane played an indispensable role in Rayleigh's rush to the scene to save him. How is it, Rayleigh? Is he doing well? After a few simple greetings, Ace led Shane and the others to sit down. Jinbei, Bista, Chaozi, and others also greeted Shane, and they all looked very easygoing. Yamato, on the other hand, stared at Shane intently, examining his entire body as if he were looking at a glowing treasure. He's fine. He's on an uninhabited island with Luffy, continuing his domineering education career. Shane felt uncomfortable being stared at by Yamato. If he hadn't been communicating with Ace, he really wanted to ask this guy what he was talking about. "What are you looking at?" Haha. Luffy is really blessed to have Rayleigh as his teacher. His strength will definitely improve a lot. Hearing this, Ace burst into laughter and was happy for his brother's fate. Pluton Rayleigh's teachings, that's unthinkable. Vista, Jaws, and others on the side were also shocked. They had interacted with Roger's pirate group when they were young, and Rayleigh, the deputy of One Piece, left an indelible impression in their hearts. "I'm so happy for Luffy." Jinbei's eyes showed a hint of nostalgia. He was rescued by Luffy from Impel Down and came to Marineford to fight side by side. He still remembers it at this moment. I wonder how the others who escaped from Impel Down are doing now. There were many celebrities who came to Marineford from Impel Down, including Jinbei, Crocodile, the E-King, Buggy, the clown whose identity was later exposed, and a wretched man who used white wax. I know that. An unexpected childish voice was heard, and it was actually Klee. Shane looked at her in surprise. He suddenly remembered that back in the Sabati Islands, Klee loved to follow the news about the Whitebeard pirates, and she would read every issue of the newspaper. Seeing that everyone's attention was attracted by her, Kelly quickly turned over the backpack behind her and then searched for something in it with her two small hands. It turned out to be a collection of data she had recorded herself, with a lot of colorful doodles on it, making it look like a child's homework book. Crocodile and his subordinate Mr. One opened a mercenary union in New World. Buggy the Clown agreed to Marine to be the new 7 warlords of the sea last week. The E-King Ivankov is in the Revolutionary Army. Appeared in the hinterland, suspected to have returned to the Revolutionary Army. What surprised everyone was that Klee had a lot of information. Not only did she know clearly which characters had been pushed out of the city, she also knew their current situation. "You know so much. Are you an intelligence agent of the Red Dragon Pirates?" Ace asked in surprise. He also recognized who this little girl was, the Red Dragon Pirates' blasting expert, the elf girl known as the Bomb Maniac. The ears were actually really long and thin, exactly like the ones on the wanted poster. Klee is not an intelligence agent. Collecting intelligence is just Klee's hobby. Klee was so happy to be praised that she couldn't stop smiling. She looked up at Shane, and her expression seemed to be saying, "Praise me quickly." "That's great, Kelly. You can also serve as an intelligence officer from now on." Xian rubbed her head lovingly. Klee was even happier, and her ruby pupils narrowed in smile. "Can little girls get on the boat, too?" Looking at the friendly interaction between the two, Ace couldn't help but think of Xiao Yu, who had been pestering them to get on the boat. Because of her age, Ace has never been willing to let Xiao Yu get on board. But after meeting Shane today, he gradually changed his mind. Not only was there a little girl named Kelly around Shane, there was also a little white-haired girl of similar age, and the other 2 sisters who looked otherworldly and scented with flowers did not seem to be very old either. The Red Dragon Pirates can sail with so many girls and young girls, so why can't the Whitebeard Pirates do it? Sean, won't it be inconvenient for you to bring so many children with you during the voyage? In order to ensure that everything is safe, Ace decided to ask more people with experience before agreeing to let Xiao Yu get on the ship. Of course not. For him, the more the better. Drake complained nearby. "Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. He only knows how to tarnish the image of his own captain." Shane tried hard to save face, but didn't seem to work. After Ace chewed over the words, "the more the better," his gaze towards Shane gradually became complicated. He saw a rumor about Shane in the newspaper, saying that he had a unique hobby and especially loved young girls. Several beautiful girls on the ship were kidnapped by him from civilians' homes. The 2 princesses of Dressrosa were lucky enough not to fall into his clutches because they were too old. Ace initially thought it was just nonsense written by a newspaper, but now after hearing his crew's comments on the captain, it seems that the rumors are true. "Wait, you won't leave Xiao Yu?" Ace's eyes gradually became terrified. He looked around, but didn't see Xiao Yu. "Who on earth do you think I am?" Xiao was speechless. Why did he have to go through such a plot wherever he went? But Xiaoyu's absence now is indeed related to him. When Shane confirmed that she was a seductive female ninja, Xiaoyu wanted Ace to see this clearly, so she prepared to change into some mature clothes, disguised as a seductive female ninja, and then went to find Ace, hoping to get the upper hand in one fell swoop. Vote. So that's how it is. I misunderstood you, Shane. I thought you were a pervert. Huh. After hearing Shane's explanation, Ace covered his forehead and laughed. What the hell are you laughing at? How could someone laugh out loud while calling someone a pervert? It has been a long time since Shane encountered such a troublesome guy. The last time was a Straw Hat Boy. These two brothers have something in common, in that they deserve a beating. Ignoring Shane's complaints, Ace put his hat back on and shouted outside the house. Let's have a party. It's 4 days since the battle at Dressrosa Port ended. Akiji left alone after drinking with Kazuru, and he did not agree to Kazuru's suggestion to return to Marine. Akiji bought some dry food, water, and a bicycle in Dressrosa, and he planned to ride the bicycle to find the person he was looking for. To see that ordinary pirates fear is of almost no threat to him. Even if he falls into the sea, he can freeze the water into ice. Yalala, I seem to have forgotten something. When Akiji arrived at the harbor on his bicycle, he suddenly frowned. He turned around and saw a green-haired woman standing alone in the harbor. He remembered that when he was in Punk Hazard, he came to Dressrosa on this little girl's ship. There seemed to be several strange warriors on the ship at that time. Hey, little girl, where is your boat? The bicycle that was about to go out to the sea suddenly stopped. Akiji touched the back of his head and made a lazy sound like an uncle who wanted to chat up someone. Give it to the 3 samurai. Monet didn't even turn his head, looking at the sea, where Akiji's figure was reflected. Such a big ship was given away. No, shouldn't there be 2 warriors, one big and one small? How come there are 3? Akiji recalled that 4 people met in Punk Hazard, him, Monet, and 2 other Wano warriors, one big and one small. Thinking of Wano country, he recalled the recent rumors that the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates had a great battle, and the territory they were fighting for was Wano country. I heard the winner seems to be Whitebeard. There's one more. They met in Dressrosa and seemed to be in a hurry to go home, so I gave them the ship. Monet said in a flat tone, as if he was an emotionless robot. What did she answer? After arriving in Dressrosa, she finally lost hope. The Don Quixote family was destroyed, and the young master she was loyal to, Doflamingo, was dead. She no longer had a place to live. She had been sitting in this port for several days, waiting for the time when her body functions were exhausted, and then she would fall into the sea and let her life return to the sea. No goal? Do you still want to live? Akiji did not ask any more questions about the ship. His expression was particularly complicated. Once upon a time, he had said these words to another little girl. Now she has found her purpose in life and a partner who can accept her. Monet's eyes flickered for a moment, but he did not answer. He just stared at the ocean as if he would jump in at any time. Akiji let out a long sigh and pushed the back seat of the bicycle next to her. Then come with me. I want to find a group of people who will definitely interest you. What? You said that the young master hasn't even returned yet, but the country of Wano has already been founded. On a ship, Kinnaman seemed to have heard some absurd news, and he was struck by lightning. The country was founded. Momonosuke's expression was particularly interesting. There was secret joy, but more of it was a strong reluctance. As the son of Kazuki Odin, the bloodline of the Kazuki clan, and the legitimate heir to the position of shogun of Wano country was founded ahead of time, even though he hadn't even arrived there yet. Well, according to my intelligence, the Whitebeard pirates took action. They drove away the Beast pirates and took back Wano country from them. A strange man with a brush and heavy makeup on said. The man said, he is Kanjuro, one of the 9 red scabbards, who met Momonosuke and Kinnaman in Dressrosa. It turns out to be the Whitebeard pirates. Upon hearing this, Kinnaman breathed a sigh of relief. The worst situation had not yet happened. What's wrong with the Whitebeard pirates? Aren't they also pirates? Momonosuke was a little puzzled. He had already forgotten the name of the Whitebeard pirates. It's different. The head of the family once served as the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. If they're the ones who take back Wano country, then there is still room for redemption, Kinemon said with a hint of relief. Given the relationship between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Kazuki clan, there's a great possibility that after he escorts the young master back to the country, the young master will naturally become the general of Wano country again. Well, what Kinemon said makes sense. As long as the young master can return to Wano country, Kenjuro echoed, putting a strong emphasis on the word as long as. What Kinemon and Momonosuke didn't know was that Kenjuro's real name was Kurizumi Kanjuro, and the head of the family he was loyal to was not Kazuki Oden and Momonosuke, but the General Kurizumi Orochi who was executed after the founding of Wano country. Now that the head of the family is dead, there's actually no point for Kurizumi Kanjuro to conceal his identity, but he upholds the legacy of Kurizumi Orochi. Even if Kurizumi Orochi cannot be the general, he cannot let someone from the Kazuki clan become the general. Therefore, the direction he led Kinemon and Momonosuke to at this time was not Wano country, but Onigashima of Four Emperors Kaido, the country of peace. It was the second day after Shane and his companions arrived on the island. After a grand welcome banquet, everyone was drunk and was not awakened until the next morning by an alarm. Big Mom pirates are coming. The sentries deployed by the Whitebeard pirates in the waters near Wano country brought news that it was the Big Mom pirates, one of the Four Emperors. Everyone woke up in shock. Did you see it clearly? Are you sure it was that old woman? Vista confirmed with the Den Mushi, his face as gloomy as water. Their Whitebeard pirates had just finished fighting the Beast pirates not long ago, and now they have not yet completely controlled Wano country. The pirate group is also in the post-war rest and recuperation stage, and their combat effectiveness is far less than before. The Big Mom pirates suddenly appeared in the waters of Wano country at this time, undoubtedly taking advantage of the situation and having ideas about Wano country and even their Whitebeard pirates. We are not mistaken. It is Big Mom's pirate ship, the Anthem. Not only is there Big Mom himself on board, but also several generals, such as Katakuri. After hearing Den Mushi's affirmation, the remaining captains all stood up in anger. Damn it, do the Big Mom pirates want to go to war with us? Then let's just have another fight. We've already beaten Kaido, so beating Big Mom won't be a big deal. But the problem is that my father is no longer with us, and Marco has taken his body back to his hometown. Now we are completely lacking two high-end combat forces. As the captain of the Whitebeard pirates and a member of the Four Emperors, I am fearless. Even if I have to face the Four Emperors, I am willing to fight. Jinbei stood up boldly, with a determined look in his eyes. His passionate emotions infected many crew members. They were all very excited and smashed bowls in anger, determined to fight with the Big Mom pirates again. The waterfall in Wano country is not that easy to climb. We have blocked them outside, and they cannot land. Even Big Mom himself cannot fully demonstrate his abilities. A captain of the Whitebeard pirates advised. He is a fishman from Fishman Island, and his crew members are all fishmen as well, so they are very confident in fighting the Big Mom pirates in the sea. I can freeze the waterfall temporarily, but the water flow is too fast. I can only hold out for half an hour at most. A blue-haired and cold-eyed woman also stood up. She is one of the 43 captains of the Alliance pirate group under Whitebeard, known as the Ice Witch, White Bee, and possesses the freezing ability of Paramecia. In this attack on the Beast pirates, the Whitebeard pirates dispatched more than 70% of their forces, including 16 captains and more than 30 captains of the Alliance pirates. Leaving aside the 16 captains, each of the 30-odd captains of the Alliance pirates has a bounty of at least hundreds of millions, and their strength is between that of a major general and a vice admiral. There are too many to count. With Luo and Drake's current strength, at most they can only be considered among the more than 30 captains. This is also the reason why Kaido did not take action a few days ago, and the Beast pirates were defeated. If we talk about the force with the most mid- and high-level combat power other than the Marines, it must be the Whitebeard pirates. In the original work, if the team leader Whitebeard and the boss's chosen successor Ace had not both died in Marineford, if any of them were still alive, the Whitebeard pirates would not have ended up disintegrating. Well, if you want to freeze the waterfall, I can also help. Yamato raised her hand, and everyone realized that she also had abilities related to freezing. Dog fruit, mythical beast, big mouth, true god form. Her devil fruit is particularly rare, and its freezing effect is probably even more terrifying than Wadai's paramecia ability. That's great, Captain Yamato. Let's set off together now. Wadai's face showed joy. She had great confidence in the ability of the new captain who could fight Kaido. Wait a minute, freezing the waterfall doesn't mean you'll definitely win, and Big Mom herself has the ability to fly. If you two go out to sea now, you might be at risk of being captured by her. Vista spoke up and stretched out his hand to stop Wadai, and Yamato looked at Ace, who was in deep thought. We are not afraid. Yamato and Wadai shouted, but still stopped. But if we don't block the waterfall, the Big Mom pirates will be able to pass through it and enter Wano country. Once we reach the land, none of us can be a match for that monster old woman. Ja's face was melancholy and a little angry. When Whitebeard was there, then why would the Whitebeard pirates need to care so much when facing a 4 emperors? Yes, so we must fight them at sea to minimize the old woman's room for maneuver. And with Jinbei here, he and us fishmen may have a chance to overturn Big Mom's pirate ship. Namor said excitedly. He is the captain of the 8th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates and the only fishman captain. If Ace orders me to, I'm willing to give it a try. Jinbei turned his gaze towards Ace. As he looked over, the others realized that Ace hadn't said a word and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. With Ace's fiery temper, even if he faced the 4 emperors, he would probably have rushed forward alone. But today he was in a state of deep thought. If his eyes were not open, everyone might have thought he had fallen asleep again. Ace, give the orders now. You are the captain now. Let's go, Ace. I already beat up my asterisk whole dad. Beating up an asterisk whole old woman is nothing. Facing everyone's expectations, Ace's face was gloomy. His eyes were unclear under the orange cowboy hat, and no one knew what he was thinking. After the battle with Kaido a few days ago, Ace realized that he and Yamato still had a big gap with these 4 Emperor's monsters. Even if they mastered the tyrant, they were only qualified to fight them. What's more, when Kaido fought with them, he didn't even use his strongest half-beast form, but he beat them so hard that they couldn't fight back. After Whitebeard's death, Ace had an extra heavy responsibility and became more stable. But this does not mean that he is cowardly. He is not afraid of fighting with Big Mom. The only thing he is worried about is the safety of his companions. He was thinking about a question: how to repel the Big Mom pirates without bloodshed and without causing casualties. He actually has a pretty good brain, but with Whitebeard behind him, he didn't need to use his brain and could just use his fist to solve the problem. Now in charge of one of the strongest forces in the New World, in order to protect Whitebeard's family, his family, he must use his brain more. Not long after, he actually thought of a solution. There's no need to freeze the waterfall. We can do it while they're on their way up the waterfall. Ace clapped his hands violently, his eyes glowing. This is a really good strategy. The more everyone thought about it, the more they felt that this plan was feasible. If it was done well, it might even be able to destroy the Big Mom pirates in one fell swoop. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates exclaimed, as if they were meeting Ace for the first time. This guy who used to be reckless has now grown some brains. But there is still a problem. Now that Marco is not here, who has the ability to knock the 4 Emperor's ship off the waterfall in mid-air? Vista discovered the problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Ace and Jinbei laughed together. They were thinking of the same person. A few minutes later, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, led by Ace, came to the residence of the roommate next door. They did not come empty-handed, but brought more than a dozen wooden boxes. So, you want me to transform into a giant dragon and kick the Big Mom pirate ship off the waterfall? Looking at Ace and the others who were staring at him with sharp eyes, Shane felt like a sucker. He had just gotten up. There had been a party last night, and the girls on the boat were all drunk, so he had been working hard for most of the night and got up a little late today. He was squatting at the door brushing his teeth but he saw a huge group of people coming towards him, and they were making movements to carry him and run, which made him confused for a long time. Even after Ace explained his purpose, Shane was still confused, partly because he had just woken up, and partly because the amount of information was a bit too much. What do you think, Brother Shane? Your chance to become famous is right before your eyes. If you wipe out the Bigman pirates, your bounty may increase significantly. You're lucky if I couldn't fly, you wouldn't have gotten this chance. Several captains put their arms around Shane's neck in a familiar manner, seducing and tempting him seemingly unintentionally. The bounty has increased again. It's already 2 billion. Shane would not be fooled. Wayno country had nothing to do with him, and Big Mom had no grudge against him, so there was no need for him to take the initiative to provoke them. Of course, more importantly, this matter brought him no benefit at all except for adding a little fame. So, no matter how these guys tried to persuade him, Shane resolutely refused and shook his head like a rattle. Ishano, the Whitebeard pirates, seemed to have anticipated his determination. Ace, Vista, and others winked at each other and initiated Plan A, which involved asking Shane to take action. As a graceful figure approached, Xia smelled a faint fragrance. Sir Shane, if you can save Wayno country, all the women in Wayno country will regard you as an idol. Then, no matter what you want to do, even me can do it. Kazuki Hayori leaned close to Shane's body, almost leaning her body into his arms, her red lips breathing hot air into his ears. Honey trap. In order to invite Shane, the Whitebeard pirates actually found the most beautiful courtesan and princess of Wayno country, Kazuki Hayori, in a short period of time. But even though this made Shane's body stiffen with anger, it still couldn't shake his will. He was not such a superficial person. You've got the wrong guy. With a cold look on his face, Shane mercilessly threw the beauty in his arms away. Kazuki Hayori was caught off guard and spun like a ball, feeling dizzy. Finally, he was caught by the kind-hearted Yamado. Sure enough, this doesn't work either. The Whitebeard pirates were still not surprised. They all looked at Ace. Under Ace's reluctant expression, a little girl in a cute kimono came out. It turned out to be Xiaoyu, who was only 7 years old. Plan B. Brother Shane, please help us. Wayno country really can't go through war again. Xiaoyu hugged Shane's thighs and made a very pitiful sound. Shane was shaken. He could push Kazuki Hayori away, but he couldn't hit a little girl. But this caused the Whitebeard pirates to misunderstand. It really works? I knew that little girls are his type. The honest Jaws shouted while clapping his hands. This lowly plan was actually thought up by him, the seemingly most honest man. Vista, Jinbei, Namor, Ace and others looked at Shane with complicated expressions. Hey, Shane, I really can't give Xiaoyu to you. How about you wait until you get rid of the Bigman pirates, and then I'll pick a few little girls for you in Wayno country. Ace patted Shane's shoulder and asked in a negotiating tone, but he didn't notice that the face of Shane he was photographing was getting darker and darker. Bang! I've told you so many times, I'm not that perverted. Xian couldn't stand it anymore and punched the guy out. This circle is wrapped with armament hockey. The amount is not much, and the attack power is not high, but it can knock the Logia user Ace away. Ace screamed and flew backwards like a cannonball, crashing into the crowd of Whitebeard pirates. When these guys saw their captain flying towards them, none of them wanted to catch him, and they quickly made way. With a clang, Ace landed on the wooden boxes, and while falling to the ground in a mess, he knocked several wooden boxes open. Suddenly, golden light shone everywhere, like a bright light shining on the earth, making people's faces full of golden light. Xian couldn't help but squint his eyes. After seeing the things in the wooden image clearly, a strong emotion kept rising in his eyes. Greed. Plan C success. A few minutes later, the Whitebeard pirates, accompanied by Shane and Ace, arrived at the port of Wayno country. They boarded the boat and had to travel some distance to reach the waterfall. Ace had been having people monitor the movements of the Bigman pirates and knew that their ship was still some distance away, so he was not in a hurry and even did not let Shane fly over directly. You guys are really willing to spend 2 billion Baileys to let me take action once. On the deck, Shane, who was the only one with a seat, took a sip of tea and looked at Ace, who was also sitting opposite him. As long as we can prevent that old woman from getting ashore, it's worth spending 5 billion Baileys. Ace stretched out his hand and lit a flame to warm the tea in Shane's cup. Shane was a little surprised because he usually did this to others. Luo and Drake had both drunk his warm tea. However, Ace's method was much more sophisticated than his. He used his ability to heat the tea by heating the teacup, which conducted the heat, while Ace directly heated the water in the teacup. During this process, the temperature of the teacup did not even rise at all. When it comes to controlling fire, you are indeed the best in the world. Xian took a sip of hot tea and said with emotion, "Aha, I still remember the scene in Marineford, where you use your fire breath to block Kizura's laser beam. Your fire control ability is no less than mine." As the two drank tea and flattered each other, the boat gradually arrived at the only entrance to Wano country, a waterfall tens of meters high. The joyful atmosphere suddenly became solemn, and everyone looked into the distance. Almost all the people on the boat are masters, and they can perceive it very clearly by relying on their own observation haki. Under the waterfall, a huge pirate ship was approaching the waterfall. There were dozens of powerful auras on the pirate ship, and the aura of one person far exceeded everyone else. Without thinking too much, there are only a handful of people in this world who possess this kind of aura. One of the strongest people in the world right now is Four Emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. This soul-shaking feeling of oppression from an extremely powerful person is exactly the same as Kaido and Daddy a few days ago. It is definitely Big Mom himself. Vista, Jaz, Jinbei, and others looked solemn. I'm almost sweating. A woman as strong as my B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Yamato was carrying a mace, with a hint of fighting spirit in her eyes. She was not as nervous as others, and looked a little indifferent. Lungless, put aside your bellicosity for now, Yamato. Our goal is not to fight her, but to drive them away. Neither Wano country nor our pirate group can stand another fight with another 4 emperors. The consequences of a battle. Ace held her down. He now looked more and more like a steady captain. His eyes fell on the orange-haired young man. The man did not seem panicked or excited. He seemed as calm as a pool of stagnant water. But seeing Shane's condition, Ace felt more at ease. There's a kind of people in the world who usually make a fuss over trivial matters, but once they encounter big things, they will become extremely calm and achieve their desired goals almost perfectly with a rational mindset. Now, it seems that Shane is exactly that kind of person, but the reality was completely different from what he thought. Xiaoyan was neither panicked nor afraid. He was just so nervous that he almost fainted. What a joke. He fights 4 emperors? Moreover, he was fighting against an entire ship by himself. Big Aunt 4 emperors and her 4 generals, plus a corps of more than 100 pirates who were equivalent to the cadres of the Don Quixote family. After feeling the terrifying aura of Big Mom, the money-obsessed Shane seemed to be poured with a bucket of cold water and instantly sobered up. But it was too late for him to wake up. He could not do the cowardly thing of taking the money and then going back on his word. And in the original book, Jin and Marco had already demonstrated it to him twice. He only needed to transform into a dragon and kick Big Mom's boat over the waterfall at the last moment. It was not difficult to do this. Compared with Marco and Jin, his transformed body was larger and his strength was relatively stronger than theirs, so he could do what they could do. However, Shane suddenly realized that he had overlooked 2 extremely important factors. First, in the original work, the reason why Big Mom was shot down into the sea was because Zeus, the dark cloud that allowed her to fly, was kidnapped by Nami. Now Zeus is still there, so even if the boat is kicked down by him, Big Mom can still fly up the waterfall with the help of Zeus. If I give him a knife then, won't it be the end of him? Secondly, Katakuri was also on the ship. His observation haki was so abnormal that he could predict the future. If he rushed over rashly, he would probably be discovered by Katakuri before he even got close, and Big Mom would have time to react. The ending would probably be the same. She stepped directly onto the dark cloud and chopped at Xiaoyan, who was about to kick the boat. It seems that no matter what he does, he can't escape the fate of being chopped by the ant. Shane was inexplicably stuck in a dead end at this time. He couldn't figure out a way to have the best of both worlds, kicking the boat without being chopped by the ant. However, at this time, Ace, Yamato, and others were already urging him to take action. Shane, the old woman's boat, is coming up the falls. Hurry up, Shane. We've been looking forward to this for a long time. Looking at the white captains who were waiting for him to show his strength, Xia-in had a toothache. Greed of money leads to misdeeds. Xia-in sighed silently in his heart. When things came to a head, there was no room for him to retreat. At this time, even if he was about to be chopped down by the four emperors, he had to take action. But before taking action, in order to save his life, he silently called out in his heart and awakened the Kanna ancestor who was still sleeping in Wano country. Kanna, later release all your momentum for a moment and try to affect the people on the boat at the waterfall in front of me for a moment. Shane once again brought out his biggest trump card, which was as reassuring as a mother to him, a cute baby dragon. In Wano country, in a luxuriously decorated wooden house, a white-haired lowly sat up from the bed. After yawning, her glowing eyes projected 1,000 meters away. After getting a lazy response, Xia-in felt completely at ease. With the help of Ancestor Kanna, the mere four emperors are no longer worth mentioning. I'll go too. Under the expectant gazes of Ace, Yamato, and others, Xia-in kicked the deck hard and shot into the air instantly like an arrow from a string. The huge crimson dragon covered the sky, and its wings, which were tens of meters high, suddenly waved. As the river surged, it transformed into a huge, bright red shadow, racing towards the sky at extremely high speeds. On board the Anthem, looking at the rushing waterfalls on both sides of the ship, even the four emperors' pirate group were used to seeing strong winds and waves couldn't help but sigh. Nature is so miraculous that the boat can actually go upstream with the waterfall. As expected of Katakuri and Ai, he actually thought that the waterfall is the entrance to Wano country. On the boat, Katakuri's younger brothers and sisters were all praising their omnipotent brother. Ha-ha-ma-ma-ma-ma. In the middle of the boat, a giant creature stuffing sweets into its mouth also let out a weird and devilish laugh, seeming to be praising her most proud son. As she laughed, the mast, steering wheel, sails, and bow of the ship all came to life, and they also let out weird laughter. Next to her, there was a black cloud, a small sun, and a long knife wearing a pirate hat. Like other things on the ship, they seemed to be given life. She laughed. Because she was laughing while eating, she got stuck on a ball of food. Mother! Chaos instantly broke out on the boat, and her sons and daughters scrambled to get her water. After drinking several buckets of water, Charlotte Linlin finally escaped from the predicament of being choked to death. Seeing that the children were so worried about her, she couldn't help but cry happily. She decided to reward her children for their filial piety by giving the Wano kingdom that they were about to snatch away as a territory. We are about to cross the waterfall, and we will soon be able to see the land of Wano country. As the sun that was blocked by the waterfall gradually revealed its shape, the scorching sunlight shone into the ship. Under the strong light, everyone on the Big Mom pirate ship couldn't help but squint their eyes. Charlotte Linlin sat on the deck and clapped her hands, with cream staining the corners of her mouth. She looked like a child who had stolen a piece of cake, but in a sudden moment, she became eerie and scary. Katakuri concentrated all his energy. His observation hockey was running at a very fast speed, and the red light in his eyes never stopped. The closer it gets to the final moment, the more likely it is that the opponent will take advantage of the opportunity. As his aunt's proudest son and his brothers and sisters' most reliable brother, he has to be more cautious than anyone else to ensure the safety of his mother and brothers and sisters. Suddenly, a terrifying aura, like the collapse of the sky, enveloped everything. The space froze for a moment, and even the rushing waterfall paused for a moment. The weaker crew members on the Anthem fainted directly, and the sound of bodies hitting the deck was heard frequently on the ship. The stronger leaders staggered to the ground, holding their heads and screaming in pain. A few of them swayed with veins throbbing all over their bodies, trying hard not to let their legs go weak. The ants' sons who ranked high in strength, that is, the 25th of the 34 ministers present, and the other 3 generals, were also shocked by this energy. Their bodies were not greatly affected, but their eyes were dull. For a few seconds, the only 2 people on the ship who were not oppressed by this momentum were Big Mom himself and Katakuri. When Big Mom sensed this deliberate aura, her pupils suddenly dilated as if she was facing a formidable enemy, and her body unconsciously burst out with a terrifying conqueror's aura to fight against it. Who is it? But what made her look even more solemn was that this aura was not inferior to hers, and was even stronger than hers. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Katakuri's forehead. His mind was not affected, but under the pressure of this momentum, his observation haki had to stop working and was forced to be retracted into his body. He naturally also noticed the conqueror's domineering attitude of the ant next to him. Who is the person who is emitting such a powerful aura? He can't even resist his mother's conqueror's aura and even falls into a disadvantage? Could it be that Whitebeard is not dead yet? After thinking about it, Katakuri can only think of Whitebeard, Red Hair, and Kaido as the domineering ones. Among these 3, only Whitebeard can be in Wano country now. Crash! The sound of flapping wings mixed with strong wind rang in Katakuri's ears, and the strong wind almost blew his body away. Not good. Katakuri's observation haki was activated temporarily at this time, and a huge dragon claw was approaching the bow. Looking up, it was a red monster half the size of their anthem, a red dragon. Red dragon, why are you doing this? The vision of his observation haki appeared in his mind, but Katakuri was too late to stop it and could only let out a roar of confusion. What responded to him was a dragon's roar that resounded through the sky. With a bang, the bow of the ship was instantly shattered, and the rest of the masts, steering wheels, and ropes let out human-like wailing of fear, and the anthem fell into a waterfall. I'm sorry, I didn't want to, but Ace and the others gave me too much. A huge red dragon was hovering above the waterfall, with the land of Wano country behind it. There was a hint of regret in the dragon's eyes as it stared at Katakuri on the anthem from afar. I never thought that my first encounter with the Big Mom pirates would be like this. From now on, the 2 sides will inevitably become enemies. But Shane didn't care. He already knew that, like Kaido, the 4 Emperors' Big Mom also coveted his abilities and wanted to recruit him to work for her. Shane obviously would not agree, and given the way Big Mom and Kaido acted, it would be impossible for them to live in peace if they did not agree. It would inevitably cause disputes, and they would gradually become enemies and opponents. So his action at this time was equivalent to drawing a line in the sand in advance, indicating that he had never thought of joining their position, and also avoiding being entangled in the future. Thump! The anthem crashed into the sea. The people with special abilities lost their strength and sank to the bottom of the sea. People without special abilities kept rescuing them. Strong people, such as Katakuri, Cracker, Smoothie, and other generals, and several ministers, quickly found the ship. The wreckage of the ship was used as a place to stay. But everyone, including Katakuri, looked panicked and stared at Kaini Eye. Their mother, Charlotte Linlin, also fell into the sea. Hurry up and get your mother ashore, and then leave as soon as possible. You can't get out while I'm here. Shane shook his head, left a comment that made Katakuri and the others furious, then flapped his wings and quickly left. It's not that he didn't want to stay and watch the show, but a tall and slender beauty with long legs had already raised her long sword. Her body suddenly expanded, and she sent out several crescent-shaped sword auras in his direction. UB asterisk 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 D. If you have the guts, stay and fight us. The sword energy missed, and Smoothie could only curse at the sky, watching the hateful dragon disappear into the sky. Smoothie, wait until Mom wakes up before making plans. It will be difficult to take down that guy in the air, even with Moonwalk. The Minister of Candy, their eldest brother, spoke at this time. He was also in a very bad state. Unfortunately, half of his body had just fallen into the water. As a fruit ability user, he almost sank into the sea. After recovering his strength, he was busy working with his men to rescue the old lady. Finally, they pulled the old lady, who had drunk an unknown amount of seawater, ashore. At this moment, he and several of his younger brothers and sisters were squeezing water out of the old lady, whose belly was filled with seawater. But the words of the candy minister obviously could not calm the furious Smoothie. She ignored it and wanted her men to find a small boat so that she could climb up the waterfall again and chop down the B**************** D Red Dragon. In the end, Katakuri stopped him. Don't worry about that guy for now. One day, I will let him know the price of offending the Big Mom pirates. Big Mom was still unconscious, but he was the most prestigious person. Even Smoothie, who was also a general, was unwilling to disobey him. He calmed down, and his swollen body slowly shrank. Mom is awake. At this moment, Cracker let out a cry of surprise, attracting the attention of Katakuri, Smoothie, the Minister of Candy, and others. Big brother, Linlin is so hungry. I want to eat cake. When Big Mom spoke in a childish tone, everyone was stunned. Even someone as calm as Katakuri couldn't hold it together, and the mask covering the lower half of his face almost fell off in shock. For Emperor's aunt, their mother, has lost her memory. On the other side, Shane returned to the white pirate ship, and Ace and others rushed over in an instant. The helpless Shane was lifted up by everyone and thrown into the air to celebrate. This feeling seems pretty good. Kanna, you did a great job. I'll give you something delicious to eat when I get home. Big Mom pirates have withdrawn. After receiving the exact information from Din Din Mushi, everyone on the Byakugan ship smiled with joy. Yeah, the operation was successful. Even though I didn't put in any effort, it feels so good to drive away 4 emperors without any effort. Are you going to have a party when you get back? Ace? Why do I feel like there's been a party every day these days? Open it. Of course we have to open it. Are you still a pirate? If you don't hold a banquet after winning the battle, can it still be considered a victory? As the ships gradually returned, people, in high spirits after the victory, chatted with each other. As the key figure in this victory, Shane inevitably became the person most frequently approached. The one who annoyed him the most was a general from Wano country. Hey, your ability is so cool. Is it also an animal-type mythical beast? It looks bigger and more majestic than those 2 guys, Quinn and Jean. Although it's still not as big as that be ************************************************* D-Dad. It looks like it's about 50 or 60 meters long. It feels like you can even carry a boat on your dragon's back. Can you take me for a ride in the sky? Riding a dragon is so majestic no matter how you think about it. Shane's ears are almost callous from being scolded so much, and Yamato is like a child who has discovered a new toy, following him wherever he goes. Moreover, she was more than 2 meters tall and stood half a head taller than Shane, who was 6 feet tall. A pair of particularly exposed peaks stood in front of him, and he might even give her a facial cleanser if she wasn't careful. This girl was not only big in size, but also incredibly strong. Even Shane had trouble breaking free from her grasp, and he almost died in the hands of the 4 Emperor's aunt, suffocating to death on the chest of this excited girl. Fortunately, the distance to Wano country was not too far, and they reached the land after more than 10 minutes. Shane got off the boat in a hurry, as if escaping, and finally got rid of the chattering Yamato. Hey, why are you running so fast? Looking at Shane's frantic running figure, Yamato was somewhat dissatisfied. She wanted to continue chasing him, but was stopped by the members of the White Group. Yamato, the matter of the Big Mom pirates has been resolved. We are about to leave the island. You'd better get ready as soon as possible. Ace reminded. They had not originally planned to stay in Wano country forever. Although the terrain and resources of Wano country were very good, it was too far away from the sea, and these pirate guys could not stay here. But they will not all leave. Ace will leave some people to guard Wano country, such as his Captain Izo, who is originally from Wano country. He will lead some members of the Whitebeard pirates who want to stay. That's enough. Moreover, the original samurai power of Wano country is not weak. There are still a few of the 9 Red Scabbard alive, the boss of the largest underground force, Hyagoro, and several samurai kept by the daimyo families. Together, they are a force that cannot be underestimated. The power of looking. Even if 4 Emperor's Kaido attacks again, they can hold out until the Whitebeard pirates' reinforcements arrive due to their geographical advantage. On this side, Shane finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Yamato didn't catch up. He was not in a hurry to return to his residence. Calculating the time, everyone was probably just waking up by now and had not had breakfast yet. On his way from the port to his friend's residence, Shane happened to pass through several commercial streets. He randomly picked a breakfast shop and bought tons of food. As soon as he got home, he saw Kagura squatting in front of the wooden house, teasing the ants crawling on the ground with a piece of dogtail grass. The girl was wearing pink pajamas, her hair was disheveled, and she was squatting on the doorstep barefoot, looking like she had just woken up. But as soon as Shane approached, she smelled the aroma of food in Shane's hand, and like an orange-haired cat smelling fishy smell, she instantly locked onto Shane's hand. A few minutes later, the two of them feasted in the cabin, and the breakfast boxes were scattered all over the place. Hiccup. Shane burped. The food in Wano country was not bad. It was the food that was closest to what he ate before he traveled through time. The girl next to him was eating with grease dripping from her mouth. At this moment, she was sitting in a chair with her legs on the table, picking her teeth with a toothpick in an extremely indecent posture. This girl behaves like that middle-aged uncle. Pop. Shane decided to correct her bad sitting posture. He reached out and patted her feet off the table. Then, under the girl's dissatisfied gaze, he walked over and wiped the stains from the corners of her mouth with a towel. During this whole process, Kagura was very quiet. This girl was like a cat. After she had eaten and drunk her fill, her temper would become much gentler. Even if Shane pinched her face casually at this time, she wouldn't get scared. The touch is still as comfortable as before, and this girl seems to have gained a lot of weight with him. Her face is now chubby and full of flesh. It seems a little cuter. Girl, where are the others? Why are you the only one staying at home? Xian asked without stopping his hands. Because of diarrhea yesterday, Kagura went to the island with Wu Liuqi only in the evening. When they arrived, the banquet was almost over. However, one of them had a stomachache and the other had not recovered from his injury. So they had no appetite. So missing the banquet was not a big loss. Everyone went out. Drake and Victor went shopping together. Ingjia and Taojia took Kana to the Keijai Hall. Klee, Carrot, Achi, and Abao went to fry fish together. Kaishikawa? Wait, why'd they take Kana to that kind of place? Shane immediately realized the point. Kana woke up in the morning and said she wanted to learn to dance, so Ingjia and Taojia took her out of the Keijai house. I don't know why a dragon like her would learn human dance. Oh, Shane was in a trance for a moment, and the memories of a month ago came to his mind. At that time, they were still in the Sabaody Islands. Kana asked him one day what gift he wanted. He seemed to have a sudden thought and said he wanted to see Kana dance for him. I originally thought it was a joke, but I didn't expect Kana to still remember it. Shane shook his head, feeling both warm and amused at the little thoughts of this young dragon. What about you? Why didn't you go out? Xia-in released his hand that was pinching the girl's chubby face and looked at her curiously. Hearing this, Kagura sighed in annoyance, touched her cheeks that were pinched red by someone, and then covered her stomach with her hands and said, "It's all because of my stomach. They invited me before they went out, but when I woke up in the morning, my stomach was aching so badly that I couldn't go out until you brought the food back, and I ate it. So, you don't have a stomachache. You're just hungry?" Xian wanted to laugh. He squatted in front of the girl and pretended to rub her belly, which was slightly bulging after she had eaten. It was soft, perhaps because of the way the girl was lying on the chair. There was much more fat than he had imagined. This girl, shouldn't she lose weight? Shane raised his head and looked the girl over. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but it's really shocking when you do. It turned out that not only her belly, but also her legs, arms, neck, and face seemed to have gained weight. The pink and white pajamas on her body were bulging due to her flesh, like a Fua doll. And the most obvious thing is her chin, which is no longer just a double chin, but even a triple chin or a quadruple chin. Shane swallowed, a look of disbelief in his eyes. It's bad. The little girl has turned him into a fat pig. Xian felt that he was spoiling her too much. He gave this girl as much as she wanted to eat, whether it was meat, desserts, drinks, or anything else. He cooked or bought almost anything she wanted to eat. Of course, Shane didn't just take care of her. He also treated all the crew members on the ship, including the chicken Gitabeo and the undercover Marine Drake, very well. Every time he went to the island, he would give them nearly 10 million Baileys in activity funds and let them spend as they pleased after arriving on the island, all of which would be paid for by him, Boss Xia. But Xia always favored Kagura, the girl who had been with him the longest, a little more. He would always bring her some food every time he came back from going out, so that now they... No wonder I get stomach upset so easily. It turns out that I'm too fat. My physical fitness has deteriorated, and my resistance has also decreased. No, even for her health, this girl has to lose weight. In the following time, Shane asked about the girl's physical condition and hinted at the fact that the girl had gained weight. Kagura, your clothes don't look like they fit you well. Kagura, your chair seems to be creaking because of you. Kagura, have you felt that walking has become more and more tiring recently, as if you're carrying a weight? Finally, under Shane's sincere concern, the girl finally understood. No, she finally got scared. Xiachan, can you please stop talking like that? Kagura's head hurt from being scolded, and she felt the pain that Shane had felt when he was harassed by Yamato. But unlike Shane and Yamato's unfamiliar relationship, Kagura didn't care as much as Shane did. She just raised her foot and kicked the guy in the face, sending him flying and making him lie prone on the wall of the cabin. Huh! Shane slid down the wall of the cabin, leaving a big footprint on his face. Xiachan, what have you been talking about since just now? Kagura walked up to Xia and raised her bare feet and turned his face over as he lay on the ground. Do you feel that you have gained weight? Shane said to the girl with a big chin who lay on the ground within his sight. Fat? Have I gained weight? I don't feel that way. Kagura didn't expect Shane to say such a thing and was stunned for a moment. Because there was no mirror in the living room, she didn't know whether she was fat or not. After thinking for a moment, Kagura had an idea and thought of a way to measure weight. Since he had no way of knowing it himself, he could tell her through other people's reactions. Then, as Shane's eyes grew larger and larger, the girl above him gradually brought her feet together, then jumped high like a zombie and slammed down towards his abdomen. Accompanied by a deafening roar and heart-wrenching howls, tiles flew off, the ground shook, and the wooden house collapsed. A man worth 2 billion was sunk into the ground at the waist, and a frightened girl stood on his abdomen. I really got fat. Shane scolded the girl harshly. Given his physical condition, he was not injured, but the main reason was that the wooden house was destroyed. The owner of the shop who had rented out the house to them came over after hearing the news, and he was so sad that he almost cried. Fortunately, Shane had more money, and after he paid several million for the repairs, the boss stopped crying and found a repairman for them, claiming that the house could be restored in a day's time. But this also means that he can't lie in the wooden house during the day. So in order to find something to do and help this obese girl lose weight, Shane came up with an idea. Are you looking for me to learn hockey? Or Raiwo? This. Hayaguro looked at the two young men who suddenly found him. The sudden request caught him off guard. 4 days ago, with the help of the Whitebeard pirates, he escaped from the factory of the Beast pirates and made a significant contribution in leading the reactionary forces of Wano country in that battle. Now, Wano country has been founded and everything is in ruins. As the country develops, Hayagoro, the leader of the largest evil force in Wano country, is busy with his protection fee business. However, he didn't expect that just as he and his men came out of an old customer's store, 2 strangers with the same hair color stopped him on the street. A man and a woman, like brother and sister. He remembered the man. He sat at the highest table of the Whitebeard pirates at the banquet yesterday, which meant that he was extraordinary and perhaps a very famous figure on the sea. Moreover, not long ago, Hayaguro received a message saying that an orange-haired man helped the Whitebeard pirates drive away the Bigmon pirates, who were at the same level as the Beast pirates, and save Kazuchi in disguise. Country once. One person fought off an entire Four Emperors pirate group that was no less powerful than the Beast Pirates. When Bing Walang heard the news, he couldn't help but admire the man's strength and courage. He regretted that he didn't go up to make friends with him at the banquet yesterday. But what he never expected was that the opportunity to make friends came in the blink of an eye, and the other party took the initiative to come to him. "Hey, old man, what are you thinking about? Xia Jiang said you're a very powerful master. Why do you look like ears?" Shane blocked all the dirty words with his hands. After running away from home, this girl spent some time at the bottom of society and inevitably was somewhat contaminated. Although she's not a bad person by nature, she has nothing to do with the qualities of respecting the elderly and loving the young. At least, verbally, she had never respected anyone, whether it was Kizaru, Rayleigh, or the little old man Hyagoro in front of her. Be more polite when speaking to the elderly. Xia In covered her mouth and showed an apologetic expression to Bing Walang in front of him. They came here to learn skills, so basic respect should be given. I also have a deep impression of the old man, Shane, in front of me. In the original work, the master who taught Luffy Ryuo was the third master after Rayleigh and Katakuri and before Kaido. My two guests who have come from afar. If you really appreciate my little tricks, I am willing to teach you everything I know as a reward for your driving away another Four Emperors this morning. Things went even more smoothly than Shane had imagined. Hyagoro somehow found out about his glorious feat of driving away the Bigman pirates in the morning with Kamui. Bingoro had almost no hesitation in responding to Shane's request, as if it was an honorable and sacred thing to be able to teach Shane and the other two how to learn Ryuo. "Are you two people with special abilities?" Bingoro asked suddenly before starting to practice. Kagura answered decisively that it was not, and Shane hesitated for a while, but ultimately did not choose to deceive Hyagoro that his ability was the ability of a fruit, and also shook his head. What a pity! If it was a person with special abilities, it might be more effective to train with the sea stone bound to him. Hyagoro stroked his beard with a hint of regret. This was the inspiration he got when he was working illegally in Kaido's factory, wearing sea stone shackles. Unfortunately, it cannot be put into practice on Shane and Kagura, so we can only wait for the right person in the future. You come to me every morning and bring a day's worth of food. We will practice from morning till night. Those with extraordinary talents may be able to comprehend Raisakura within half a year. The extremely talented person that Hyagoro is referring to here is a strong person who can practice the first stage of armament hockey to the peak at a young age. With his keen eyesight, he had naturally seen that both Xia In and Kagura were currently at this stage. The third day in Wano country. It was less than 6 o'clock in the morning. The sky was still dark, and fog filled the entire Wano country. When their companions were almost still asleep, Shane and Kagura, wearing the same tight training clothes, prepared to go out. They were going to find Hyagoro for today's training. Before going out, Sakura Fairy had prepared breakfast and lunchboxes for the whole day for them. As for why it is a bento instead of a lunchbox, it is of course because when in Rome, do as the Romans do. After finishing their meal, the two men, having regained some energy, ran towards the training location agreed upon with Hyagoro like zombies, with the encouragement from the Sakura Fairy. Thus began their one-day training. With the guidance of a famous teacher, Shane seemed to have returned to the days when he studied under teacher Lei Li in the Sabati archipelago. However, Kagura said that she had never had such a hard life since she followed Shane. Not only did the food become less, but she also had to practice and train all the time. In the past, she would have turned over the table and quit, but at this moment, what kept her going was the layers of fat that were bulging from the tights she was wearing. On the surface, she was here to learn Ryuo, but what Hyagoro didn't know was that this talented girl in his eyes only wanted to lose weight. During this time, Ace suddenly broke into their training area and watched with great interest for a long time. "Lord Ace, are you also interested in my Ryuo?" Seeing this, Hyagoro felt a little flattered. Ace is now the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Although he is young, in Hyagoro's eyes, he is already on the same level as Kaido and Odin. "No, Grandpa, your domineering aura is indeed outstanding, but I am not here to practice, but to say goodbye. The Whitebeard pirates are preparing to leave the island. For them, driving away Kaido and liberating Wano country are all goals of their trip that have been perfectly achieved, so there is no need to stay any longer. At this time, all their pirate ships had even reached the waterfall connecting Wano country to the New World Ocean. Ace specially drove his exclusive speedboat back to see Shane. Ace, be careful of Blackbeard. He might be stronger than you think. Before Ace left, Shane said in a warning tone. Ace was surprised. He didn't expect Shane to say such words to him before leaving. When the name Blackbeard was mentioned, Ace's eyes instantly sparkled with flames. This man is now a taboo in the Whitebeard Pirates and is a target that everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates wants to kill. After they dealt with the matter in Wano country, the next target they wanted to make was Blackbeard. There will be a battle between the new Whitebeard Pirates led by Ace and the Blackbeard Pirates. I know this better than anyone else. His fruit ability, his physical skills, and his domineering nature have been deeply engraved in my mind after the defeat that day. Ace clenched his fists, his eyes gradually became solemn, and blazing sparks seemed to be about to burst out of his pupils. But his tone seemed exceptionally steady. Shane, I won't lose again until I become one piece. There was no emotion in his words, as if he was just saying something that was a matter of course, but his confidence made Hyagoro's eyes widen. He felt the conqueror's aura coming towards him, as hot as fire and as majestic as a king. As expected of him being the current leader of the Whitebeard Pirates, his qualifications make Hyagoro feel inferior. Afterwards, Hyagoro felt another conqueror's aura surging around him, which came from his apprentice Shane, who was learning Ryuo from him. His domineering attitude seemed to be affected by Ace's domineering attitude and was passively triggered to compete with it. You should say this to your crew and your brother. What does it have to do with me, whether you win or lose? Although it was a groundless conqueror's domineering confrontation, for some reason, Shane did not want to admit defeat. As he actively exerted his strength, all of Conqueror's domineering aura poured out, oppressing the air for a moment, causing Hyagoro and Kagura to take several steps back. Because I become more and more convinced that in the new era, One Piece will definitely be created among the four of us, you, Teach, and my brother who has not yet gone out to sea. We will definitely be rivals in the future. Ace was passionate, and at this moment he seemed to have turned back into the Fire Fist who challenged Whitebeard when he came to New World, and the young man was full of energy. Shane was startled, and his eyes were dazed for a moment. He finally understood Ace's inexplicable fighting spirit. He regarded himself as a strong rival for the future One Piece position. This does not mean that the two sides will have a big fight when they meet at sea in the future. In Shane's understanding, the relationship between him and Ace in the future may be more like that between Roger and Whitebeard, like enemies and friends. But the difference is that now Ace intends to become One Piece, but Shane has no such intention at all. The treasure left by One Piece? One Piece. And the final island? Even if they really reached the island, what would it matter? According to the nature of this world regarding blood and destiny, it would be useless for outsiders to reach the final island. They had to wait until Luffy, the reincarnation of Nika, arrived. Ace left, which also meant that the main force of the Whitebeard Pirates had all withdrawn from Wano and returned to their maritime base camp. Conqueror's Dominance and Mastery, 2.47%. Conqueror's Dominance and Mastery, 10.23%. After a domineering collision with Ace, Xia-Un has gained something, and Conqueror's Domineering has improved a lot. After Baituan left, the country of Wano gradually returned to its former tranquility. The people of Wano were most concerned about it, shifting from Baituan to the Red Dragon Pirates. I don't know who spread the news, but everyone knows that Shane has a bounty of 2 billion and is Ace's friend, who helped Wano country drive away the Bigman Pirates. Not surprisingly, he became a popular fried chicken in a country. Nowadays, he has no time to practice, and people who recognize him often gather around him. For this reason, Xia-In, Hyagoro, and Kagura had to change their training place to the beach on the shore where their pirate ship was docked. There is almost no human habitation here, because of the frequent presence of ferocious beasts and sea beasts. The fourth day of Wano country, Xiaoyan and Kagura followed Hyogoro to continue his training. Drake and Luo couldn't sit still anymore. In order to improve their strength, they took Wu Yoshi with them to visit the famous samurai families in Wano to discuss and exchange ideas. The three of them went out in high spirits in the morning, but came back bruised and swollen in the evening. There are really too many masters in Wano, and there are many who master domineering, and almost everyone is good at swordsmanship. Although the three of them were beaten badly, their strength did increase very quickly. Therefore, the three of them decided to go to the gym every day for the next time they stayed in Wano, looking for beatings and then becoming stronger. Sakura Demon and Peach Blossom Demon recently took Kana to study at the Kabuki Hall. The two demons are extremely talented. Because their appearance and temperament are different from ordinary people, they almost became the number one in 2 days. Of course, the stewards of the Kabuki Hall did not dare to let the two of them do the work of serving guests. They all knew the identity of the two demons, and they were the crew members of the 2 Billion Man. Therefore, the Sakura Demon, the Peach Blossom Demon, and Kana come to the Kabuki Hall every day to learn dance from Kazuki Hayori, the former number one courtesan in Wano. As the relationship between the several people got better and better, Kazuki Hayori asked the 3 Sakura demons to help her keep an eye on the news about her brother Momonosuke after they went to sea in the future. The 5th day of Wano country, Xiaoyan and Kagura are still practicing. Drake and Wu Yoshi set out to play in the Kabuki Hall again, and Sakura Demon, Peach Blossom Demon, and Kana are still going to and from the Kabuki Hall. When Kelly was frying fish, she discovered a ruin with ancient writing on it. She was very interested in this writing. Unfortunately, she asked all over Wano, and no one knew what the writing meant. After Xian knew about it, he followed her to read it after the practice, and found that the text was a historical text, but there were neither O'Hara scholars nor three-eyed people around him, so he couldn't understand it at all, so he finally chose to make rubbings. Save one portion for future use. Victor was invisible all day long, leaving early and coming back late. He was very tired when he came back every day, but there was a sense of joyful satisfaction on his face. As someone who had been there, Xian could tell at a glance that something was wrong with him, but he didn't want to get too involved in the crew's personal affairs and just told him to take care of himself. Victor looked confused. After thinking about it, he shook his head speechlessly. He told Shane that he did not go to the adult entertainment place that Shane imagined, but went to a school to serve as a temporary lecturer. Xian was in awe, gained a new understanding of Victor's character, and praised him repeatedly. Victor was a little embarrassed. He said it was not entirely because of those children, but mainly because their school actually included sea stone in the remuneration for lecturers. He had long wanted to study this magical stone that Shane mentioned that could make people with special abilities weak. Day 6 in Wano country. Shane performed an item pool summon in the morning and obtained several recipes from Klee's world. 10 million Baileys were only used for a few recipes. Shane almost vomited blood, but the crew members were very happy because they were going to have a feast. On that day, Shane and Kagura mastered the key to Ryuo. Kagura and Shane practiced successfully one after another, which shocked Hyogoro so much that his beard almost stood up. Call them two monsters, two monsters. The initial stage of Ryuo is to release the armament haki, using the haki to form a transparent armor outside the body. It can also be wrapped around weapons to cause damage to the enemy without contact. In the advanced stage of Ryuo, not only can it damage the enemy from a distance, but the damage also has a penetrating effect, acting directly on the enemy's body. In the original novel, before Luffy mastered the Hashan, he relied on the advanced stage of Ryuo to hurt Kaido. Kagura and Shane are currently in the elementary stage of Ryuo, which is a level that only a very few strong people in the sea can reach. Even Hyogoro has regressed from the advanced stage to the elementary stage due to his old age and physical weakness. You have mastered Ryu in just a few days. Brother Xia and Ms. Kagura, your potential really makes me feel ashamed. After spending a few days together, Hyogoro and Shane Kagura gradually became closer and addressed each other from sir to little brother and miss. Shane called him old man, and Kagura even went so far as to call him stinky old man. Stinky old man, what about the next stage? Isn't it said that we can hit the target from a distance? Teach us now. Kagura said anxiously that after a few days of diligent exercise, the girl's fat body gradually became thinner, and her waist became as slender as before. From now on, you just need to feel it with your heart. The next stage cannot be achieved behind closed doors. You need to fight in actual combat and have a lot of actual combat with strong people before you have a chance to comprehend it. We understand. Thank you for your help these past few days, old man. Armament Hockey Mastery, 96.46%. Armament Hockey Grandmaster, 3.21%. The short training came to an end, and it was time to go out to sea again. Shane was not in a hurry to go out to sea today. He spent the rest of the day touring Wano country with his friends and bought a large amount of supplies for sea voyages. At night, upon learning that they were about to go to Wano country, Aizo, Kazuki Hayori, Hayaguro, and several daimyos of Wano country invited them to a farewell banquet. Wano country also has its own rules for holding banquets, which originated from Kazuki Oden. It is said that this custom was brought back from the sea and was gradually accepted by the people of Wano country. At the banquet, when the name Kazuki Oden was mentioned, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Kazuki Hayori even sobbed slightly. It seemed that this name had become a thing of the past. Now they still remembered it. In the future, young people in Wano country might only remember the Whitebeard pirates. Even Yamato, but not Kazuki Oden. Everyone sighed, but Shane thought it was a good thing for Wano country to get rid of the influence of this name. But he was just drinking quietly, and there was no reason for him to spoil the fun on someone else's turf. Tomorrow is a special day. It is the 15th day since the summoning of the Sakura Fairy and the Peach Blossom Fairy. This is a sign that the next partner is coming. Magnolia, located in the center of the city, stands a magic guild that is famous throughout the continent. Its name is the well-known fairy tale Exhibitionist. Carsick Boy. The noisy sound of fighting came from the guild tavern, completely breaking the silence of Magnolia that lasted the entire night. There was a loud clang. Gray was knocked away by Natsu's punch without paying attention and happened to bump into the chest of a certain armored woman. His head hit the helmet, making a buzzing sound. This be ************ D. Gray felt like he had a concussion. Not only did he feel dizzy, but he also seemed to hear someone talking in his head. An adventure on the sea in another world? Different from wizards, fruit users have a unique physical skill system. Can I learn if I go there? Comparable to the difficulty of an S-class wizard mission? The more Gray listened, the more excited he became. The idea of adventure in another world alone had piqued his interest. Not only can you learn new physical skills, but your strength will also increase. The most important thing is that this different world is more difficult than an S-class mission. If he completes it, doesn't it mean that he will become an S-class wizard before Natsu? Gray, are you okay? A voice interrupted Gray's fantasy, and Urza looked at him with some concern. Gray sat on the ground for a long time, without saying anything. She thought that her armor had damaged the other person. However, Gray suddenly stood up, and a strange magic circle lit up under his feet. Iruza, please tell the president that I'm going on an adventure to another world. Without any warning, the light of the magic circle disappeared in an instant. It was so fast that no one in the guild except Urza noticed it. This guy, Urza had a bewildered look on her face, staring blankly at the empty space where Gray had disappeared. Now there was only a jacket and a pair of trousers left. Idiot, why do you have to take off your clothes when you go to another world? Time, 42nd day of the journey, 8th day in Wano country, 8:11 a.m. Location, in the waters of Wano country, near the Great Falls on the Wave Chaser. Characters, Shane, Kagura, Drake, Klee, Kanna, Wulyochi, Jitabeo, Victor, Sakura Fairy, Peach Blossom Fairy, and Carrot. There were 10 people and 1 chicken in total. Some sat on the deck chairs, some leaned against the edge of the boat, some sat on the ground, and some even sat in the captain's arms. In short, today is an extremely important day. After finishing their work at sea, all the crew members gathered in the open space on the central deck of the ship. Cooling time has ended. Host funds detected. 6.733 billion Baileys. Summoning condition of 1 billion Baileys achieved. It is detected that the host has 3 valid summoning media. Do you want to select any summoning medium to start the summoning? Shane put his consciousness into the storage space, where in addition to his weapon, the sword bathed in dragon blood, there were 3 summoning media: a sandbag, a men's shirt, and a hat. Shane had already thought about who to summon this time. As soon as the thought came to his mind, a deep blue men's jacket fell into his hands. After a reasonable analysis, Shane believed that there was a serious situation of more women than men on the ship. Among the 10 people and 1 chicken, there were only 4 men, including G. DeBeo. Therefore, he was in urgent need of male crew members. So, compared to hats and sandbags, Shane chose a men's jacket that was more likely to summon male characters. Start calling. Under the gaze of all the crew members, Shane shouted out loudly without any shame. The wind started to blow, the light shone, and a summoning array made up of magic words floated on the deck. With the sudden gust of wind, a space crack appeared in the center of the summoning array. Then, in the dazzling blue light of the summoning circle, a naked man wearing only shorts, with well-proportioned muscles and a black symbol branded on his chest muscles, slowly walked out. Naked man? No clothes? Is this... Great. Even though he was not wearing any clothes, Shane recognized the man at a glance. He had been following Fairy Tail and One Piece since he was a child. Congratulations to host for successfully summoning the Fairy Tail Ice Wizard. Gray. Ability obtained. Ice-shape magic. Character: Shane. Age: 24. Race: human, 73%. Night rabbit, 5%. Elves, 4%. Dragon, 10%. Demon, 8%. Abilities: Conqueror's Hockey Mastery, 11.32%. Fire Elemental Power Mastery, 74.21%. Observation Hockey Mastery, 42.61%. Armament Hockey Grandmaster, 3.52%. Dragonization a Grandmaster, 2.21%. Swordsmanship Mastery, 21.23%. Machinery Mastery, 4.11%. Resuscitation Mastery, 3.26%. Ice Shape Mastery, 3.35%. Host remaining assets, 5.733 billion Baileys. Next character's summoning time starts cooling down. 14 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Ice Shape Magic? Shane was delighted. After obtaining the Ice Shape Magic, his Dragon Transformation skill proficiency was upgraded from Mastery to Grandmaster, and his transformation forms increased to 3. One is a Fire-type Red Dragon, which uses the Fire Elemental Power from Klee, spews out flaming breath, and has an extremely high resistance to flames. The other is an Ice Dragon, who uses the Ice-shape magic from Gray, and sprays icy breath that can freeze humans, causing a freezing effect similar to Aokiji. The 2 states can be superimposed, that is, the Ice Dragon state. In this state, he will gain resistance to both fire and ice, and his breath will also be upgraded to a dark blue ice flame, which will burn the enemy. Burn and freeze effects. While Shane was thinking to himself, the other crew members were also a little surprised. It was the first time they saw a newcomer summoned without clothes. But after all, they are from another world. Maybe this newcomer just happens to come from a world where people don't wear clothes when going out. So it's understandable, right? I don't understand shit. This guy isn't even wearing pants, just a pair of black shorts. Isn't that underwear? Kagura couldn't hold it in any longer. She could actually see a crew member who was even more perverted than Shane. The Sakura Fairy, Peach Blossom Fairy, Klee, and others on the side had already turned their heads away with blushing faces. Among them, the Sakura Fairy glared at Shane angrily, complaining that he did not remind this new partner that he was a pervert. I don't know either. Shane spread his hands innocently. At this moment, he saw the jacket in his hand and suddenly realized the purpose of this summoning medium. Good boy. Tongzi, you knew from the beginning that this guy would come here naked. Shane threw the men's jacket in his hand, and Gray caught it subconsciously. At first, he didn't understand the etiquette of throwing clothes when meeting someone, but he soon found that everyone looked at him with a strange and familiar look. It was just like the way those people in the guild looked at him every day, strangely friendly. Oh no, I'm not wearing any clothes. When did? Gray suddenly realized, looked at Shane with gratitude, and then put on his jacket. However, he looked even weirder when he put on the jacket. He wore the jacket on top, but a pair of empty shorts on the bottom that were not much longer than his underwear. Shane held his forehead helplessly. This guy is also a thick-skinned person. Aki, go get him a pair of your pants. He waved to Wu Liuqi. In terms of body shape, Wu Liuqi and Gray were more similar. Okay, boss. Wu Liuqi made an okay gesture, then rushed back to the room like a gust of wind and came back a few seconds later wearing a pair of black trousers. Where are your clothes and pants? While Gray was getting dressed, the crew members asked him questions out of curiosity. I don't know either. Was it swallowed by your summoning magic circle? Or is the summoning condition of this summoning circle to sacrifice the clothes I was wearing before? Gray put on his clothes very neatly and skillfully, which showed that he had been in similar situations countless times. But when DeBeo and I traveled through time, we didn't encounter such a thing. Our clothes, scissors, and even our luggage were all intact. Wu Liuqi was a little confused. Kelly also expressed her opinion, a little shyly. The clothes are not missing. Kelly was wearing clothes when she came. Me too, Kana said after Klee spoke. Us too. The Sakura fairy brought the Peach Blossom fairy to Xian. As she spoke, she twisted Xian's waist, as if to express her previous resentment. Shane, who was suddenly attacked, took a breath of cold air. The female monster's hand was quite strong. After sleeping in the same bed with each other for a few days, the two sisters, especially Sakura Fairy, showed less and less respect for him than when he first came. Sometimes I would lose my temper with him, sometimes I would glare at him, and sometimes I would pinch him secretly like I'm doing now. I thought the elder sister was more mature, but it turns out she is even more. Shane, who was pinched, rubbed the flesh on his waist and muttered softly, but the banshee with excellent hearing heard it again, and the other side of his waist also could not escape the fate of being pinched. Maybe I left in too much of a hurry and forgot to bring my clothes with me. The people on the other side also didn't come to a conclusion. Gray waved his hand casually. He didn't really care where his clothes went. But after this incident, the crew members have labeled him as weird, perverted, and naked man. After spending many days together, everyone naturally understood that this guy simply liked to take off his clothes. Hey, Mr. Naked Man, before you join us, you haven't told me your identity and name yet. The captain of the ship and his assistant Sakura, Yao, did not say anything, so the task of integrating the newcomer into their ship fell on Drake. In fact, according to normal procedures, he would now conduct a strict interrogation of the newcomers, asking about their backgrounds, past experiences, and interpersonal relationships before incorporating them into the group. But Drake knew that the companions Shane summoned with his ability were a little strange. Their identities and origins were unknown, and there was no such person in the world before. So even if he asked, he would not get any useful information. Just like now, my name is Grateful Pasta. I live in Magnolia City in the kingdom of Fiori. I'm from the Magic Guild fairy tale, and I'm an ice wizard. As expected, Drake didn't understand a word except his name. Magic Guild? Are you a magician? Victor was the most shocked. Magic was taboo in his world. He and Jace studied the Hex Stone in order to use it to grasp a little magical power. Ice? Could it be a similar ability to Admiral Akiji? Drake automatically ignored the word magic, which he didn't understand. It's not a magician, it's a wizard. I don't know what a magician is, but it's definitely different from us. Gray shook his head in denial, and at the same time, he put his hands together in front of his chest and made a skill pre-swinging motion, which was indeed not related to a magician in the traditional sense. Ice shield. Along with a dazzling white light, a sudden chill arose, and an ice shield condensed out of thin air in front of him. Wow, Everyone exclaimed, and among them, Wulyochi, Klee, Kagura, Carrot, and Jidabeo clapped their hands out of respect. How cool. You said you're not a magician. One more. Hey, I'm not a monkey for people to watch. And why can a chicken and a rabbit talk? Gray was frowning, and only then did he turn his attention to Jidabeo and Garrett. Because I'm a furry tribe, not a rabbit in the ordinary sense. Apart from my appearance being different from your hairless tribe, there is no other difference. Garrett explained in a silly way. She was still in shock and didn't understand how Shane managed to turn a living person into a living person. Could this be the magic in the hairless world? Is Shane a magician? Thinking of this, Garrett looked at Shane with admiration, which made Shane a little confused and carefully handed her a carrot. And I'm just an ordinary chicken that can speak human language. Little brother, do you want a cigar? A chicken smoking a cigar doesn't seem ordinary, does it? Gray's mouth twitched, and he declined Jidabeo's kindness. But he was very receptive. After all, there was already a talking and flying cat in the guild. Gray moved his gaze away from Jidabeo. This time he didn't look at anyone else, but began to look at the surrounding environment. What catches the eye are masts, sails, cartoon red dragon flags, and the vast, boundless blue sea. An extremely huge sea beast that he had never seen before jumped out of the water, and the calm and smooth water surface was instantly broken. Roar! The body of the sea monster was completely exposed on the sea surface. It was nearly 100 meters long, and its huge mouth full of fangs seemed able to swallow the ship in one bite. What kind of monster is this? Gray's expression became nervous. He placed his hands in front of him, and ice spear models gradually emerged in front of him. But before he could make a move, the orange-haired man who gave him the jacket at the beginning walked forward lazily, raised his eyes, and glared at the sea beast. Woo! The previously ferocious sea beast instantly lost its temper, with a human-like expression of fear on its face. Under Gray's incredulous gaze, it dejectedly dived back into the sea. Are all the monsters here so cowardly? No, that man seemed to have used a force beyond his knowledge, and it was he who scared the sea beast away. There was a hint of doubt in Gray's eyes, but at the same time he felt relieved. He had never fought a monster of such a large size, so he was inevitably a little nervous when he saw it for the first time. Still want to run away? Drake, Kagura, leave it here. We have another big meal to eat today. Shane used his observation hockey to observe the movement of sea beasts in the sea water and pointed out a direction for Drake and Kagura. Swish! Drake pulled out the black cutter slung across his waist, and with a roar, a black axe blade rushed into the sea. The sea water exploded, blood dyed the sea surface red, and the roar of sea beasts could be heard faintly. Don't run away with the food. Kagura actually jumped into the water and fought with the sea beast that was hit by Drake in the sea. The waves were surging, which was terrifying to watch. After a while, the Poseidon with dilated pupils floated on the water. Kagura emerged from the water, her whole body wet. Kana and Klee had already prepared dry towels, and the two little Lolas surrounded her and wiped her hair. So strong. Gray's eyes widened, revealing an expression of great surprise. Before he could even make a move, a monster of this size was solved? These people were very strong, and neither Drake nor Kagura used the magic he was familiar with, but only relied on physical skills. Hey, Gray, don't be stunned. Help freeze the prey. Shane patted Gray on the shoulder to bring him back to his days. This sea beast was extremely large, with a total length of over 100 meters. Their boat, which is over 60 meters long, certainly could not hold all the food, so they could only keep the meat of the sea beast, and the rest of its body would have to benefit other fish in the sea. An hour later, as the barbecue grill, iron pots, cooking pots, etc. were brought to the deck, a sudden banquet began. It seemed as if this sea beast was there to welcome Gray's arrival, and it gave everyone a delicious barbecue dinner. Burp. I've never eaten so much in my life. It was almost noon, and the warm sunshine was shining through the sky. Gray lay naked on the deck, stroking his bulging belly. Gray, why are your clothes missing again? Only a few hours had passed since the summons. but Shane had already asked this question no less than 3 times. Gray must have some kind of exhibitionism. Hey, when did you disappear? And every time he was pointed out, he looked panicked, as if he himself had no idea how his clothes disappeared. Oh, Shane sighed and was no longer prepared to correct his bad habit. It's good that you are happy, but I have only one request. You could take off your clothes, but you must not take off your pants. This is the requirement of the Sakura Fairy and the Peach Blossom Fairy. They come from a feudal society, and the strange hobby of naked bodies is still too advanced for them. I'll definitely hold back next time. Gray was a little embarrassed. His partners in the guild were already used to his bad habits, but the new partners on this ship were obviously different. At this time, a thin young man with a slightly pale face ran out of the cabin. His steps were hurried, as if he had something urgent to do. Gray, who was very outgoing, had already recognized everyone on the ship and knew that the young man's name was Victor and that he was the ship's shipbuilder. What's the hurry, Victor? Seeing that he was coming towards him, Shane sat up from the deck and looked at him with puzzled eyes. Victor breathed a sigh of relief, his tone somewhat happy. Mr. Shane, with the help of Mr. Drake and Mr. Wulyochi, we have successfully installed the sea stone on the bottom of the ship. Oh, so fast. Shane stood up happily when he heard that. 2 days ago, after Victor obtained a batch of sea stone in Wano country, Shane proposed to install the sea stone on the bottom of the ship in imitation of the marine ship. As we all know, on this great route that runs through the Red Earth continent and circles the world, both sides are composed of doldrums inhabited by countless Poseidons. Outside the calm belt are the 4 seas that cover the world: the East, West, South, and North Seas. So theoretically speaking, a ship sailing on the Grand Line can cross the doldrums, exit the Grand Line, and enter the 4 Seas region. However, there are 2 difficulties. One reason is that there are a large number of Poseidons living in the calm belt. The number of Poseidons is so large, and their sizes are so exaggerated that it is hard to imagine. If an ordinary pirate ship enters, it will be a dead end. The second reason is that there is no wind in the sea area in the doldrums, which means that ordinary sailboats can hardly move here. So currently, only Marine has the technology to safely cross the doldrums. The bottoms of their ships are inlaid with sea stone that the Poseidons mistake for seawater. The Poseidons in the doldrums will not attack them, and they also have a way to allow their sailboats to sail in the doldrums. Now, Sean's ship has also been successfully equipped with sea stone, so the Poseidons will no longer attack them, and with the Hextech power system, his ship can sail without wind. From now on, we can enter and exit the Grand Line at will, Shane said with emotion, and then hurried back to the bedroom to get a nautical chart. This nautical chart comes from the Whitebeard Pirates. It is said that it was drawn by the navigator of their pirate group himself. It records the discoveries of the Whitebeard Pirates over the years and is even more accurate than the maps of the Marine government. The one in his hand was naturally given to him by Ace and the others. Shane spread out the nautical chart on the deck and pointed to the island marked with the 3 words, Wano country. Gray and Victor looked in the direction of his finger. The former was simply curious about the world, while the latter was expecting Shane to determine the direction. We have just left Wano country and are now in the middle of the territories of Big Mum, the Whitebeard Pirates, and Red Hair. If nothing goes wrong, if we continue sailing, we will first reach the 10,000 countries ruled by Big Mum. That's terrible. I remember Mr. Shane seemed to have driven away Big Mum's pirate ship in Wano country not long ago. If we appear in her territory, there will definitely be friction. Big Mum? What a strange title. Is this guy very powerful? Gray asked doubtfully. Not very strong, but one of the 4 most powerful forces in the New World. Drake and Wu Liochi slowly walked out of the cabin and answered the questions asked by Gray. You've come at the right time. I have an idea about the subsequent route. Can you give me some advice? Seeing Drake coming, Shane waved hurriedly. He is one of the only 2 natives of the pirate world on the ship, and the person who knows this world best. Can our ship cross the windless zone now? Well, this ship surpasses all the marine ships I have ever been on. It is definitely feasible to cross the windless zone. Drake confirmed, with some curious emotions in his eyes. He also wanted to know what kind of route choice this captain with a strange mind would make. After Drake's personal confirmation, Shane was convinced that his idea was real and feasible. Then, he came up with a groundbreaking bold idea that shocked Drake to the point of doubting his life. Hypothetically, Xia impressed his finger on Wano country, and then quickly crossed a large distance, passing through 10,000 kingdoms and Beehive Island to the windless zone on the west side. Now we set foot on the windless zone, and then drive forward along the windless zone towards the depths of the New World. Can we sail to the end of the New World? That is the legendary final island, laughed Drew. New World, Ghost Island. Kaido was drinking heavily. He lived alone in a cave. There were tall wine bottles in front of him, and his men were constantly carrying them inside. His body was wrapped in bandages, and there were more than a dozen wounds all over his body. He had just experienced one battle, and it was normal for ordinary people to have wounds. But for Kaido, who had only suffered one blow from Odin in his life, it was particularly abnormal. Whitebeard, why are you dead? Only you can hurt me to this extent. He seemed to be drunk, sometimes crying, sometimes laughing like a maniac, showing his changing emotions vividly. Of course, the subordinates are already used to it. They just need to keep moving the wine, but Jin and Quinn think much more. Brother, there is no need to be so sad. The worst we can do is go back and snatch Wano and the young master back together. Quinn admonished, his tone full of treachery. In fact, he didn't want to go back at all. It was too dangerous to fight the Whitebeard pirates. Even if Whitebeard was dead, he was still a little frightened by the high-end combat power of the Whitebeard pirates. There are really too many, more than a dozen captains, dozens of pirate ship captains, and nearly tens of thousands of troops. Seriously speaking, with the exception of Kaido, the Beast pirates are almost all weaker than the Whitebeard pirates, and their mid-level and high-level combat capabilities are simply not enough. Moreover, the young Master Yamato also joined the opponent. Both she and Ace have mastered Conqueror's entanglement and are qualified to fight against the boss of Kaido. And given the young age of those two people, they may be able to reach the level of Boss Kaido in the future. Brother, I am not afraid to fight Marco again. Jin's eyes were filled with fire, filled with shame and anger. In Jin's heart, they didn't lose, but the old man who overdrawn his life used his last strength to knock the entire Ghost Island away. He was convinced that if Whitebeard had not done that, they would have won the Beast Pirates, because in the end Kaido was only injured but Whitebeard died. After hearing the words of the two powerful generals, Kaido's eyes suddenly became clear, and he glanced at Jin and Quinn in front of him with a hugely oppressive gaze. Brother. Jin's eyes were full of respect, and he admired him just as much as before. Brother. Quinn's expression was much more deliberate. It was also respect, but it looked more like flattery. Ha 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 ha. Kaido was very satisfied with these two kinds of respect. He reached out and patted the two on the back. Jean stood still, but Quinn's fat body was almost knocked down. No hurry. Before we fight those two brats, we have to watch a show first. A show led by the five elders and the guys behind them. Kaido took a big sip of wine, and the sound was accompanied by a strong smell of alcohol, which almost made Quinn, who was listening carefully, faint. What drama? Jean also covered his nose, but he did not show disgust. Instead, he asked in confusion. A few old immortals who fear the unknown saw visitors who did not belong to this world. Their fear, worry, and terror led to the birth of this play. With the appearance of that guy, the world gradually lost their control, and they felt that it was not only Joy Boy who could stop their plan. So they can't help it, or rather, he is finally going to take action. After saying that, Kaido laughed loudly while drinking. Looking up and laughing, his eyes seemed to penetrate the cave and reach the throne 10,000 meters in the sky. There sat a slender and mysterious figure. 5 white-haired old men came forward respectfully, knelt on the ground and kowtowed, as if they were worshipping a god. An old man said, Lord, we have contacted Kaido through special means, but he did not agree to participate in this dragon-slaying plan. He just said that he would be there when the time comes. Another old man blew up his beard, as if he was very angry. Does that ignorant guy really think we are his enemies? It is clear that he, us, and the whole world are enemies. That group of shameless visitors from another world, under the guise of the power of the devil fruit, are clearly using the power of another world. This can deceive the eyes of the world, but it can't escape the eyes of Lordim at all. Another old man spoke up. Lordim, should we also inform the other 4 emperors of this news? Bimum or Red Hair? The Whitebeard pirates seem to have a good relationship with him, so they probably won't agree. What a bunch of idiots. They have no idea who our real enemy is. Another old man said angrily. He was none other than the 5 elders who was beaten twice by Kana a month ago. It's no use. Except for a few people, numbers don't make a difference. The figure on the throne finally spoke, with a neutral voice that was neither male nor female, and whose gender could not be identified. I saw that white dragon. Its power level is far beyond our world. The only way to harm it is to rely on the original power of the devil fruit and the world's top conqueror's domineering power. Are you talking about the fruit awakening and conqueror's entanglement? An old man asked suddenly. No. Doflamingo also mastered the awakening of the fruit, but he still failed miserably, another old man quickly refuted. The voice from the throne came again. It's not an ordinary fruit awakening. I'm afraid only the fruit of me and the descendant of Nika can hurt it. In addition, in the current world, only Kaido and the red-haired conqueror's domineering can hurt it. The extent of it. So, should we contact Red Hair? Even though that guy has celestial dragon bloodline, he follows the path of Joy Boy, said one of the 5 elders. Don't force yourself. You have to remember that our move this time is just a test, not an elimination. And I will only try once. Um's voice sounded uncertain, which shocked the 5 elders. This was the first time, other than Joy Boy, that this godlike figure had shown such emotion. Your idea is very bold, but it's a pity. Drake was shocked by Shane's bizarre idea for a long time, and it took him nearly a minute to come back to his senses. I have to remind you of one thing. Even if we can safely reach the end of the new world through the Calm Belt, what will appear in front of us at that time will not be Raftel, but the other side of the Red Earth continent, the entrance to the Grand Line, and the backside of Upside Down Mountain. Except for Roger from One Piece and his many missing crew members, no one knows the coordinates of Raftel. The only way to find Raftel is to collect all the historical texts that are imprinted with the route to Raftel. Shane fell into a misunderstanding. He thought he could find Raftel by reaching the midpoint of a new world. There is a high probability that Raftel is in the deepest part of the new world, but as Drake said, no one knows the coordinates of Raftel. Even if you reach the deepest part, searching for an island with unknown coordinates in the vast ocean is like looking for a needle in a haystack, which is just a pipe dream. Sure enough, it's not that easy to pass the level. Shane was not angry about this, as Raftel had never been his biggest target. At most, he was a little curious about what Roger had left on the island and what secrets the island held. But it was only out of curiosity. He didn't want to bother himself with an illusory final island, or even get involved in the future fight between the 4 emperors. Suddenly, a little girl in a fiery red knight costume jumped out, and she was holding another sleepy white-haired girl. Brother Shane, Kali also has an idea. Xian was stunned when he heard that. Then he smiled and rubbed her hair, saying, Tell me, what earth-shattering ideas does our blasting expert have? Well, Brother Shane, Klee knows what you're talking about. Klee has another way to reach the deepest part of the new world. Under the gaze of Shane, Drake, Victor, and Gray, Klee and Kana jumped to the nautical chart on the deck. Klee lay on the deck, her eyes full of spirit rolling around. Her attention was completely different from that of Shane, who was focused on the Grand Line, the Calm Belt, and other routes. Instead, she was staring at the red Earth continent that surrounded the world. According to what Klee knows, just like the Grand Line, the red Earth continent also circles the world, so why don't we go directly through the red Earth continent to the end of the new world? Kana once took us to the top of the red Earth continent, which is Marahoa, where the celestial dragons live. Klee has observed that it is all land and spacious enough for us to walk on it. After saying that, Kelly raised her head proudly in front of Shane, and her cute little expression seemed to be waiting for Shane's praise. This, Drake stretched out his fingers and trembled slightly. The corners of his mouth kept shaking. The shock he received today was really too great. There were two guys on the boat. One went across the doldrums, which was so dangerous that even Marine didn't dare to stay there for long. Another one was even more outrageous. He actually wanted to climb to the Holy Land where the Tianlong nobles lived at an altitude of 10,000 meters and borrow a road from the doorstep of the Five Elders. What a unique train of thought. Shane was also shocked. He thought his idea was unique enough, but he didn't expect Kelly to be even more heaven-defying. It is feasible, but it is feasible. If we ignore the Five Elders who may be enraged and the celestial dragons like Yim, we can indeed go halfway around the world and reach the Red Earth continent on the other side. What the hell is Qingqi? Let's not talk about how all of us can get to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Where'll the food come from after we get there? What if the celestial dragons and marines are blocking the way? There's only one straight road on the Red Earth continent, so we are being attacked from both sides. We don't have a means of transportation on land that can rival the pirate ships. Are we just pure targets? Seeing that this guy was actually thinking about the feasibility, Drake finally couldn't bear it anymore and got so excited that veins all over his body became obvious. It's no wonder that he was so excited, because if he didn't rush to veto it, these daring guys would really do such a thing. Hey, what Drake said makes sense. This is something Klee didn't consider. Let Klee go back and think about it. After saying that, Klee pulled up Kanna, who was sitting drowsy on the deck, and the two girls hurried away again. Judging from the direction, they seemed to have gone to the lower cabin, Klee's bomb laboratory, which now seemed to be used as a secret base by the little guys. Mr. Shane, what Mr. Drake said makes sense. The wild ideas may have good intentions at first, but they are likely to lead to bad consequences in the end. Victor advised. Gray also shook his head. After listening for so long, he finally understood some of it. Shane and Kelly both proposed a way to reach the final island without taking the normal route. But these two methods, one is to go through the uninhabited and extremely dangerous doldrums, and the other is to set foot on a red soil continent that circles the world. Gray doesn't like either type. He likes crowded and lively places. Moreover, since he has come to this world full of oceans, he must experience the life of drifting on the sea. I don't want to go to the doldrums or land. It sounds boring. The sea is so much fun. I haven't experienced the joy of sailing on the sea yet. Well, Master Shane, I don't care about the final island either. Sakura Fairy came over with 4 cups of drinks in her hands. After the other 3 took away, she personally held the last cup in Shane's hands. After she saw Xia and take a sip of the drink, she stared at his profile and said softly, I just want to accompany Lord Shane, my sister, and all my friends on a cruise to see the local customs and practices of different places. Safety comes first. Oh, I know. I'm afraid most of my friends think so. Shane sighed and drank the drink in the glass. He felt a little regretful that he couldn't see Rafdell right away. But if this is what Lord Shane is looking forward to, I and everyone on the ship will support your choice. Sakura Fairy took the empty cup from Shane. Well, I will also provide my unreserved support, Victor said with a smile. He trusted Shane more than most people on the ship. This is your boat. It's up to you to decide where you want to go, Drake said coldly, turning his head to the side. Apart from not looking at Shane, his tone was normal. In such an atmosphere, Gray also wanted to say a few words, otherwise he would seem out of place. As soon as the voice came out, he was slapped back by Shane. There was a snapping sound, so crisp. You don't have to rush to express your opinion as a newcomer. Even if you want to talk, put on your clothes first. Shane was somewhat speechless, but there was some joy in his eyes. Because after Gray took off his clothes again without realizing it, the Sakura Fairy was so scared that she crawled into Shane's arms. Anyway, I never said that Rafdell was my ultimate goal. We should eat and have fun. Just like Sakura said, safety comes first. So your next island choice is, according to the direction we are sailing, It is most likely the Big Mom pirates Wangua. Even though we have just offended them, we will never mind. Let's just head there. Marine Headquarters, New World, New Marineford. New Shichibukai for newcomers? Are you serious? Kizaru, wrapped in bandages, sat on the sofa, looking at the list that Sakaski handed to him. There are only 3 Shichibukai left now. The world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye, Empress Hancock, and the newly joined Clown Buggy. The others, including Crocodile, Doflamingo, Moria, and Jinbei, were removed from Marine for various reasons. And Blackbeard, who had just taken office and was expelled from Marine for attacking Admiral Marine. Nowadays, the Shichibukai position is extremely vacant. In order to maintain the balance of the world, the Marine is not ready to abolish the Shichibukai system. Fleet Admiral Sakaski and other Marine senior executives have drawn up a list of candidates. Their names are Red Dragon Shane, Surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law, Eustace Captain Kidd, and Whitebeard 2 Edward Weeble. Among them, Shane's 2 billion bounty is the highest bounty. Law's bounty is 500 million, Kidd's is 400 million, and Whitebeard 2's is 480 million. Huang Yuan looked at them for a long time, shook his head, and said, "Among these people, except Xia In, it is hard to say whether the others are qualified. More importantly, given the tempers of these people, will they really agree to join Shichibukai?" Edward Weeble has decided to join. He only listens to an old woman who seems to have some connection with Whitebeard. Sakaski sat in the Fleet Admiral chair with a smoking cigar in his mouth. From my judgment, the dead surgeon will most likely join the Shichibukai. The most troublesome ones are Kidd and Red Dragon. I'll leave Kidd to another person, and you can handle Red Dragon. Me? Kizaru showed a confused expression on his face. He pointed to Sakaski at the bandages wrapped around his body, indicating that he was still a wounded soldier. You are very familiar with him, so it would be best if you could do it. Even when facing a colleague of many years, Sakaski's tone was unquestionable. But Kizaru could no longer sit still. He felt that ever since Luffy caused trouble in the Sabeti Islands, he had hardly stopped. He was always on duty or waiting to be on duty. After a month, he, who was originally the most lazy general, is about to become the most dedicated employee in the entire Marine. Now, when he went to the cafeteria to eat, he could even hear other Marines praising his diligence. This was almost impossible in the past. Bulu Bulu. A din-din mushy in front of Sakaski's desk rang. This din-din mushy seemed very important, and his expression suddenly became solemn. He motioned to Kizaru to stop talking, reached out to pick up the din-din mushy, and walked into the dark room alone. "Hello, it's me, Sakaski." After closing the door, Sakaski answered the din-din mushy and said in a cold tone, "I heard you're going to let Shilong serve as Shichibukai." A deep and old voice came from the other end of the din-din mushy, carrying a sense of indifference to everything. "It's true." Sakaski narrowed his eyes. He was not affected by the voice, and his voice was still cold. "It's not just me. This is the consensus of all Marines. If he takes over as Shichibukai, he will definitely pose a huge threat to the pirates. Do you have any opinions on this matter?" "Sakaski, watch your tone." The voice seemed extremely dissatisfied with Sakaski's domineering attitude. "We are the ones who promoted you to the position of Fleet Admiral. Who do you think your entire Marine government will obey? Don't forget, we can let you go up, and we can also let you come down." There were several threats in a row, but Sakaski did not respond except to clench his fists. He asked impatiently, "You don't have to talk about these things all the time. My time is precious. I don't have as much free time as you do. If you have something to say, just say it quickly." Sakaski's voice was extremely firm. He was a smart man and knew that none of the 5 old guys were available at the moment, and it was impossible for them to remove him from his position as Marine Fleet Admiral. Moreover, given his personality, he couldn't adopt a gentle and obedient attitude. "You, Sakaski, forget it, Satan. Sakaski has just this kind of temper. If you keep arguing with him, it will never end." A noisy discussion could be heard from the din-din mushy, as if one person was comforting another. Sakaski showed a disdainful expression when he heard this, and cursed those useless old guys inwardly. After a long time, the discussion was finally completed and a new voice was used to communicate with Sakaski. Sakaski, we have no objection to your appointment of Qi Long as the new Shichibukai, but we have a request that he return to the Sabaody Islands to take over. Just say that the Sabaody Islands are given to him as the Shichibukai territory. Sabaody Islands. Sakaski's eyes narrowed when he heard this. The Sabaody Archipelago is the closest island to the Holy Land of Marihoa. They actually want to give this land right next to their bed to a pirate? If these 5 old guys are not crazy, then they must have some ulterior motive. What exactly do you want to do? Sakaski asked in a deep voice. Of course, kill him. New world, close to the seas of all nations. Shichibukai? Me? Is this true? Inside the cabin, Shane, who was having lunch, raised his head. This is the news from Admiral Kazuru. He asked me to test your attitude first. Drake nodded. He had not concealed the fact that he had contact information with Kizaru since Shane gave him the black cutter last time. This also shows that if he were to choose between Marine and Shane, he would most likely choose Shane. What is Shichibukai? Kagura asked while eating. Gray, who had just arrived, and Kanna, who was a little curious, had the same doubts as her. Shichibukai are pirates recognized by the world government. Each member possesses catastrophic destructive power and enormous combat power that rivals a country. Klee explained, the Doflamingo we defeated earlier, he was a Shichibukai. He sounded like a very strong guy. Wait, Shane can receive an invitation from the world government. Doesn't this mean that his strength has reached this level? Gray was more and more shocked as he thought about it. He stared at Shane with his eyes, revealed a lot of fighting spirit. Gray looked at Shane with some excitement. Xian, fight with me. Let me experience your true strength. Ah, so sudden? Xian was slightly stunned, and suddenly remembered that everyone in their guild seemed to be a battle maniac. Don't look for me yet. Wait until you have learned armament hockey and observation hockey and can defeat the other crew members on the ship, then come look for me. Gray is definitely not his opponent at the moment, and Shane knows very well that if he defeats this guy, he will definitely be entangled with him and will probably fight him every day. Okay, I will defeat them all and then challenge you in the end. Gray nodded in agreement. He took it for granted that Shane, as the captain, was the strongest person on the ship. This kind of thinking also caused him to suffer many setbacks in the future, especially when facing Kanna and Kagura. Let's get back to business. Do you want to accept Marine's invitation to go to the Sabaody Archipelago to discuss the Shichibukai position? Drake slapped the table and corrected the topic that was almost led astray by Gray. Shane fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, he turned his head slightly and looked outside the cabin door past his companions. In the early morning mist, there are outlines of islands. Bigmum's sphere of influence, all nations. According to the current normal sailing speed, they will be able to reach the shore in less than an hour or two. The voyage to the New World was full of dangers. Although it was not that dangerous for them, they still had to stay vigilant at all times, and it took a lot of effort. In addition, the ship was occasionally hit by natural disasters such as whirlpools, storms, and waves, so no one, including Shane, had a good rest. The companions had been sailing on the sea for several days, and even if they didn't say it, Shane knew they wanted to go ashore and rest. But Shane was quite interested in the Shichibukai Council. After all, it was located in the Sabaody Islands. He met many acquaintances on the way back, and could also meet Shirahoshi, Rayleigh, Shaki, and others. The name Shichibukai is actually very suitable for me. With it, I can avoid interference from Marines and pirates to a certain extent. After a brief thought in his mind, Shane came up with an idea. Drake, did that old guy Kizuru tell you when the Shichibukai appointment meeting is and when I should be there? Drake Kaido. After a month of the 4 invited people, Whitebeard 2 and Trafalgar Law have already agreed. Now only you and Kid are left. Oh, did Luo agree? Shane exclaimed, feeling that this world was somewhat similar to the timeline of the original book. In the original work, Law also served as Shichibukai for a period of time, but was eventually removed from his position as Shichibukai by Marine because of the Dressrosa incident. But in this world, Law showed his strength in the Dressrosa incident and was invited by Marines Shichibukai. A month? That's plenty of time. Let's take a few days off to replenish supplies in Wangua before returning to the Sabeti archipelago. Shane made the decision. 1 hour before docking, after everyone finished breakfast, they had nothing to do. So in order to compete with Shane, who he thought was the strongest person on the ship, as soon as possible, Gray launched his level-by-level challenge plan. His first opponent was Garrett, from the Fur tribe, 14 years old this year, a member of the Musketeers, and favored by both Cat Viper and Inuarashi to be the next king of the furry Principality of Zo. Her weapon is a pair of rabbit claws. She is a dual-color holder of armament hockey and observation hockey. Her physical skills are at the top level in the ocean, and she masters the electric current attack unique to the minks. Gray knew none of the above information. He only knew that his opponent was a cute little white rabbit who liked to chew carrots and peek at other people's conversations. "Come on, Garrett, I won't hurt you." On the deck, Gray and Garat stood opposite each other, about 5 meters between them. Gray was ready to fight, full of confidence. Facing a weakling and his companion, Gray maintained a certain gentlemanly demeanor and let Garrett take the first shot. "Well, I'm on it." Garrett nodded politely, and then his cute expression suddenly turned fierce. His claws stretched out from his fluffy paws and instantly wrapped with strands of electric arcs. Thunder exploded, and a white shadow passed by, making a compact and hoarse explosion in the air. Then came Gray's scream. Before he could react, he was hit on half of his face by a furry rabbit paw. The powerful impact caused him to fly backwards, breaking through the railing on the side of the boat and falling into the water with a splash. Carrot's cute rabbit face looked a little confused. She rubbed her head. She didn't expect that it would be so easy to knock Gray away. "Is he okay? Did he fall into the sea?" Drake raised his eyebrows and looked at the sea with some worry, but then looked at Shane, who seemed to be trying to hold back his laughter. "This guy is so calm, he should be fine. It's okay. You should know that he is not a person with special abilities, so nothing will happen if he falls into the water." Xian smiled and shook his head. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, there was a crackling sound of ice, and the temperature suddenly dropped. Gray emerged from the sea. He was standing on the sea, and the sea water under his feet had turned into ice. After he fell into the water, he froze the sea water into an ice layer. Looking around, there was about 10 meters of ice surface, similar to Akiji's ability. Drake's eyes lit up. He used to be a Marine and knew very well the ability of former Marine Admiral Akiji. He could freeze the seawater just like Gray. However, compared to Akiji, Gray's freezing range seems to be smaller, and the temperature does not seem to be as low as Akiji's ability. But he just witnessed Gray falling into the sea with his own eyes, which proved that he was not a person with special abilities, as Shane said. "What a fast speed. I underestimated you just now, Garrett. This time I will use all my strength." Gray's physical fitness is also particularly strong. After being hit by Carrot's armed color domineering attack, there was only a red mark on his face. "Ice Lancer." Gray put his hands together in front of his chest, and accompanied by a dazzling light, ice spears condensed into shape and flew out in unison in the direction of Garrett. Swish, swish, swish. The ice spears were like afterimages in the air, with the tips of the spears emitting a cold edge, heading straight towards where Garrett was standing. A flash of red light flashed across Garrett's eyes, and her observation hockey was activated. Her body became extremely agile. Not only did she easily dodge the ice spear, she also jumped directly into the sea and attacked Gray in a biting posture. Clang! The rabbit's claws hit an ice shield, and there was a sound of metal clashing. What a strong force! Gray was horrified. He didn't realize he was knocked away by Carrot before, and thought it was because he was careless and not prepared. But now that they were fighting in an open and fair manner, he finally realized the power of this young rabbit girl. This is not a harmless little white rabbit. It is clearly a ferocious beast. This strength and speed are several times stronger than his. Snap! With a snort from the girl rabbit, her sharp claws penetrated the ice shield, and the half-human-sized ice shield suddenly cracked from the center. The minks are a natural fighting race. Carrot, who usually looks well-behaved and sensible, seems to lose his emotions after entering the combat state and turns into a fighting machine. Garrett uses both fists and feet and is incredibly fast and extremely flexible. Gray could only see afterimages and flashes in front of him. He was completely unable to capture the opponent's movements with his naked eyes. He could only rely on his instinctive reactions to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Garrett. Gray's body is also very strong, and the mages are not the kind of fragile people who rely only on magic. On the contrary, they are actually warriors who are best at close combat. The fight between the man and the rabbit was extremely fierce. Carrot relied on her domineering aura and the talents of the fur tribe, while Gray used ice-shaping magic combined with his past physical skills. Finally, after fighting for dozens of moves, Gray broke the ice with one move, causing Carrot to fall into the sea. He then froze the sea again to trap Carrot, leaving only a rabbit head exposed above the sea. I won. Gray gasped heavily. His whole body was red and swollen, all from the scratches he had just received from Garrett. The ice cone in his hand stopped 10 centimeters away from Garrett's forehead. Garrett versus Gray. The winner is decided. Gray wins. Oh my, if we were on land, I wouldn't lose. Your ability is too shameless. Carrot gritted his teeth, his face turning red with anger. But her words were also a disguised admission that she had already lost. So after hearing her voice, Gray lifted the magic and allowed Carrot to escape from the ice. The man and the rabbit jumped back to the Jubwa. Garrett wants to seek comfort from someone, while Gray wants to challenge the next crew member. On the Jubwa, some were happy and some were sad. Damn it was that guy Gray who won. My 1,000,000 Baileys. Kagura cried and held her head. Yeah, I won money again. It turns out that you can't go wrong if you follow Lord Xiaoan. The Peach Blossom Demon held a stack of money and smiled so happily that peach blossoms bloomed all over the boat. Damn it, you guys are actually gambling. Gray shouted angrily. He finally understood, and like his mates in the Fairy Tale Guild, his new mates weren't too shocked either. There's not much entertainment on the sea. You can't deprive everyone of their right to happiness, Gray. Shane said with a smile while counting the money. Almost everyone on the ship, except Victor, who was controlling the wave chaser, participated in this lively event. Gray didn't really care. He just complained a few words and took the opportunity to ask for a share of the money from the crew members who bet on him to win, thus earning his first pot of gold in this world. Then, looking at the island getting closer and closer, Gray anxiously looked for his second opponent. You still want to fight? Shane was a little helpless. This guy was really a fighting maniac. He shook his head. But fighting on the ice you created gives you too much of an advantage, and it's not fair to the other crew members. It's okay, Xiachan. Let me teach him a lesson. Kagura suddenly walked out angrily, with a flame as if behind her. Xian was a little surprised. When did this girl become so active? Normally, she was too lazy to move, let alone practice fighting skills. I want this guy to apologize for the money I lost. These words almost came out from between his teeth, and you can imagine his anger. It turned out that he was too anxious to lose. Shane found it funny, but he couldn't help but look at Gray, who was in high spirits after defeating someone. This guy is going to suffer. Come on, let's fight on the boat. I won't be hit this time. Before he could finish the rest of the words, he saw a flash of red afterimage, and in Gray's suddenly widened pupils, a rather small parasol hid his forehead. Gray flew backwards again, this time even faster than before, like a meteor, flying towards the sky dozens of meters away. Drake, Wu Yochi, and others swallowed their saliva in fear. The speed and strength of this monster were still scary, even though they had seen it many times. Hey, there's no need for you to use Rewing. Shane was also sweating profusely, fearing that his new crew member would be beaten to death. He hurriedly woke up Kanna beside him. Kanna, look where Gray was hit. Kanna opened her eyes a little dazedly. After rubbing her eyes emitted a blue fluorescence, and her dragon eyes looked hundreds of meters away. After searching for a while, Kanna said in a cute and sleepy voice, he landed on an island with many creatures on it, and he was caught by a talking tree. A talking tree. Shane understood immediately that this was the ability of the Four Emperors' fruit, which gave souls to dead things. Gray was thrown to the Four Emperors' island by Kagura's umbrella. Notified Drake to speed up the landing, otherwise Gray might get into trouble after encountering Big Mom's crew. In the Wangway territory, there is a small island very close to the central area. The one who rules this island is the fifth son of Four Emperors Big Mom, with a bounty of 300 million berries and the ability of the Heat fruit, Charlotte Owen. Charlotte Owen was currently practicing in the forest. A few days ago, he followed the Big Mom pirates to Wano country and personally experienced the defeat. From then on, he made up his mind to practice hard, and one day he would defeat the Red Dragon who insulted their Big Mom pirates. A little lesson. Suddenly, accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, a figure fell from the sky and landed on a big tree where Charlotte Owen was practicing. Lord Owen, a stranger has fallen on my body. This big tree, like the surrounding trees, has human-like facial features on its main trunk. Its voice sounded extremely panicked. Don't panic. Let me take a look. Owen walked closer, looked at the top of the tree, and found that it was indeed a face he had never seen before. Could it be a pirate who broke into Wan Guo without permission? His mother, Charlotte Linlin, is still in a state of amnesia. The Four Emperors Big Mom pirate group is leaderless and can only rely on Katakuri's power to barely avoid causing chaos in the country. But without the appearance of Big Mom himself, the power of Wan Guo has weakened. In the past few days, many pirates have secretly broken into Wan Guo's territory and have plotted to take over their territory. So Owen subconsciously thought that the man in front of him was also this kind of person. You damn thief, I'll let you experience the consequences of your greed. Owen was furious, and as his anger soared, heat rose from his body, and the temperature around him rose by dozens of degrees in an instant. Run! Lord Owen is mad. The big trees, flowers, and even some weeds screamed in panic and ran away. This naturally included the tree where Gray was lying. It first shook its trunk, causing Gray to fall to the ground, and then used its branches to lift up the roots like a skirt, and quickly fled along with a large group. When Gray stood up from the ground in an unconscious state, he suddenly felt the temperature rise sharply, and a hot stream like magma was rushing towards him. For a moment, Gray thought he was beaten back to the guild, and that it was that annoying fire idiot who attacked him. I shield. There was no time to dodge, and relying on his previous experience against Natsu, Gray quickly put his hands in front of him, and a half-man-high ice shield was formed in an instant. The heat flow instantly broke through the ice shield and burned Gray's skin, causing him to grimace in pain. Huh, you seem to have some strength, don't you? Owen showed a look of shock on his face, which then gradually turned into joy. Although the nameless pirate who had sneaked in was injured by his ability attack, he used his ice shield to block most of the power, causing his hot breath that could have melted a human body to only scratch his skin. It was confirmed that he was a strong man worthy of his full-strength fight. Hole. Why did you launch a surprise attack? Gray had a painful expression on his face as he pressed the scrape on his arm. He realized that he was no longer on a ship, but on a forested island. This should be the 10,000 countries that Shane and the others mentioned, and it is also the place they are about to arrive. The little girl who had a big appetite and looked ordinary turned out to be so strong that she knocked him nearly a kilometer away with one blow. His head was a little dizzy now. If he hadn't been suddenly attacked, he would probably want to lie on the ground for a while. Attack? If you hadn't barged into our island without permission, and it was my training place, why would I attack you? Gray couldn't refute Owen's words, and he couldn't explain that he didn't sneak onto the island, but was driven to the island by his companions. But if it was an ordinary person who was hit by that blow you just made, he might have died, Gray said in a deep voice, looking at the person in front of him with a very serious gaze. The tall and sturdy figure looked like a small hill, with his hands covered with a circle of red light, and the scorching temperature burned the air, making a crackling sound. The ability Shane mentioned seems to be related to temperature. You're not an ordinary person. Although we haven't fought yet, judging from the fact that you blocked my attack just now, I can see that your strength is at least comparable to that of a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. Owen rubbed his hands together and took heavy steps towards Gray. As the distance got closer, his fists continued to gather power, like a small sun. I saw you just put up an ice shield. The ability of the fruit should be related to freezing. It looks like a lower level of the ice fruit. It's a coincidence. People often say that my ability is lower than that of General Akainu. Maybe it's fate that we met here. As soon as he finished speaking, before Gray could say anything, Owen had already swung out his fist that had been accumulating power for a long time, and two streams of red-hot air swept out. Let's have a fight. On the other side, under the piloting of Victor, the wave chaser flexibly avoided the spies distributed in the waters around the island and entered the territory of the 10,000 nations. It was on that island that Gray got into a fight with a man who looked angry. At the bow, Kanna, who was held in Shane's arms with one hand, scanned all the islands of the 10,000 nations with her eyes like a detection instrument, pointing in a specific direction. Notify Victor to drive in the direction Kanna pointed. Shane instructed Wu Liuqi and Ji DeBeo, who were on standby beside him. Yes, boss. Okay, boss, yeah. After receiving the order, the man in the chicken quickly turned around and ran towards the cockpit. What does very angry man mean? Shane grabbed the tender face of the lowly in his arms. Kanna replied, because he was steaming all over, just like what Shane said, steaming with anger. Xian was speechless. He didn't expect that this little girl could also tell jokes. The wave chaser was more than 60 meters long. Even though Victor had excellent driving skills, he was still discovered by the people stationed there when he approached the shore of the island pointed out by Kanna. Who are you? How dare you break into Wangua? Hurry up and inform Lord Owen that an unknown pirate has broken in. Lord Owen is practicing. Oh no, something seems to be happening where Lord Owen is practicing. The soldiers stationed on the island panicked. With a sound like an explosion, their attention was no longer on the pirate ship that suddenly appeared, but on the interior of the island. In their field of vision, accompanied by a stream of heat, the forest where Owen was practicing suddenly caught fire, and the temperature rose sharply. Then an ice floe appeared, and the burning forest was frozen again, as if winter had suddenly arrived and the temperature dropped again. This is Lord Owen's ability. No, it's Lord Owen who is fighting with others. Owen's men are all candidates for the Bigman Pirates and are by no means ordinary pirates on the sea. They did 3 things in a short period of time. The first is to send some people to the forest to help Owen fight the enemy. The second is to leave most of the people behind to block this unknown pirate ship at the harbor. Third, they used Den Den Mushi to report the matter to Katakuri. In just a few minutes after reacting, the remaining members came up with such a detailed countermeasure. This is the foundation of the 4 Emperors pirate group. On the wave pulling, Mr. Shane, we have been discovered. There are many weapons near the port, waiting for us to get close. Victor said, just some guns and artillery. They pose no threat to us. Drake put down the telescope and said to Shane, but if we are held back by them, the top leaders of the Bigman pirates might take the opportunity to come over, and then we will most likely be surrounded. None of this is important. The most important thing is to rescue Gray. His current strength is not enough to face the general of the Bigman pirates. Shane looked worried. The original plan was to land on the island in a low-key manner, take the crew to rest on the island for a few days, and then, after making some supplies, leave quietly without alerting the Bigman pirates. All these well-planned plans were ruined because Kagura beat Gray to the island. Shane suddenly thought of a key point. The Bigman pirates can teleport through the mirror. We must be careful. It's too late. Before he finished his words, a cold and imposing voice sounded in the cabin. Then there was a burst of dense footsteps. Shane turned around abruptly and saw a large group of fully armed pirates walking out of their cabin. The leader held a trident in his hand, was over 5 meters tall, had a muscular body covered with various scars, and his mouth was covered by a scarf around his neck. This person is none other than Katakuri, the first star of the Big Mom Pirates, Big Mom's second, who masters the three colors of hockey and has a bounty of 1.057 billion berries. Behind him were three other generals, a dozen ministers, and dozens of powerful grandmasters from the four emperors. At this moment, they all poured out from the cabin of the wave-chasing. The crew members were extremely surprised, but Shane knew that they were teleported here through the power of the mirror fruit. Katakuri, a strong wave of emotion, surged in Shane's pupils, especially when he saw the crew members being held captive in their hands. Jidabeo and Wu Yoshi fell into the hands of two other generals, Smoothie and Cracker respectively. Boss Xia, help! ×2. The man and the chicken, who were captured in an instant, felt like they had seen their backbone after seeing Shane, and they started crying exaggeratedly with snot and tears. Hole, you made my hands dirty. Smoothie yelled in disgust, and then simply threw the chicken at Shane. I was rescued so quickly. Jidabeo, who fell into Xian's arms, was a little confused. Nanny, Lord Smoothie, how could you let the hostage go so easily? That's the result of our raid. But luckily, we still have a hostage in our hands. This way, we always have the upper hand. One Piece seemed to have seen something unbelievable, and their eyes widened. Their Lord Cracker, at the signal of Lord Katakuri, actually threw the last remaining hostage, Wu Yoshi, toward Shane. What are you yelling for? We are the Four Emperors pirate group. It would be embarrassing if we went against a pirate group with 2 billion in number by taking hostages. Cracker, one of the biscuit soldiers, yelled to his men behind him. Besides, with the four of us here, plus you useless guys, the Red Dragon Gang can't escape even if they have wings. After Cracker's speech, the pirates behind him suddenly realized what was going on. They became more and more excited and shouted the names of Katakuri, Cracker, and others. In comparison, several people on Shane's ship were affected. Drake narrowed his eyes, his palms sweating as he held the handle of the black cutter, thinking to himself that the Four Emperors pirate group was indeed extraordinary. Wu Yoshi, Jidabeo, and Victor's pupils were trembling. It was the first time for them to encounter such a scene, and they were extremely nervous. On the other side, Kana and Kagura didn't react much. One was still leaning against Shane with half-open eyes, while the other was sitting on the edge of the boat, yawning and watching with interest. The Cherry Blossom Demon and the Peach Blossom Demon fluttered to Xiao's left and right sides. Their slender hands under their wide robes surged with demonic power, and they were always on guard against the opposite side. Garat was squatting on a wooden barrel, still chewing a carrot, but the rabbit's claws were already stretched out, and it was also in a state of combat readiness. Kelly seemed to be the most excited one, with a gleam in her mischievous eyes, and I don't know what she was thinking about. After looking at Katakuri for a long time, Shane laughed out loud after seeing Wu Yoshi and Jidabeo being released. He suddenly said, Kagura. Kagura responded, staring at Shane's back. Go to the island and look for Gray, who was knocked away by you. If he is injured, your living expenses for next week will be reduced by half. The gentle voice spoke cold words. Natsu-chan, you evil capitalist, how can you withhold the crew's wages like this? I'm going to report you to the Marine government. Kagura was anxious. Marine can't control me. We are pirates now. Shane turned around and smiled, raising 3 fingers to Kagura. But I can control you. If you don't go in 3 seconds, your living expenses will be halved immediately. 1. 2. Wait, stop scolding me. You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Kagura's eyes became more and more terrified, and then she jumped dozens of meters to the island along the path Katakuri had seen in advance. Superior. After a few flashes, it disappeared from sight in a moment. That girl who jumped so high. Is that the dragon girl of the Red Dragon Pirates? She looks really extraordinary. Nonsense. She's a pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries. The third member of the Red Dragon Pirates. So what? The sword demon, Ah Chi, who is worth 400 million berries. was taken down by Brother Katakuri in 2 moves. I think their bounty is probably inflated. Katakuri, why didn't you stop her just now? Your observation haki should have been able to predict it. Smoothie stepped forward and asked. It's useless. I can't stop it. Even if I take action, I will be hindered. Katakuri's voice sounded particularly heavy, and his eyes unconsciously looked at the white-haired little girl next to the red dragon. Just as Kagura was about to leave, Katakuri used his observation haki to predict the scene after he tried to stop her, and what greeted him was a dazzling flash of lightning. 1.587 billion Baileys, the second member of the Red Dragon Pirates, Silver Dragon Kana Kimi. She has a small body, a pair of white horns on her head, and a purple dragon tail behind her. Apart from these inhuman physical features, she looks no different from a human girl. But Katakuri, however, keenly sensed the other party's peculiarity, which gave him a sense of fatal threat, a feeling that was even stronger than that of the Red Dragon himself, as if he was facing his own mother for Emperor's Bigmom. Katakuri denied his feeling. He didn't think a little girl could be compared to one of the 4 emperors. But he did not underestimate this silver dragon, and whispered to the other 3 generals beside him. Smoothie, I'll leave this guy to you, Cracker, and Snaggle to deal with together. Nanny, are you kidding me, Katakuri? Let the 3 of us deal with that little guy. Smoothie looked ridiculous and stared in surprise at her brother, whom she trusted. She's not a small one. Her bounty is higher than Katakuri's. She's the second most threatening person to the Red Dragon Pirates. Cracker obviously has more information than Smoothie, but his tone still reveals with a sense of displeasure. The generals were all proud and arrogant people, and 3 against 1 was really hard for them to accept. If you're not serious, you will lose or even die. Katakuri said no more. He stared at Shane, the leader on the opposite side, with fiery eyes and stretched out his hand to invite him. Red Dragon, it's not convenient to move your fists and feet here. Go to the mirror space and fight me. Just what I want. Listen, I'm going to meet Katakuri later, and you guys can pick a suitable opponent and just treat it as a practice. Always remember one thing. If anything goes wrong, call Kanna's name. Kanna, I have a mission for you. Protect all the companions on the ship. Also, you must suppress your own power and don't destroy her ship. Of course, you can get mad when necessary. While Katakuri was giving orders, Shane on the other side was also giving orders to his companions. And you, Klee, don't do anything today. Just stay with Kanna. Your bombs will sink our ship. After saying that, at Katakuri's invitation, the 2 of them walked into a large mirror one after the other. No one else tried to stop them, and the scene looked very harmonious. Oh, the excited Klee wilted in an instant. She bit her lips sullenly and became autistic. Damn it, what Brother Shane said made sense. But she also wanted to join the fight with her friends. No, she must find a way to participate in this battle. Klee suddenly had an idea and thought of a way to contribute without blowing up the ship. She followed Brother Shane into the mirror space and then worked with him to blow up the bad guy, Katakuri. Of course, the premise of all this is that I must not be discovered by Shane and Katakuri and follow them into the mirror space. Otherwise, I will definitely be stopped. Among those present, the only one who could hide from these 2 people and send her into the mirror space was, as expected, Kanna. Fortunately, Kanna is her good friend. So, when Shane and Katakuri went to the mirror space together, Klee whispered something in Kanna's ear, and then Kanna nodded, reached out, and gently pushed Klee, and actually pushed her into the mirror space out of thin air. Kanna, where did you push Klee? Peach Blossom Demon witnessed the actions of the 2 Lolas and asked in surprise. Shane entered the mirror space, and Kelly asked me to send her in as well. Kanna answered honestly, but I saw Lord Shane and the others entered through the mirror space. This world seems to have a lot of this ability. I can capture the spatial trajectory of their existence, so it's easy to enter there. Just like the last time she captured Van Oka's teleportation, Kanna was also able to sense the existence of the mirror space. And on the other side, there is a little girl in the Bigmom Pirates who also secretly entered the mirror dimension. Her name is Flamp. and she is Katakuri's sister and avid fan. Her ability to enter the mirror dimension is different from Klee's. What she wants is to witness Katakuri's victory with her own eyes. The battle begins. Suddenly, with Smoothie's roar, all the members of the Big Mom Pirates launched an attack. Dozens of people rushed forward. "Let's go too." Drake raised the black cutter high in his hand, like a savage, charging warrior. He was the first person to launch an attack on the Red Dragon Pirates. His target was also very clear. He ignored the woman's Smoothie and went straight for the remaining, strongest cracker. The black axe blade hit the body of a biscuit soldier heavily. There was a heavy bang. The biscuit soldier was so tough that the black cutter's axe blade failed to break through the defense, and Drake was knocked away by the recoil. "Humph. Leaving 2 cookie soldiers is enough for you to have fun." Cracker sneered and snapped his fingers, and 2 identical cookie soldiers appeared instantly. His target is Silver Dragon, not this new pirate supernova. In his eyes, a supernova is far from being a match for Brother Go. However, just after he took a few steps away, a shattering sound suddenly came from behind him. Cracker turned around in disbelief, only to see that the huge black axe had actually split open the defense, and the biscuit soldier exploded into a pool of biscuit powder on the spot. "How is it possible? How could you possibly break my defense with your strength?" Cracker's eyes widened, as if he had seen something incredible. But he is a general after all, and his eyesight is extremely sharp. "Understand, it's the black axe in your hand. You used it to exert a penetrating power that didn't belong to you. It's called the Black Cutter. It's a gift from the captain. The axe is just as its name suggests. Every attack can cut through the enemy's defense." Drake smiled and was never reluctant to tell others about his weapon, because only when others knew about it would the name of the weapon spread. As he spoke, he raised the black axe and swung it 5 times in a row. The shield of the other biscuit soldier broke a little with each blow, until the 5th blow split the body behind the shield in half. "Your cookie soldier, I only need 5 cuts. Damn it." Cracker's expression became serious, and he dared not underestimate this opponent anymore. This black axe was his nemesis. His biscuit defenses were like toys under this axe. "What are you still waiting for? Cracker, come over and help." An urgent roar came from the side. Cracker turned his head suddenly, and after seeing the situation clearly, the shock in his pupils doubled. The 2 supernovas, Smoothie and Snaggle, were actually being suppressed. Their opponent was naturally Kana. Smoothie's body expanded to more than 10 meters high, and even the Wave Chaser was pressed down by her huge body. At the same time, the long sword in her hand suddenly increased to more than 20 to 30 meters. However, such a huge sword that spanned half of the ship was easily blocked by an exceptionally white and tender little hand. Smoothie's eyes were filled with shock and anger. She felt insulted, but no matter how hard she tried, her sword couldn't press the little hand down. Seeing this, Snag on the other side launched a sneak attack. He was the only one among the 4 generals who was good at physical skills and had extraordinary swordsmanship. He swung his big sword and slashed a sword energy of nearly 10 meters toward Kanna. Kanna turned her head and her pupils widened, and an arc of electricity burst out from her blue eyes. It was like a bolt of lightning that pierced through the sword energy with great ease and struck Snag's greatsword, knocking him and his sword off his horse. Smoothie was speechless, and fear appeared on his face for the first time. While resisting her attack, the opponent actually had the energy to deal with another general, and with just a casual glare, Snag fell to the ground in disgrace. This strength, isn't it really the 4 emperors? While Smoothie was thinking, she suddenly felt her sight rising higher and higher. Wait. When she looked down, she saw that the little hand had grabbed the tip of her sword, which was about 20 to 30 meters long, and actually lifted her whole body up. Smoothie was terrified. In the hands of this little girl, she was like a baby facing an adult, without any ability to resist. Under Smoothie's extremely horrified gaze, the monster-like little girl in front of him actually stopped what she was doing when she heard her voice. There was a puzzled expression on her delicate face, and her voice sounded a little dull. "Waiting for what? Huh?" Smoothie took a deep breath. She didn't expect that this monster would actually stop because of the words she blurted out in a hurry, causing her to blush with shame. How should I answer her? I had never encountered such a strong opponent before, and I felt scared after being easily crushed, so my survival instinct made me subconsciously say, wait a minute. She was afraid that the little girl who could transform into a silver dragon would suddenly open her mouth and swallow her whole after lifting her up. No, I am my mother's proudest daughter and one of the 4 strongest generals. How can I be afraid just because I feel the threat of death? Thinking in this way, Smoothie gradually became stronger, or perhaps this was her original character. It was just because Kana was too powerful that shocked her heart. Nothing. Go on. Sorry, I have to use my ability. My sword can absorb the power from you. Smoothie gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. Then the ability of the squeezing fruit was suddenly activated, and a suction force was transmitted from the greatsword into Kana's body. Huh, Kana exclaimed. She felt like someone was stealing the power in her body. But the speed of stealing was not fast. If the power in Kana's body was a pond, then the suction force was only the size of a bowl. Even if she sucked it for a whole day, she would not be able to absorb it all. So Kana did not stop him. She was a little curious about this feeling. It was magical to transfer her power to another person's body. A surge of power came out from Kana's body, passed through the tip, blade, and hilt of Smoothie's sword, and flowed into her body along Smoothie's palm. Ah! Smoothie screamed with pleasure instantly. She had never absorbed such a powerful force before. Her body did not expand this time, but instead gradually shrank from more than 10 meters to the size of a normal person, and the sword in her hand also shrank. What a strong feeling! Although her body was smaller, a surge of energy was surging throughout her body, almost overflowing. She just exerted force casually, and the hilt of the sword in her hand was almost crushed by her. With a casual wave of his hand, the space seemed to explode, just like Whitebeard's ability, and he actually created a tiny crack in space. With this extraordinary power, she even felt that Katakuri was no match for her. This is for Emperor's level power. Smoothie was shocked. By absorbing some of Kana's energy, she was able to rise from a general star to the level of 4 emperors. This is only the limit of the energy her body can carry, not the limit of the little girl in front of her. She can feel the other's energy reserves as vast as the deep ocean. You really are a complete monster. Smoothie stared at the white-haired lowly in front of him, with fear and greed in his eyes. Your ability is very interesting and useful. It made me remember the transmission method just now. Maybe I can use it actively. Kana didn't pay much attention to her. The energy absorbed by Smoothie was her energy for a day. Consumption is nothing. She learned how Smoothie sucked the energy out of her body and mastered it instantly. But she didn't want to absorb other people's power. On the contrary, she felt that the power in her body could be given to others, such as to Shane. Connor decided that next time, when Shane was about to leave her, she would transfer some of her energy to him. This way, I don't have to keep calling my name, which sometimes makes it hard for me to sleep well. Thinking of this, Kana looked up at Smoothie with gratitude. Thank you for letting me learn something new. Shane said that she should learn to be grateful to those who have helped her. Thank you. Smoothie once again felt ridiculous. After absorbing the other person's energy, the other person actually thanked her. But none of this mattered. Her goal at the moment had changed. Ever since she felt the almost invincible pleasure from absorbing the energy from Kana, Smoothie had a bold idea. That is to keep this little girl by my side and serve as her future energy source, a mobile power bank. Silver Dragon, do you want to cooperate with me and join my fleet? The two of us may become the strongest in the world together. Smoothie invited boldly and enthusiastically. Her fruit ability, coupled with the vast energy of the little girl in front of her, is an almost perfect combination. No, Shane won't agree. Kana shook her head without even thinking, making a Dhamma gesture with her hands in front of her. Even though this woman had just helped her, that was all. In her heart, her status was far inferior to that of Shane. Moreover, Kana was not stupid. She knew that the other party was actually an enemy, so it was a good thing that she did not knock them away. Smoothie, what are you doing? Why are you chatting with the enemy? A slightly urgent voice sounded from his side. It turned out to be Snag. After being knocked down by Kanna, he was still unwilling to accept the defeat and wanted to attack again, but was stopped by a strange figure. He recognized this guy at a glance, Sword Demon Achi. The bounty looked intimidating, but he was just captured by Katakuri with 2 moves, so he didn't care much. But during the fight, he deeply felt that his opponent was unusual, as if he had become a different person, emitting a biting coldness all over his body, and the knife in his hand could even split. Snag paid the price for his carelessness in the beginning. He was always at a disadvantage and was beaten down. He had no chance to catch his breath and had dozens of wounds all over his body. That is to say, he has thick skin and tough flesh, and although the opponent is fast, his power is still inferior. Otherwise, he might have fallen down long ago. Stop making noise. Seeing that his invitation was interrupted, Smoothie glared at Snag angrily, only to see that he looked extremely embarrassed. A ghostly black shadow kept flashing in front of him, and a strong gust of wind carried dazzling and fragmented knife light. Each black fragment contained domineering power, piercing Snag's body scarlet. This guy can actually suppress Snag to such an extent. Smoothie's pupils suddenly dilated, but after all, Snag was in the same camp as her. Seeing that he was suppressed, Smoothie couldn't help but help him. After absorbing some of Kanna's energy, Smoothie's strength was significantly improved. With a casual pointing of his finger, the long sword in his hand quickly extended. Just like Luffy's rubber fruit, it instantly crossed most of the deck and attacked in the direction of the black shadow. A red light flashed across Chi's eyes. He sensed that someone was attacking him, but he did not stop attacking Snag because within his field of vision, a white-haired lowly had raised her right hand. Bang! The giant sword was suppressed by lightning in an instant, and then Smoothie's body seemed to be hit by something and shot out violently. When he was about to hit the cabin, he was caught by a hand. How could you? How could I be so vulnerable? Smoothie could hardly believe his eyes. The one who knocked her away was the same one who caught her. Shane said that Kanna should protect the safety of her companions and the ship, and you just tried to destroy both. Kanna is really angry. So you're out. Kanna supported Smoothie's back and lifted him up with great ease. Then he identified the direction of an island and waved his hand. The shadow of a giant dragon emerged behind her. With the powerful force, Smoothie turned into a meteor, passing through several islands in the blink of an eye, crashing into countless buildings along the way, and finally landed in Big Mom's castle. Charlotte Linlin, dressed like a little girl in a cute pink dress, turned her head in confusion. She was eating dessert in the castle when a figure broke through the wall and landed beside her. Sister Smoothie? After taking a closer look, Charlotte Linlin, who had lost her memory, saw clearly who was lying next to her. It was Sister Smoothie, who often gave her food after she woke up a few days ago. Although she claimed that she was her daughter, Charlotte Linlin didn't think that she, at the age of 10, could have a daughter that big. But none of this matters. What matters is that Smoothie, who was once kind to her, is now covered in bruises, as if he had been abused. Linlin decided to avenge her. Who bullied Sister Smoothie? She put down the dessert in her hand, and the chains wrapped around her body were broken into pieces in an instant like a toy. She was like a wild beast that had broken free from its restraints. She took heavy and powerful steps and smashed all the walls and buildings in her way to pieces. The palace, castle, forest, and hillside all seemed as if made of paper in front of the crazy Linlin. The citizens on the island were deeply impressed by this scene, and they fled in all directions with screams of panic. Mom has lost her mind again. Everyone, run for your lives. Don't just run away, you bastards. Hurry up and prepare the cakes and desserts, and throw them into Mom's mouth. It doesn't work. Mom seems very angry, as if she is looking for an enemy. In the mirror world, two figures that could not be seen with the naked eye were fighting fiercely. Their speed was incredibly fast. Every fierce collision produced aftermath that almost collapsed the mirror world, and then they separated from each other at an even faster speed. In just a few minutes, the two fought for no less than hundreds of rounds. Another collision, the two men faced each other with fists in midair, with top-notch armed color domineering, sparks flying, and purple lightning running across the entire mirror world. After a few seconds of stalemate in the air, both of them were shaken away. Katakuri's eyes revealed an incredible emotion. He flew backwards, crashing into dozens of buildings. Finally, he used the ability of the sticky rice fruit to extend his two long arms, allowing himself to land smoothly. He has great strength, speed, power, and even armament haki and conqueror's haki, none of which are inferior to his. He even seems to be ahead. Katakuri suddenly felt a pain in his body. The next moment, he covered his aching chest and coughed up blood. Is he injured? It was the armament haki just now. His armament haki level is higher than mine. He is already able to release it externally and penetrate my defense to hurt my internal organs. Shane was also hit hard. He fell to the ground, and his legs left a mark of several dozen meters on the ground before he came to a stop. There was quite a bit of shock in his eyes. This was the first time he met someone who could compete with him in terms of strength after his battle with Jack. As expected of the son of that monster Big Mom, he inherited part of her physical qualities. Moreover, the most troublesome thing about the opponent is his domineering aura that can predict the future. They had just exchanged hundreds of moves. Except for the head-on collision, all of Shane's attacks had been dodged by Katakuri, but he himself was not dodged at all. There were wounds all over his body, and he looked worse than Katakuri. Much more serious. But recovery. When Xia-In activated the ability from the Sakura Demon and the Peach Blossom Demon for the first time, he felt a green light, like holy light, shining through his body, as if he was bathing in sunlight. The next moment, all the injuries were recovered, the scratched skin and wounds were restored as before, and even the restless heart calmed down. Now, except for some bloodstains on his body and some damage to his clothes, he has no wounds at all. Is this restored? Katakuri noticed the change in his opponent's state and returned to his full body state in the blink of an eye. What a terrifying resilience this is. This guy's a real monster like Mom and Kaido. Katakuri didn't know the skills that Shane secretly used and thought that he simply relied on physical recovery. And in his mind, he had included him as one of the most physically powerful monsters in the world. However, in terms of physical strength alone, Xia-In in Doran form is indeed not as good as Kaido and Big Mom. At the moment, the only ones who can compete physically with those two monsters are Kanna and Kagura. Hey, what are you dawdling about, Katakuri? Hurry up. Xia-In, who had recovered his condition, was particularly confident. Seeing that Katakuri had not moved for a long time, he took the initiative to wave to Katakuri to let him come over. Red Dragon Xia-In, I admit that I have always underestimated you before. It was me who looked at the sky from a well and thought that your strength was not worthy of your bounty. Facing Xia-In's provocative tone, Katakuri smiled instead of anger, a smile filled with satisfaction when he met an opponent worth fighting. What about now? Xia-In stood calmly on the ground, his domineering aura still intact, waiting for him to finish what he wanted to say. Still unworthy, at least until you walk out of this mirror world alive. Katakuri stepped forward slowly, looking down at Xia-In with a pair of cold eyes full of fighting desire. It is worth mentioning that he is also 5 meters tall. In front of Xia-In, who is more than 1.8 meters tall, he still looks like a giant. But right now, this giant doesn't mean to be contemptuous at all. He is staring at the opponent's movements, which means that he is really serious to the extreme. Come on, if you beat me, your 2 billion bounty will be real. On the other hand, if you lose to me, you will no longer have a place in the new world. As Katakuri's cold voice fell, he stepped hard on the ground. When a trident was shaken by the ground and fell into his hand, a monstrous conqueror's domineering force swept out like a strong wind. Xian's hair was blown up, and the orange strands almost stuck to his scalp, and his clothes all fluttered. But this is not the most terrifying thing about Conqueror's domineering power. He can not only affect the real environment, but also impact people's hearts. Now, Xian was constantly being impacted by Katakuri's Conqueror's domineering power. It was like there was a wild beast with a huge amount of blood in front of him, constantly roaring at him. Xian was not at all fazed by this. His eyes were calm and unwavering. He is very familiar with Conqueror's Hockey. When he was in the Sabati Islands, in order to practice Conqueror's Hockey, he had to fight with Rayleigh almost every day. No matter how powerful Katakuri's Conqueror's dominance is, can still be stronger than Rayleigh's? Katakuri, how could I still be afraid of you if you compare your momentum? Xian shouted loudly and took a step forward suddenly. The floor exploded instantly, forming a large pit of nearly 10 meters. Accompanied by a dragon's roar that was as thick as thunder, a conqueror's domineering energy that was not inferior to Katakuri burst out from Xian's body. The two forces collided in the center, and a crimson dragon phantom collided with a bloody beast. It was like a spark hitting the earth. The pressure of the collision covered everything within hundreds of meters around it. The entire mirror world was shaking as if it was about to collapse, and the buildings on the ground kept collapsing. It's so scary. Kelly seems to be unable to intervene in this battle. The petite Kelly was almost thrown away by the force, and she was so frightened that she quickly fell to the ground. But it doesn't matter. Brother Xia probably won't let Kelly interfere. Kelly can just stay here and watch him fight. With Kanna's help, she had just entered the mirror world. After walking around the mirror world for a while, she discovered Shane and Katakuri fighting. As soon as she was about to help, the two began to compete with Conqueror's Hockey. Kelly almost fell over without noticing. It was difficult to even get close to the center of the battlefield at this moment, let alone help. Therefore, Kelly acted as an audience member without any psychological burden, silently cheering for Xian. In the same situation as her, there is another girl who sneaked in, Flamp, the leader of Katakuri's fan support group, and a fervent fan of Katakuri. To be able to fight evenly with Katakuri-san, it seems that this red dragon is not just a name for himself. He seems to have some real strength. Thinking like this, Flampy couldn't help but feel a little worried. She was afraid that this guy, with a bounty of 2 billion, would really win over the invincible Katakuri brother in her eyes. No, Brother Katakuri must not lose. I will never allow this to happen. After their conqueror's domineering collision is over, I must help and sneak attack the red dragon with a poisonous needle. After making up her mind, Flamp found a secret corner but not far from the center of the battlefield. She relied on her weak hockey to observe the two people in the center of the battlefield and prepared to find an opportunity to make a sneak attack. But as luck would have it, the place she was looking for happened to be right in front of Kelly, and the two were now less than 5 meters apart. The current situation is that Xia and Katakuri are in the center of the battlefield, and Fran Payne is in the corner 100 meters away, pointing a blowgun that sprays poison needles at Xia in the battlefield, and right next to her, behind a broken wall 5 meters behind him, a somewhat confused Kelly was lying. What does this sister want to do? The first second Flamp appeared, Kelly noticed her, but Kelly did not reveal her position. She knew that this sister, who looked not much older than her, was an enemy. The first thing Kelly thought was that this sister should also be here to watch the battle, and she should be supporting Katakuri, who was fighting Shane. Then when Frampe took out a blowgun, the clever Kelly understood instantly. This sister is here to lay a hidden arrow. She actually wanted to sneak attack Xian's brother. Although Kelly herself originally thought of attacking Katakuri, this idea was canceled by her when she saw Xia and fighting so excitedly. Kelly pouted her cheeks in anger, and her ruby-like pupils narrowed slightly, revealing an evil arc. Then, she took out a dark bomb wrapped in delicate red stripes from the backpack behind her. But Kelly has a kinder personality. She decided to give this sister a chance. As long as the other party did not interfere with the battle, she would let her go. But if the other party really made a move to shoot a secret arrow, humph, then Klee is going to throw a bouncing bomb. In the forest where Charlotte Owen originally practiced, this was also the beginning of the great fight, the first place of chaos. Gray was breathing heavily and sitting under a big tree in a somewhat embarrassed manner. The jacket he took off during the battle had been burned beyond recognition, and he also had many burns on his body. But fortunately, finally, we have temporarily trapped this hot-tempered guy. Gray breathed a sigh of relief and looked at an ice sculpture 5 meters away from him with lingering fear. Inside was Charlotte Irving. Gray fought with him for nearly half an hour, and after destroying most of the forest, Gray finally froze the opponent with his ability. "Hey, everyone, I've already explained that I didn't mean to break into your island. Now that I've lost, can you please stop bothering me?" Looking at the huge ice sculpture, Gray said with some tiredness. He really enjoyed the battle today. He first fought with Carrot, then was beaten to this island by Kagura, and then had another big battle with this hot-tempered guy. Owen, who was frozen in the ice, naturally could not answer, but looking at his eyes as big as copper bells in the ice sculpture, it was not difficult to see that he was not convinced. "It's up to you. I'm going to meet up with my companions first. The ice that's freezing you will melt in 3 hours. If you're not convinced, then..." Gray stood up shakily, and before leaving, he decided to set a trap for his captain. "Just go find that orange-haired guy. He's my boss. Whether it's coming to this island or beating you up, you can blame him." After saying that, Gray turned and left. The reason why he left in such a hurry was that when he was fighting with Owen just now, he heard the sound of fighting outside the island and knew that it must be Shane and the others who came to the island to find him. He had to return quickly, lest his companions mistakenly think that he had met with an accident and start fighting with the people on the island. Although Gray was a battle fanatic, he was also very thoughtful and could guess everything just by hearing the sounds of fighting. However, he didn't know that this battle was not entirely caused by him. The main reason was due to the grudge that Shane had with the Bigman Pirates a few days ago. Bang, bang, bang. In the mirror time, after dozens of seconds of Conqueror's domineering confrontation ended, with Katakuri's charge, the two started a second round of battle again. This time, both sides used weapons. If the first battle was to test the opponent's true level, then this time it was a fight of all strength, with real swords and guns. Trident versus blood-red greatsword. The armed color domineering was entangled on the surface of the weapons. Every time the two weapons clashed, there was no substantial contact. It seemed as if there was an insurmountable wall of air in between. However, the air fluctuations generated by the collision were really strong. It was like layers of surging waves, one after another, making the air hissing. "What is your purpose in coming to this island?" Katakuri's thunderous attacks continued, and a trident in his hand was as flexible as a living thing, poking at the location where Shane was about to appear every time. His domineering power was far superior to that of Xian, so he had the advantage in a short fight and still had the energy to chat with Xian. "There's no purpose. I'm just looking for an island to supply supplies. It just so happens that your island is the closest." Xian didn't dare to carry the trident carrying Katakuri's power and domineering force. But the opponent's attacks were tricky, and he had the ability to predict, which made every block very laborious for him. And in most cases, Katakuri hit him, but he couldn't hit Katakuri. This feeling is so oppressive, as if I can't use my strength. But he didn't know that Katakuri felt the same as him, and the shock in his heart never stopped since the battle began. The trident he wielded with all his strength would make an ordinary person crippled even if he tried to catch it. But the guy in front of him could at most pierce his skin, not even his body. Moreover, his recovery power was abnormal. Katakuri saw with his own eyes that the wound he had punctured 1 second ago, and the next second, along with a green light from nowhere, the wound immediately healed. If the fight continued like this, Katakuri didn't know when he would be able to really hurt this guy. There are limits to his domineering power and physical strength, but the resilience of the guy in front of him seems to be endless. "No, if this continues, I will definitely lose." Even as he was thinking about it, Katakuri still continued to attack like a heavy rain. Xian gradually got used to it and was able to receive his fierce attacks smoothly. Katakuri's thoughts of victory and quick victory became more and more intense. Facing such an opponent with strong resilience and strong defense, one must rely on a single output to defeat his defense without giving the opponent any chance to breathe. Well, okay. After using the trident to sweep Xia in a way, before Xia and could swing his sword to attack again, Katakuri suddenly jumped into the air His right foot turned into countless scattered thin strips of glutinous rice, and snake-like lunged towards Xia and below. Did you use your ability? Xian looked at the dozens of thin strips of hardened glutinous rice above his head, which looked like glutinous rice cakes dipped in brown sugar. They actually smelled a little fragrant. No wonder Luffy was so full when fighting him. The appearance alone looked delicious. With a slight sigh in his heart, Xia flashed continuously in a few breaths, leaving afterimages in the open space. Bang, bang, bang. The ground was shattered into pieces, and with the impact sound like exploding artillery shells, dozens of small craters were sunken in the space where Xia was hiding. These pits were formed by Katakuri's fruit ability attacking the ground after Shane had avoided it. Why didn't he use his knowledge to predict the future during this attack? Xian was a little surprised. Although Katakuri's attack this time was intensive and he used his abilities. However, the position of the attack direction is relatively rigid, and there is no prediction of his position in the next second like before. Wrong! Xian was suddenly startled, his feet slipped, and his body lost balance for a moment, as if he suddenly fell from a high place. Click! The small craters formed by Katakuri's attack on the original ground gradually overlapped as the earth tore apart, and turned into a large crater tens of meters long without him noticing. At this moment, there is no place for Xia to step on. It turns out that Katakuri had no intention of attacking him from the beginning, and all the previous attacks were for this moment. Die, Red Dragon! Katakuri in midair let out a roar that echoed throughout the mirror world. His arm turned into a sticky ball and surrounded the trident, and then he kept spinning his arm. Under the effect of gravity, he stabbed vertically towards the unbalanced Shane below. Glutinous ball stabs. Great! Flamp clapped her hands excitedly. She saw with her own eyes that Katakuri's trident accurately pierced Shane's body, and both of them sank into the pit together. She had seen this scene countless times before. Every opponent who challenged Brother Katakuri would die under this trident. Their Brother Katakuri has never lost a single time. Brother Shane. On the contrary, Kelly's heart almost rose to her throat. Her eyes were dull, and mist appeared in her red agate eyes. However, at this moment, a familiar dragon roar came from underground, making Klee's eyes bright again in an instant. Immediately following, a figure flew backwards from the ground into the air at a high speed. His body was bent like a shrimp, and he looked like he was kicked away by someone. There was an incredible expression on his face. The trident tightly grasped in his hand revealed his identity. It turned out to be Katakuri, who had just crushed Shane into the ground with a huge advantage. After the dragon's roar sounded, the battle situation suddenly turned around. How was it possible? Flamp's eyes widened. She looked even more shocked than Katakuri. How could this guy not be dead after taking Katakuri's full-strength attack head-on? She didn't have time to think about it, because the next moment, a giant dragon with red and blue stripes and light blue flames all over its body emerged from the ground. Dragon transformation, ice and fire dragon form. On the wave pulling. Half an hour has passed since Katakuri and Shane entered the mirror world, and no one outside knows how their battle is going. The members of the Big Mom Pirates believed in Katakuri as much as they believed in Big Mom himself, and never imagined that he would lose. Just like them, none of the members of the Red Dragon Pirates thought that Shane would lose. It's been half an hour, and he hasn't come out yet. Cracker glanced at the mirror in the middle of the boat, and then glanced vigilantly at the white-haired little girl floating in the air. Not long ago, he saw with his own eyes that the little girl threw Smoothie away casually, and she has not come back since then. How far did it have to be thrown? A huge black axe fell from the sky, and the axe light brought with it a strong gust of air, splitting his body in half from head to toe. Drake breathed in a very rhythmic manner, his chest rising and falling regularly, quickly lowering his heart rate, which had been raised after a big movement. What he chopped up was just a biscuit soldier, but the other side could make as many such soldiers as they wanted. Sure enough, the next moment, nearly 20 more biscuit soldiers stood up on the spot, and Cracker's voice came from one of these cookie soldiers. I don't have time to play with you, Axeman. I'm going to try out the second-in-command on your ship. Cracker left 4 cookie soldiers for Drake, completely blocking Drake in an area from the east, south, west, and north. He himself led a mighty group of 20 biscuit soldiers towards the location where Kanna was floating. He had been annoyed with this little white-haired girl for a long time. After knocking Smoothie away, she remained suspended in the air, staring at the entire scene with a pair of glowing eyes. This posture of being superior to everyone else is like that of a high and mighty god. Cracker will never allow anyone to get above him except Big Mom himself and his brother Katakuri. What's more, this person is not Red Dragon. He is just the second in command of the Red Dragon Pirate Group. You're asking for your own death. Drake didn't stop him. A hint of pity flashed in his eyes. The other party is asking for trouble. As his opponent, I have no obligation to stop him. More importantly, his palms were bleeding from chopping, and it was so boring to chop at a group of identical cookie soldiers. Hateful. Cracker found that even if he approached with dozens of cookie soldiers, the little girl still did not react at all. He just glanced down at him briefly and quickly looked in another direction. However, this one glance made Cracker feel a sense of crisis, as if he had nowhere to hide and his true identity was being locked. He almost broke out in a cold sweat. Impossible. How could she locate my hiding place at a glance? This must be my illusion. No, this doesn't seem to be an illusion. Cracker got scared because when he was about to attack the petite figure in the sky, the second in command of the Red Dragon Pirates looked over at him again, and those glowing eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. He was still staring at the biscuit soldier that carried his real body. Oh, I'll let you go for now. I'll deal with that Axeman first. Cracker swallowed with some fear and stopped the cookie soldier from throwing the sword towards Kanna. After leaving a few harsh words that were not very tough, he retreated in disgrace with a large group of biscuit soldiers. Cracker heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the little white-haired girl tilt her head with a puzzled expression but no intention of attacking him. It's still much easier to beat the Axeman. Finally solved it. Here, Drake put in a lot of effort. While Cracker was away, he chopped 20 times in a row and finally chopped all the 4 cookie soldiers surrounding him into pieces. But he didn't want to rest. Although his companions were fighting different opponents, the Big Mom Pirates had the advantage in numbers, and many of them were facing one-on-many situations. Among them, Victor, Sakura Demon, and Peach Blossom Demon were clearing out the miscellaneous soldiers of the Big Mom Pirates, with 3 of them fighting against dozens of people. The main force among them was actually Victor, who had transformed into a complete velociraptor. His body of nearly 10 meters looked particularly intimidating, but in fact he was mostly beaten. After all, he is not a professional fighter, and the miscellaneous soldiers of the Big Mom Pirates are not ordinary pirates either. Almost every one of them can use 2-color domineering, and some of them even master one of the 6 marine styles. It stands to reason that Victor, who seldom fights, should be crushed one-sidedly when facing them. However, Victor has the 2 strongest assistants of the Red Dragon Pirates to help him, the Cherry Blossom Demon and the Peach Blossom Demon. The Peach Blossom Demon treated Victor. Every time he was knocked down, a green light would irrigate Victor's whole body. All his injuries would be healed in an instant, and Victor's own combat power would also be enhanced. The Peach Blossom Demon's magic treatment can not only provide healing, but also enhance combat power for a period of time. The Sakura Fairy give a low buff to all enemies. After being knocked down by Victor's dinosaur body, these strong physical warriors, who were able to do sit-ups per person in the pirate world, could no longer perform their physical fitness and fell to the ground unconscious. Carrot's opponents are 2 ministers. The little rabbit is very powerful. She is trained as an heir by both Cat Viper and Inuarashi at the same time, which shows that her qualifications are also top-notch among the minks. Facing 2 of the 4 Emperor's children, she was not at a disadvantage. Instead, she became more and more courageous as the fight went on, with her sharp rabbit claws stained with scarlet blood. The most intense battle was between Wu Yochi and Snag. Wu Yochi was using the magic sword Thousand Blades at this time, and his hair, which was originally tied up on his head, was let down during the battle, which meant that he temporarily handed over his body to the former chief, Assassin Chi. As an assassin, Chi's fighting style has always been fierce. Once he gains the upper hand, he will not give the opponent any chance to breathe. Snag underestimated the opponent at the beginning, and every wrong step led to another one. Having been suppressed until now, his body was covered with all kinds of hideous knife wounds, and as that strange figure kept flashing, the wounds on his body were still increasing. This is too much. He's scurrying around like a loach. I've had enough. After another cut was made on his chest, Snag roared, his eyes turned red, and he ignored the pain from the wound and opened his big hand to grab the blade that was about to be pulled away. He wanted to grab Chi's knife and use his strength to keep him in place. But how could he hold the magic knife, Thousand Blades? The moment he stretched out his hand, Chi shook his wrist, and the magic knife in his hand turned into countless tiny pieces, fiercely stabbing at Snag's eyes, ears, mouth, nose, etc. Weak points of the body. Chi himself retreated quickly as before, leaving Snag's attack range, ready to continue flying the kite. I said, I've had enough. Unexpectedly, Snag was determined to catch Chi at all costs. He covered his face with a layer of armament hockey to harden it, resisting the attack of the magic sword fragments, and reached out with his slender hands to grab Chi's retreating position. Along with the sound of the armament hockey shattering, one of Snag's eyeballs was popped, one of his ears was cut off, and blood splattered everywhere. And at this cost, his big hand grabbed half of Chi's shoulder and immediately turned his palm into a claw, grabbing it hard. With a click, his 5 fingers pierced Chi's shoulder and shattered the shoulder bone. Such pain was so severe that even someone as cold-blooded as Chi couldn't help but groan. But he was a seasoned killer after all. With 2 fingers, he flicked the other knife, Bing Yuan, which was on his back, out of its sheath. Under the control of his inner strength, it slashed a sharp blade in front of him. Snap! What followed was Snag's heart-wrenching scream. One of his arms was chopped off and fell to the ground along with the blood. In just a few seconds, half of Chi's shoulder was shattered and pierced, and Snag lost an eye, an ear, and a hand. The degree of physical pain suffered by the 2 people is actually not much different, but the manifestations are completely different. Snag covered the bleeding cut on his arm, screamed miserably, and staggered backwards as if he would fall at any time. Chi's eyes fixed, and he took a few steps forward, grabbing the ice abyss that fell from the sky with his one hand that could still be raised. The blade was stained with hot blood, and he pointed it at Snag's heart. Stabbed straight ahead. He chose to pursue the victory. Wait a moment. Just as the blade was about to pierce Snag's heart, a voice suddenly sounded in Chi's mind. That was Wu Yoqi's voice. After Chi took control of his body, he fell into a deep sleep, but suddenly woke up at this moment. Calm down, don't kill anyone, boss. After seeing the scene in front of him clearly, Wu Yoqi yelled, panicked in his heart. Last time in Dressrosa, Wu Yoqi regretted handing over his body to another personality and went on a killing spree. Several cadres of the Don Quixote family died in his hands. For Wu Yoqi, who had never killed a chicken before, this was undoubtedly a heavy blow. Of course, the most important point is, after that, Guy killed someone with his body. The bounty was placed on him. He is already a great pirate worth 400 million. If he loses another general, wouldn't it be doubled again? You come. The cold voice disappeared in a flash, and Wu Yoqi was in a daze for a moment, and then found that he had regained control of his body. Without any time to think, Wu Yoqi quickly stopped his forward thrust, but under the action of inertia, the blade still penetrated the skin and headed towards the heart. Snag was still screaming. Seeing the man with droopy hair so close, it was as if he was looking at an evil ghost from hell. When the cold blade pierced his chest, Snag, who felt the danger of death, became calm. I'm going to die here today. Mom and Brother Karakuri will definitely avenge themselves, right? Bah! Accompanied by the cold touch of being stabbed into the chest, the steaming blood shot out onto Snag's face, making him one of the few people on the sea who could taste the taste of his own blood. However, just when Snag thought he was destined for life, The blade that pierced his heart suddenly stopped a few centimeters away from his heart. Snag was stunned for several seconds without feeling his heart being pierced. It wasn't until the person in front of him pulled the knife out of his body that a wave of pain hit him again, which made him wake up. "You won't kill me?" Snag was a little dazed, staring blankly at the person in front of him, watching him wipe the bloody blade with a piece of cloth and return it to the scabbard. "Well," Wu Yochi scratched his head and looked at the man in front of him who was fighting with himself. It looked so miserable with stab wounds all over his body, an arm, an ear, and an eye missing, and a big hole in his heart. The other one is really ruthless. However, he himself was also injured. "It hurts." With a sharp pain coming from his shoulder, Wu Yochi discovered that one of his shoulders had completely collapsed, and there were blood holes caused by 5 fingers, and blood was constantly pouring out. "Brother, you guys are fighting too hard." Wu Yochi gritted his teeth in pain. Snag has not yet come out of the dream of saving his life. But when he heard Wu Yochi's words, a surge of anger emerged involuntarily from the bottom of his heart. Is he still fierce in fights? A man who had his arm broken off, his ear broken off, and his eyes blind. How could he still have the nerve to say such a thing? Be asterisk 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 D guy, if it weren't for you. Before he could finish his words, he was so angry that blood spurted out from the wounds all over his body, and he fell to the ground suddenly. His body was huge, and as he was leaning forward, he pressed down on Wu Yochi like a wall, pinning him to the ground. Achi! A blue oriental dragon came from midair, stepping on the clouds. It was Jidabeo in the form of an artificial blue dragon. He had just been fighting with a minister, who was Big Mom's third son, Charlotte Daifuku, a user of the transpiring fruit, who could summon a flying warrior by rubbing her belt. Jidabeo didn't have any fighting skills, but his fruit was powerful and his skin was thick. He fought with the warriors summoned by Dafu in the air for hundreds of rounds, and neither side lost any blood. Jidabeo became more and more bored as the fight went on, so he kept observing his other companions during the battle. Naturally, Wu Yochi, who was closest to him, received special attention. After seeing Wu Yochi being overwhelmed, Jidabeo was worried about his safety, so he quickly shook off the enemy and flew to the deck using his dragon body. "Aki, are you okay?" Jidabeo asked worriedly, using his dragon claws to push Snag's body away. "It's okay, it just hurts a little. Dabeo, please call the Peach Blossom Fairy for me and ask her to cast a healing spell on me." Wu Yochi looked a little tired and painful. As he spoke, he pointed at Snag, who was lying beside him. "Please, Peach Blossom Fairy, give this guy some treatment as well." Clang, clang. The black axe hit the biscuit soldier's shield heavily, and a crack appeared on the shield, which instantly shattered into tiny biscuit pieces. The remaining force of the axe did not diminish, and it shattered the biscuit soldier behind the shield as well. Huff, huff. Drake was breathing rapidly, sweating profusely, and his hand holding the axe handle was soaked with blood. His physical strength was almost at its limit, but the biscuit soldiers in front of him seemed endless. He chopped one into pieces, and soon several more appeared out of thin air. "You cunning fellow, if you have the guts, come out of your cookie shell and fight me with real weapons." Drake's voice was filled with resentment and frustration. He would rather be defeated head-on by his opponent than to swing an axe to chop these endless biscuits. It's a pity that he doesn't have the top-level observation hockey, so he can't find where this guy's real body is hiding. Ha ha ha. I'm not stupid. I know your axe is extremely powerful. How could I possibly reveal my true self to be chopped? Cracker hid in a pile of biscuit soldiers, and the mocking voice seemed to come from all directions, making it difficult to tell the specific direction. What Drake doesn't know is that Cracker's true form is much stronger than the cookie soldier. But Cracker has a weakness. He is afraid of pain, so he has been hiding among the biscuit soldiers for a long time to avoid getting hurt. Damn it! Drake couldn't help but curse when he saw several cookie soldiers surrounding him again. His strength was almost exhausted, and he was no longer able to fight. He could only watch as several tall figures rushed up and slashed at him with swords. Just when Drake was about to lose, Kanna's gaze turned over, and she stretched out 2 fingers. Lightning gathered at her fingertips, as if 2 beams of light would burst out at any time. But soon, as if sensing something, the lightning at Kanna's fingertips quickly subsided. A gust of cold air suddenly swept over, and I saw a figure running on the sea. The soles of his feet were covered with frost, and every step that hit the sea would condense into a block. It was Gray who returned from the island. Freeze! Accompanied by a gust of frost in the freezing air, Gray suddenly leaped up, and a cold light burst out from his palms. Sizzle! The sound of freezing was heard, and several biscuit soldiers who pounced on Drake were instantly frozen into ice cubes and fell to the ground like ice sculptures. Nanny! Cracker's eyes widened in shock. In such a short period of time, his 5 cookie soldiers escaped from his control. After seeing the details, Cracker's expression became extremely solemn. Ice, is this the ability of that general? Cracker realized at this moment what the nemesis of his ability was. It turns out that it's not just water, but also ice. Water can soften his biscuit soldiers, while ice can completely break away from his control over the biscuit soldiers. Great! Drake was surprised and speechless as he looked at the naked man falling from the sky in front of him. This guy came to the rescue in time and saved his life, but why did he take off his clothes again? I know what you're thinking, but I didn't mean to do that this time. My clothes were burned by a guy with heat power. Noticing Drake's gaze, Gray spread his hands and explained helplessly. Have you ever fought with someone? In fact, this was not a question. From the scars left on Gray's body and his not-so-strong condition, Drake could tell that Gray had already experienced a battle. Well, that guy has a bad temper. I didn't mean to bother him, but he insisted on fighting with me. Gray got a headache when he thought of that guy. He didn't listen to his explanation at all, and just started fighting as soon as they met. I had no choice but to freeze him temporarily, and then I was able to get away and come back to find you. What is your situation now? As he spoke, Gray's eyes looked a little dazed. He went out for a while, and when he came back, he found that the boat was full of strangers, and they were fighting with their companions. It's like this. The members of the Big Mum Pirates were teleported to our ship through the mirror. Drake explained the current situation to him. Hey, are you two going to ignore me? When Drake just started to speak, a group of cookie soldiers surrounded him, staring at the 2 of them with their big eyes like copper bells. After seeing Gray's appearance clearly, Cracker felt relieved. It turned out that he was not the former admiral who left the Marine headquarters. He almost thought that Akiji had joined the Red Dragon Pirates, but it turned out that he was just scaring himself. Ice Boy, from what you just said, could it be that you defeated Owen on the island? Owen? Gray was slightly stunned, but soon remembered that he seemed to have heard the talking trees mention this name. So he nodded and said, Yes, that guy was frozen by me. He will be free in a few hours. Who are you to him? Of course I am his brother. You defeated him, and as his elder brother, I want to avenge him. Come and fight me. As soon as the words were spoken, all the biscuit soldiers melted and turned into a pile of biscuit fragments. A human figure that was a little thinner than the biscuit soldiers appeared. He was about 3 meters tall, with his upper body naked like Gray, but with a shoulder armor on his right shoulder connected to a purple cloak. In his hand, he held a broadsword that was longer than his body. The blade shone with a cold light, and like his slender eyes, it exuded a fierce and poisonous aura. This person is Charlotte Cracker's real body, with a bounty of 860 million Baileys, and is known as the Biscuit Knight. All the cookie soldiers are gone. Drake narrowed his eyes slightly, taking in the true appearance of the general in front of him. Previously, he had been afraid of the black cutter in his hand and was unwilling to fight him head-on. At this time, his physical strength was exhausted, and Gray was able to restrain his cookie clone, so he revealed his true form to fight. Such a strong and domineering aura, and the body looks very good too. After just a short period of observation, Drake saw the extraordinary nature of Cracker. With his overwhelming aura and a body that inherited some of Big Mum's talents, the 800 million bounty is indeed well-deserved. Drake initially estimated that in terms of physical skills alone, this guy could be ranked in the top 4 on their ship, probably only below Shane, Kana, and Kagura, etc. Drake suddenly thought of someone. Wasn't she called out by Shane to look for Gray? Where's Kagura? Why didn't she come back when you did? I haven't seen her. Gray, who was about to fight Cracker, froze in his tracks, indicating that he hadn't seen Kagura either. After defeating Owen, he went straight back to the ship. Then where did she go? Drake had a familiar sense of déjà vu. It seemed that a certain captain was going to have a headache again. Where is it? The naked man. At the same time, a 14-year-old girl with orange hair, holding a parasol and a dogtail grass in her mouth, was searching aimlessly. Damn it, Xiachan, it's too hard for me to find someone on such a big island. This is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The girl cursed someone inwardly as she walked. She was so angry that she aimed her foot at a small stone on the ground to vent her anger. Under her terrifying force, the stone flew out at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Bang! Kagura heard a surprised cry, which did not sound like pain, but rather like she was just startled by the unexpected disturbance. Oops, I kicked someone. Kagura was horrified, and sweat was pouring down her face from nervousness. She knew that she had incredible strength, and if the stone had hit her with that resentful kick, it would probably have pierced someone's body. Wouldn't he kick someone to death? If Xia Jiang knew about this, she would definitely scold herself to death, right? Kagura seemed to see the tragic scene of herself being scolded by Shane. But what made her even more anxious was that if she killed someone by accident, she would suffer for the rest of her life. So, Kagura ran towards the place where the sound came from with a nervous mood. The forest retreated at a high speed, and after passing through the dense bushes, an extremely huge figure appeared in front of Kagura. She was wearing a pink dress and was bloated and huge, taller than the tree next to her. At this moment, she was covering one eye with both hands and making crying sounds. The dark clouds and the sun floating around her seemed to be comforting her. Mom, what's wrong with your eyes? The dark cloud was named Zeus. Stupid, didn't you see that there was a small stone just now? It hit Mom's eyeball. The son next to her spoke. Its name was Prometheus. Gudong sound. Hearing this, Kagura, who had just approached, swallowed hard, and sweat poured down his forehead like heavy rain. The small stone she kicked actually hit the big guy's eyeball. Doesn't that mean this big guy's eyes are likely to explode? Who's there? Dark Cloud Zeus noticed something unusual and shouted loudly towards the place where Kagura was hiding, while a bolt of lightning shot out from its cloud. Boom! A big tree was instantly blasted into charcoal and turned into a pile of debris piled on the ground. Fortunately, Kagura left from behind the big tree in time and landed in the middle of the road, looking at the place where she had been standing with lingering fear. This cloud can actually produce lightning. There really is such a person. Damn it! Zeus has taken advantage of this opportunity. After seeing a little orange-haired girl, the son Prometheus was a little surprised but mostly angry. As special lives created by their mothers, their favorite thing is to compete for their mother's favor. Now that Zeus has made a contribution, he might even snatch his mother's favor away. So he must also show his role. Tell me, are you the one who threw the stone and hit my mother's eye? Prometheus shouted loudly, wanting to slander the little girl who suddenly appeared as the sinner who hurt her mother. In this way, it finds out the murderer who hurt my mother, and when my mother recovers her memory, she will naturally credit it for the achievement. But the blind cat caught a dead mouse. Hey, how did you know that? Kagura was shocked. She didn't expect that the sun would be pointed out before she even spoke. I didn't mean to do that. I really didn't mean to do that. Xiaochan will pay for your medical expenses. Yes, my boss is called Shane. He has a lot of money. Because he was too nervous, Kagura talked nonsense. Oh, what's Shane? I've heard of it before. Do you think we'll be afraid of you just because you say your name? Dark Cloud Zeus said with disdain. Stupid, the name Shane sounds familiar, like the red dragon we met in Wano country some time ago. The son Prometheus was interrupted before he could finish his words and was grabbed by a big hand. Red dragon! The crying sound stopped abruptly, and the huge figure who was sitting on the ground, covering his eyes and crying, slowly stood up at this moment. Her eyes were no longer innocent. Her face was extremely gloomy. Her body seemed to be shaking constantly due to emotional excitement, and she exuded a terrifying temperament. Red Dragon. Mom, mom, mom. Accompanied by an extremely special laughter, Big Mom recalled everything. It was that guy, Chi Long, who kicked my boat down the waterfall, causing me to lose the chance to conquer Wano country. I remember it now. I remember everything. Mom, you're finally back. Congratulations, Mom. Voices of congratulations rang out, first from Zeus and Prometheus, then from the hat on Big Mom's head, and then from every blade of grass and tree around him. They all opened their eyes and mouths. It seemed as if all the creatures here were her subjects, congratulating the king on his return. Shut up, everyone. It's so noisy. Big Mom roared to the sky. In an instant, all the congratulations disappeared, and only the sound of footsteps remained in the air. Little guy from the Red Dragon Pirates, where do you want to go? Big Mom lowered his head and looked at the orange-haired girl in front of him with a playful look. She had just taken advantage of the time when Big Mom was recovering his memory to sneak away. However, it was eventually discovered by Big Mom. After being discovered, Kagura's face showed some embarrassment. She recognized the person in front of her. It was one of the four emperors that Xia-In had offended before, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. Shane once told her that if Kana was not present, if they met the four emperors or the generals, they should run away quickly and not look back. And even without his words, Kagura could feel the power of the person in front of her by her physical intuition. If she fought this guy, she might have to use all her strength. No, she didn't want to use the power that she hated. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. If you really have something to do, go find my Xiachan. After saying that, Kagura turned into a shadow, carrying her parasol, and ran away at the speed of light. You came to my island, and you're still thinking about leaving. Big Mom did not move, allowing Kagura to escape 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Then she took off the hat on her head, and it turned into a long sword in her big hands. The name of this knife is Napoleon. It was transformed by her ability. It is usually a hat, but it will become an indestructible weapon in battle. The moment Big Mom grasped the hilt of the knife, the world seemed to shake, the sky became dark, and thunder and dark clouds followed. But after the nearly 100-meter-long blade light appeared in the world, everything became a foil. Waigwa. This is a move from the giant Elbaf. In the hands of a giant, it can split a city wall. But in the hands of Big Mom, it is even more terrifying. Her blade seems to be able to split the sky. Not good. The fleeing Kagura felt the terrifying pressure coming from behind her. The blade light annihilated everything on the road. It was like the destruction of the world, and a huge light attacked her horizontally. The next moment, she would be split into two halves. Kagura knew she couldn't run away, so she gritted her teeth, grabbed the parasol, and attached her flowing cherries to the outside of the umbrella to block the sword light head-on. A sense of hostility rose as his eyes suddenly turned scarlet. She knew that it was because of the deadly sense of crisis from the blade that the suppressed blood in her body became restless, returning her to her true form as a night rabbit. At this age, you have already mastered armament hockey to the highest level. Seeing Kagura's use of armament hockey, Big Mom showed an expression of appreciation, but quickly shook his head. But no matter how strong the armament hockey is, it's useless. This strike of hers contained the conqueror's domineering power that only the four emperors could master. Wow! As Big Mom expected, with almost no pause, the blade swept across Kagura's body, and the parasol broke into two halves in an instant. Kagura himself was cut into two pieces along with splattered blood and things around him that were annihilated by the sword light. What a pity! If he's trained well, he may become my assistant. Looking at the two halves of the body on the ground, Big Mom shook his head with some regret. If she had known that this girl had such talent, she would not have used such a deadly move as Waigwa. She would have spared her life and tried to see if she could be accepted under her command. But it was just a little regret. Big Mom stepped onto the dark cloud Zeus, followed by the sun Prometheus, and she was ready to fly to another battlefield. After recovering her memory, she used her observation hockey to detect everything that happened on the island. Her children were fighting, and their opponent seemed to be the red dragon. Mom, Mom, I'm coming Qilong. Along with her strange laughter, the dark clouds carried her into the sky. However, before it took off for long, a red light was seen rising from the ground and falling on Big Mom's body, under the horrified gaze of Zeus and Proteus. The creature emitting red light, like a wild beast pouncing on its prey, grabbed Big Mom by the throat and knocked her and her weapon off the clouds. In the mirror world, a dark blue, icy flame poured out from the giant dragon's mouth, and the icy flame formed a cone shape, spanning more than 100 meters, like a gorgeous galaxy. The power of the ice flame is extraordinary. Anything that is touched by it will be burned by flames and freeze into ice in an instant. This ice flame not only has the freezing effect of ice, but also has the conductivity of fire. Once it is contaminated, it will spread to the entire body. For example, Katakuri now, the scarf around his neck was stained with a little flame, and the icy flame spread along the scarf at a terrifying speed. The scarf was frozen in an instant, and the icy flame was still climbing towards his body. Swish! Katakuri was extremely decisive. The trident created a gust of wind in front of him, splitting the frozen scarf on his chest in half. Therefore, he stopped Bingyin's attack, but for the first time, his face, which he had intentionally concealed, was fully revealed. The lower half of the face has sharp fangs like a beast, and even when it is closed, 4 fangs are exposed in the lower jaw. It looks quite wild, which is completely different from the cool and handsome upper half of his face. There is a sense of disharmony when putting them together. Shane saw this scene for the first time with the help of his dragon eyes. He already knew Katakuri's true face, so he was not that shocked. However, Flamp, who was watching the battle from below, made a sound of devastation. Brother Katakuri, how come you have such a big mouth? Just like a monster. Looking at Katakuri, who was falling from the sky to the ground, and looking at his ferocious mouth that was constantly gasping for air, Flamp felt that her dream was shattered. No, how could her perfect brother Katakuri grow up to be so ugly? You are definitely not Brother Katakuri. You monster, you beast, who told you to pretend to be him? Flamp started to curse crazily. Katakuri remained silent despite being pointed at and insulted in public by his own sister. When he was a child, Katakuri and the people close to him often encountered troubles because of his ferocious-looking mouth. After a memorable bad experience, he decided to cover his mouth. In the decades since then, he has never shown the lower half of his face to his younger brothers and sisters. Until today. Ugly, disgusting, and hideous, this is my true face. It has always been like this and has never changed. Katakuri's voice was extremely calm, and he didn't even look at Flamp. He picked up the trident and walked towards the 2-colored dragon hovering in the sky. You liar. Big liar. Flamp was still outputting. Words like monster, disgusting, ugly liar, and so on came out of the girl's mouth, and even Shane couldn't stand it. After all, Katakuri is still an opponent who can fight him head-on, and Shane admires his strength and courage very much. He kind of wanted to give this noisy guy a breath of dragon's breath. You are not allowed to keep scolding this brother. At this moment, a clear voice that sounded a little angry suddenly rang out, and a little girl with a bulging leather bag on her back jumped out from a broken wall. She has an elf face and wears a fiery red knight's outfit. Under the red beret on her head is a pair of long ears. Her eyes sparkled like rubies, but at this moment they were filled with a bit of anger as she stared at Flamp, who was madly attacking Katakuri. Katakuri stopped, and for the first time, there was a change in his calm eyes. Klee. The giant dragon in the sky tilted its head in confusion at first, a little surprised, then shocked and angry. Kelly seemed to have heard his surprised voice. She looked up at the sky guiltily, then lowered her head, cleared her throat, and glared at Flamp again. How can you insult someone like this? And you even attack their appearance. This is really... Klee looked very angry and wanted to harshly blame Flamp. But after talking for a long time, she couldn't utter a single insulting word. That's really rude. Huh? Franpe seemed to be frightened by the sudden appearance of Kelly. It took her a long time to come back to her senses and find that this little girl, whom she had never met before, was actually scolding her. She stepped forward with her hands on her hips and said disdainfully, "I haven't seen you in Bangkok before. Are you from the Red Dragon Pirates?" Of course. Klee is the Red Dragon Pirates' blasting expert and chief intelligence officer, Brother Shane's trusted partner. Klee looked up and looked into his eyes. What's the point of having so many titles? Franpe sneered and stared at the little girl who was much shorter than her with a mocking look. You, the Red Dragon Pirates, are just a bunch of pathetic creatures who are about to die under the wrath of their mother. Disband them as soon as possible. We won't die. No one will die. When it comes to quarreling, 10 Clays are no match for Flamp. It's not because Klee is not good at speaking, but because she will never win an argument when facing this special group of people who have no idea what quality is. It's unreasonable. It's unreasonable. The two sides argued for more than 10 rounds, and Klee, who was at a loss for words, was soon defeated. She stomped her feet in anger, and her face turned red. Katakuri and Shane both tacitly agreed not to take action. Their roles were reversed at this moment, and the two who were originally fighting became spectators. Katakuri's eyes were complicated and stayed on Klee for a long time. He didn't expect that the person who spoke for him would be an outsider. Shane, on the other hand, had the mentality of a spectator and almost cheered for Klee. Seeing that Kelly was at a disadvantage and was about to cry, Shane quickly gave her some advice. "Kelly, if we can't win the argument, we'll just beat her up. Use your bouncing bomb to blow her mouth apart. See how she can use that stinky mouth in the future." Kelly hesitated after hearing that. Even if it was someone she hated, it was a bit too radical to blow someone's mouth just because she was angry. Damn Red Dragon, your mouth will be torn apart by your mother's own hands. As if due to a severe blow, Flamp has entered an indiscriminate attack mode. He pointed his finger at the giant dragon in the sky and cursed it, and Katakuri frowned when he heard it. It was okay to scold him, since they were all family, but he felt a little embarrassed to scold an opponent who could fight him with all his strength. Flampy, Katakuri exuded a sense of pressure, and just when he was about to tell Flamp to shut up, a fiery red figure rushed out. Katakuri's observation haki was running subconsciously in his eyes, and he could foresee what would happen in the future. He stretched out his hand, and a glutinous ball rose from the ground, like a wave, blocking Flamp 5 meters away. Katakuri's expression changed slightly. Bang! The flames penetrated the glutinous rice ball, and with a crisp sound, Flamp screamed and flew backwards with blood at her mouth. And where she had been standing before, there had become a petite figure shrouded in flames. The flames dissipated, and there was actually a layer of golden barrier inside, surrounding the petite figure 360 degrees, and its light was bright and illusory. What is this ability? Katakuri focused his attention on the golden barrier. It was this barrier that had actually blocked his ability attack. Even though he didn't use haki just now, with his control over the power of the fruit, not everyone can resist his casual move. The golden barrier gradually dissipated, and Klee's figure emerged. One of her fair little hands was stained with blood, and at her feet was a bloody tooth. In the previous moment, she actually crossed a distance of 10 meters, broke through the defense set up by Katakuri in advance, and slapped Flamp in the face. The slap was quite hard, otherwise there wouldn't be teeth on the ground and Flamp lying on the ground screaming in pain. It could be seen that Kelly was really angry. "Don't scold Brother Shane, or else Kelly will teach you a lesson." Klee put her hands on her hips and looked at Flamp on the ground without any pity. When she scolded Katakuri before, Klee could only feel a little bit uncomfortable watching it. Scolding her only made Klee a little annoyed. And when Franpe pointed at Shane and kept cursing him, Kelly really couldn't help it anymore. She was so angry that she hit him with her hands. "Go ahead, Kelly, smash her mouth," Shane praised. In fact, he was also frightened by Klee. Who could have thought that the little angel Klee would have such an angry moment? The speed of her outburst even frightened him. This is no less than Wu Liuqi's movement speed after he became a big player, and it is probably second only to Kana and Kagura. As for himself, speed is not his forte. Although is not slow, he can only be ranked 5th on the boat. This made Shane wonder if he had underestimated Klee's potential. Ah, brother Shane, Kelly doesn't want to smash her mouth. That would be too violent. Hearing Shane's voice, Kelly's eyes narrowed with a smile, and she waved her hand a little embarrassedly. But Flamp had already recovered from the pain. Listening to the conversation between Shane and Kelly, her eyes gradually changed from anger to envy and jealousy. The wanted poster photo of Shane came to mind. How come her brother is so perfect? His strength is comparable to Katakuri, and he has such a good relationship with her. She is just an unknown little pirate. How could she be around someone like that? For a moment, jealousy filled Flamp's mind, making her completely forget that Katakuri had tried to stop Klee when she attacked her just now. She now had only one thought in mind, which was to destroy this annoying little devil in front of her. While Klee and Shane were talking, Flamp quietly took out a quiver and fired a poison arrow in Klee's direction. Red Dragon, let's continue the fight between you and me. Here, Katakuri swung his trident in the air, interrupting the two people who were still talking. Okay, I was just thinking of trying out my strengthened body now. Xian, in the form of an ice dragon, was full of fighting spirit. Dark blue ice flames swirled around his body, and frost was falling within a radius of dozens of meters. Brother Shane, you must keep up the good work. Kelly looked at Shane with admiration and waved her little fist to cheer him on. Yeah, Xian enjoyed it very much and was almost melted by her cute expression. And when he knew that Klee was watching the fight and his sister was present, his momentum instantly increased. TSK. Katakuri curled up the corners of his mouth without any trace, whether it was envy or disgust. He coughed twice, and after Xian looked over, he stepped on the ground. This time, under his strong force, the ground did not explode into a big pit, but sunk in like a quagmire. Immediately afterwards, it started to spread from under his feet, and the ground seemed to turn into mud at this moment, like waves, and the hard floor turned into pieces of glutinous dough. Next, I will use the ability of the fruit to awaken. Red Dragon. Let's decide the winner within half an hour. Katakuri pointed his halberd in the air, and the wave-like waxy mass on the ground seemed to be guided, setting off a layer of waves that surrounded the dragon from all directions. As a user with the Paramecia fruit ability, after awakening from the fruit, he can turn everything he touches into glutinous balls, including the ground and walls. Now, except for the place where Kelly and Flamp set foot, the entire mirror world has turned into a sea of glutinous balls. The giant dragon, which was more than 50 meters long, seemed dwarfed in front of this vast glutinous mass. Boom! Ice flames poured out again, and in the blink of an eye, all the glutinous balls within a few dozen meters of the giant dragon were frozen into ice cubes. Why half an hour? The giant dragon let out a dragon roar, twining wings with blue flames. With a violent shake, the giant dragon's body crossed the ice in front of it and rushed towards Katakuri at high speed. Another stream of ice flames spurted out from the dragon's mouth. Because it's my snack time in half an hour. Katakuri controlled the glutinous waves under his feet, leading him to dodge at high speed to avoid the incoming ice flame dragon breath. Then he grabbed it with both hands, and the glutinous balls on the left and right sides condensed into 200-meter giant hands. The big hands suddenly closed together, just in time to suppress the giant dragon flying over at this time. Isn't this trick useless? Katakuri's eyes flashed with dominance. Having foreseen the future, he made a decision, jumped to a commanding height in advance, raised the trident with both hands high, and exploded with red and purple thunder and lightning with his armed domineering force, striking an empty corner. Click! The two giant hands wrapping Xia in suddenly froze, and were then smashed into pieces by the dragon's body. The giant dragon broke free from the restraints, and when the light returned to his eyes, he saw a blood-red trident filled with infinite armed domineering power, heading towards his dragon head. "Well done!" Xiaotin shouted loudly, seemingly not surprised by the scene in front of him. His dragon body swayed, and the dragon flicked its tail. The dragon tail, behind him, is like a huge whip, and the flowing cherry blossoms are attached to the body surface a few centimeters away. Invisible fluctuations impact the air and also bring out red and purple thunder. Clang! The halberd and the dragon's tail collided head-on, causing sparks to shoot out. The air fluctuations caused by the collision defeated all the surrounding glutinous waves, and the sound was deafening. What an amazing battle. It's a pity that only Kelly saw it. It would be great if everyone was here. Kelly's eyes were shining as she looked at the two people showing Kimui, with two small fists pressed against her chest, like a star-chasing little girl. Suddenly, a red light flashed across Kelly's red eyes. She also realized the domineering power of knowledge at some point, and her attainments were not low. But she didn't need to dodge. Her heart moved slightly. A small dark golden lock floated in front of her, and the golden barrier unfolded. Bang! As expected, the arrow was bounced off by the condensed light shield of the Chain of the World, turned around and returned, scratching Flamp's shocked face. Blood slid from the wound on her cheek, and the poison invaded her body, causing Frampe to feel a tingling sensation on her face. The arrows she shot were poisonous. She originally wanted to poison Klee and then kill her cruelly, but she didn't expect to suffer the consequences. "How is that possible? What ability are you using?" she said, somewhat collapsed. However, in Flamp's jealous eyes, what came towards her was a black bomb wrapped in flames. Boom! Along with the sound of earth and rocks exploding, the fireworks rose several feet high. Flamp's wailing could be heard from the fire. Her body was burnt black, and she fainted completely in the deep pit. "Humph! I told you not to sneak attack me." Kelly also has a temper. Not only has this man scolded her and Xia-in repeatedly, but now he has even taken the opportunity to attack her. This really aroused Klee's anger, and a bouncing bomb was enough to blow her up into the sky. Finally, no one will disturb us now. I can watch Brother Shane fight properly. In the sky, Katakuri opened fire at full power, and in a short period of time, he fought with Shane for hundreds of rounds. The moment the sound of Klee's bouncing bomb rang out, his eyes changed for a moment. But because of Shane's relentless pursuit in front of him, he was unable to distract himself to protect Flamp. What's more, he himself is now basically at the end of his strength, with his body covered with hideous wounds from frostbite from ice flames and scratches from dragon claws, and he's almost at his limit. Now the only thing that keeps him going is the belief of defending the reputation of the Big Mom Pirates. You become weaker. After Shane knocked Katakuri back with a single swing of his claws, he felt his opponent's momentum weakening. Not only his domineering and strength, the coverage of Katakuri's abilities is also shrinking over time, which shows that his physical strength is gradually insufficient. Stop talking nonsense. The battle is not over yet. Katakuri's eyes darkened, as if he had been insulted. His whole body's momentum suddenly increased, and the exploding armament hockey enveloped the trident, and he pushed forward with both hands. The two arms turned into sticky balls and suddenly stretched out like a catapult. The tip of the halberd crossed dozens of meters in an instant and stabbed towards Shane's dragon body. Clang! The huge dragon body blocked the attack head-on, as if it had hit an iron wall. The sound of metal clashing spread throughout the mirror world. It doesn't matter. Accept the reality, Katakuri. You have become weaker. This halberd failed to break the defense, and Shane had already seen through Katakuri's strengths and weaknesses when he attacked. If this is all you are capable of, I will end this match. The words fell. There was only a sound of breaking wind, and the 50-meter dragon body disappeared out of thin air. In a breath of time, it emerged behind Katakuri. A red light flashed across Katakuri's eyes, and he turned around in advance and raised his halberd, using the halberd to block a large sword wrapped in flames. The one attacking him now was no longer a giant dragon, but an orange-haired young man. Half of his body was flame, and the other half was frost, and he held a blood-red sword in both hands. The flames and frost flowed along his body and gradually flowed towards the sword in his hands. Then the blood-red sword was covered with a layer of dark blue flames. This is a special ice flame in the form of an ice dragon, but now it is used by Shane in human form. First, Shane roared angrily, and the flame on the great sword roared out. Under Katakuri's somewhat horrified gaze, the flame went along the junction of the great sword and the halberd and actually swallowed him whole. Bang! Bang! There were two sounds of feet falling to the ground, and Kelly came running over with a look of surprise on her face. The sound of her cheerful footsteps showed her mood. The dust and smoke cleared, revealing two figures. One of them was Shane, who had sheathed his sword. He was facing Klee, with his arms open and a gentle smile on his face. Brother Shane. Kelly let go of her hands and ran over, jumped high in front of Big Pit, and threw herself heavily into Shane's arms. You win. Kelly's face was full of joy. She rubbed against Shane's arms, then rested her chin on Shane's shoulder and looked at the person standing behind her. The figure was still standing, but there was a layer of ice covering his body. Katakuri, the number one man under Big Mom, had now turned into an ice sculpture. Let's go, it's time to go out. Shane touched Kelly's head lovingly, tilted his head to look behind him, and then walked towards a large mirror with Kelly in his arms. On the way, the two talked as they walked. Where's that foul-mouthed girl? Why is she gone? Kelly knocked her out with a bomb. She was the one who attacked me on her own initiative. I didn't mean it, Brother Shane. Kelly's voice was a little nervous, afraid that Shane would think he had done something wrong. It's okay. I even think you didn't go too far. A person like her who has no manners should have her mouth blown to pieces. Sat and hooked her nose and comforted her. But this is too violent. Klee really can't do it. I'm just kidding. Our Klee is a little angel. How could I bear to let you do such a thing? The two of them chatted and laughed as they came to a large mirror, which was the mirror connected to the wave-chasing ship. I can get back to the boat through this mirror. Isn't it amazing? Kelly looked up and down at the mirror with curiosity in her eyes. Devil fruit abilities are so magical. Sometimes they are really hard to guard against. Shane felt a little emotional. Before today, he had never thought that one day he would be beaten onto a boat. Fortunately, Big Mom himself did not come. Otherwise, even if his companions would be safe under Kanna's protection, the wave chaser, with a size of only 60 meters, might not be enough to be hit by Big Mom's hand. By the way, where is Big Mom himself? Given her vengeful character shown in the original novel, shouldn't she have taken action immediately after learning that they had come to her territory? Even if he doesn't come right away, wouldn't it be easy for him to use Mori's ability to enter the mirror world and fight Katakuri? Could it be that he was stopped by Kanna? By the way, when you came in, what was going on outside? Did the four emperors come? Thinking of this, Shane seemed to remember something and lowered his head to ask Kelly in his arms. Kelly and Brother Shane came in at the same time, and she knows as much as Brother Shane. Kelly shook her head. Then why didn't I see you when I came in? Shane was a little confused. He thought Kelly had sneaked in through the mirror from behind. Brother Shane may not know this, but Kanna didn't use a mirror. It was Kanna who sent me in. Kanna said proudly. Shane was stunned. He didn't expect that Kanna could actually affect the ability of the fruit. Such an important thing was not told to him. Then he saw Kelly with a smug look on her face in his arms. He felt a little funny and a little angry, and pinched her little nose with his hand. You're still so proud of yourself. You came in without my permission. You are really disobeying the captain's order. Oh, Kelly, I know I was wrong. Kelly apologized perfunctorily. She could tell that Shane was not really angry. But, Brother Shane, you left Kelly alone on the boat, doing nothing, watching her friends fight. Do you know how uncomfortable it is for her to not be able to participate in interesting things? As he spoke, he actually began to condemn Xian Lei. Shane was stunned by what he said, and thought to himself, why didn't you say anything so much when facing Franpei just now, and you were about to cry after being scolded by others? When it comes to him, he becomes eloquent and a bully. Yes, yes, it's my fault. Shane shook his head and said nothing. He carried Kelly through the mirror and heard the sound of ice tearing before leaving. Hiss! A crack appeared on the ice sculpture from top to bottom. The next moment, the ice broke along the crack and turned into tiny pieces that fell to the ground. Katakuri sat down heavily on the ground. The trident in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, and his body was emitting a chill that had not yet completely dissipated. He looked at the direction where Shane Kelly left with complicated eyes, muttering something. Can you beat Mom? Wow, it's really lively. Be careful, don't jump so high. My deck can't bear your weight. Is Victor so powerful? He fights a group alone. Oh, it turns out there are two nurses. On the Wave Chaser, on the battlefield between the Big Mom Pirates and the Red Dragon Pirates. The originally serious atmosphere of the battlefield began to change after a man holding a little loli came back from the mirror world. When the members of the Red Dragon Pirates saw him, they felt like they had seen their backbone. They no longer had any reservations, and their fighting power suddenly increased. When the members of the Big Mom Pirates saw him, they were like they saw a ghost, shouting that it was impossible and their hearts were broken. All this is because the strongest fighters of both sides entered the mirror, but now only one has come out. As for the result, there is no need to talk about it anymore. Katakuri, he actually lost. Cracker, who is currently beating Gray and Drake, was struck by lightning when he saw this orange-haired young man with a very strong presence. He looked past Shane and towards the mirror in the cabin. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He waited for a full minute, but still no one came out. No, how is this possible? Everyone in the Big Mom Pirates collapsed because they had to admit a fact. Katakuri, who was like a legend in their hearts, actually lost. Shane. Gray's eyes were filled with a burning look. He had just heard from Drake that Shane had gone to a different place to duel with the strongest enemy. Gray admired this kind of courage to challenge the strongest enemy in a duel. It was really to his liking and was something he and his former guild members could do. Phew, it's all settled. Drake glanced at Shane's body inconspicuously and felt relieved. He put the black axe back to his waist. With this man around, he no longer needed to take action. Xian, you're back. Kana also flew over instantly, came to Xian's side, hugged his thighs, and rubbed his hands with her head. As for the others, the Sakura Fairy showed a gentle smile, and together with the Peach Blossom Fairy, the two sisters quickly came to Xia in one after the other. Gallo, Victor, and Jidabeo also hurried over, dragging Wu Yochi. Is the injury so serious? After seeing Wu Yochi's shoulder bleeding profusely, Xian's brows gradually frowned and his voice gradually became colder. Who did it? As soon as these words were spoken, a conqueror's domineering aura overwhelmed the entire audience. Half of the Big Mom Pirates members were bent over, and the stronger ones staggered slightly. Only a very few generals and ministers, such as Cracker and Daifuku, were safe and sound. However, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Conqueror's Haki Holder is in high spirits, and after defeating Katakuri, the Big Mom Pirates members are sure that his 2 billion bounty is not inflated. Even higher, Brother Katakuri lost. What should we do now? Charlotte Daifuku stood beside Cracker with a serious face, and the rest of the Big Mom Pirates also stood behind them. Please invite Mom over. No, Mom hasn't recovered her memory yet. In her current state, she may not be a match for this man. Cracker immediately retorted, his eyes still filled with shock at Katakuri's defeat. Like everyone else, in his mind, Katakuri is invincible as long as he is not facing the 4 emperors. However, now, the brother whom he respected so much was defeated by the man in front of him in a one-on-one situation. Considering the threat he just felt from Kanna, Cracker now regarded this man as a being on the same level as the 4 emperors. Today is probably the most humiliating day for our Big Mom Pirates. On the other side, seeing Xia En's anger, Tao Hua Yao hurried to treat the seriously injured Wu Yochi. A green light lingered, and Wu Yochi's shoulder was healed in an instant. The Peach Blossom Demon also shed a lot of sweat. Her face turned pale, and her demonic power was almost used up. Are you okay, Xiaodao? Seeing Wu Liuqi recover, Xian's expression gradually softened, and Conqueror's domineering aura also weakened a lot. Well, this is a normal phenomenon after excessive use of demonic power. It will recover after a rest. Lord Shane doesn't need to worry. The Peach Blossom Demon gave Shane a very energetic smile, and then pulled Kelly to chat. How about you, Achi? Wu Liuqi has opened his eyes and is looking at his shoulder, which has been restored to its original state, together with Ji Debeo. Both he and Ji Debeo are extremely happy. Seeing Xian asking questions, Wu Liuqi and Ji Debeo instantly became serious. Both man and chicken stood up suddenly, and their voices were particularly energetic. Report, I'm fully recovered, boss. Okay, then Drake and Victor check the equipment on the ship and we'll get ready to go to the next island. After the great battle, Shane no longer wanted to rest or replenish supplies on this island and prepared to move to another island. What? Qilong, are you leaving now? On the other side, Cracker was stunned when he heard this and was a little bit unbelievable. This man came to Wano country, killed their strongest katakuri, and then did nothing else. He is leaving now? He originally thought that even if the other party did not massacre them, they would at least rob them of the treasure from several islands in the 10,000 kingdoms. Unexpectedly, why? Are you going to keep us for a party? Shane curled his lips and looked at Cracker as if he were a fool. Beside him, Klee, Peach Blossom Fairy, and Gallo had the same expressions as Shane. This shouldn't be like this. Cracker felt like he was being ridiculed, but what the other party said seemed to make sense, so he couldn't find any flaws for a moment. Seeing that the Red Dragons ignored the order and started to clean up the cabin, Cracker's face became uncertain. After thinking for a long time, he made a bold decision. You guys. A low voice came out of Cracker's mouth. His eyes became particularly determined, and his hands gradually came together. Drake and Gray's eyes instantly turned serious when they saw his action. Having fought with him before, they knew that this was a prelude to Cracker using his abilities. Don't underestimate the enemy. This guy's abilities are a bit tricky. Drake whispered a reminder to Shane. He thought Shane didn't know Cracker's ability. As for the user of the biscuit fruit, don't worry, I know his abilities better than you do. Shane put Klee down from his arms, gently moved Kanna off his thigh, and stared at Cracker with interest. He asked a question. After knowing that I defeated Katakuri myself, you still have the courage to challenge me. Why? Because I have a reason to win. With a burst of intensive applause, nearly 100 biscuit soldiers appeared out of thin air on the deck and surrounded the entire Red Dragon group. The sudden increase in mass caused the hull of the wave-chasing ship to sink by dozens of centimeters. Come on, Red Dragon. I will never let you leave Wangua until I fall. The sound was like the last roar of a wild beast. Although it was still fighting, it was extremely inspiring and made all the remaining soldiers of the Bigman Pirates shout, Cracker! Cracker! Almost all the crew members, including Shane, were shocked to some extent. I'll do it. At this moment, Gray took a step forward and pulled open his shirt with his hands. His ability has a certain restraining effect on Cracker, so Gray decided to take the initiative to take responsibility. Moreover, this sudden battle was caused by him to a certain extent, and Gray standing up at this time meant to put an end to this battle. It's you again, little brat. Cracker's expression turned ugly when he saw him. This man who used a power similar to the freeze fruit was the biggest nemesis of his ability. But he did not stop at all. Like Gray, he took a few steps forward and stood in front of everyone. He was with a group of defeated soldiers and had no intention of keeping all the members of the Red Dragon Pirates. The only purpose for him to stand up alone at this moment is to fight for the last bit of face for the Bigman Pirates. At least, I have to defeat one person. Through the burning fighting spirit in Cracker's eyes, Gray could see the belief he held at the moment. So, he gradually became excited. What great guy, Shane. I kind of like your world. Don't blame me for stealing your opponent. Fighting for one's own beliefs is the belief of many people in Gray's world. How can he not be excited when he sees similar people now? TSK. Shane looked speechlessly at Gray, who was full of fighting spirit and almost had fire effects coming out from behind him. A battle maniac is like this. When he meets an opponent he likes, he can't help but fight. Before Gray came, everyone on the ship basically followed Shane's personality and usually played it safe and leisurely. Now he still felt a little uncomfortable with having such an active crew member. Go fight on the island. We'll wait for you on the boat. Shane waved his hand with some disdain, thinking that it would be a good opportunity to drive Cracker and the others off the boat. There was no suggestion in his words that Gray would lose. How about we go to the island and have a fight? Gray smiled with satisfaction and turned to look at Cracker on the other side. Okay, as you wish. As a devil fruit user, Cracker actually has an advantage in fighting on land, so there is no reason for him to refuse. Afterwards, with the encouragement from Klee, G. Victor, and others, Gray followed Cracker and others and jumped onto the island. The wave chaser then docked. Except for Drake and Victor, who were checking the cabin, Shane and all the remaining crew members lay on the railing of the ship to watch the battle. Bastia drinks, fruits, and snacks. G. came over with a plate, with a fawning look on his face. He had a high emotional quotient. He first placed the tray in front of Shane, gave him a flattering smile, and then quickly brought many trays filled with drinks and snacks, distributing them to all the crew members in turn. When it comes to being a human being, G. has the best grasp of it, even though he is just a chicken. Well, thank you for your hard work. Shane nodded and smiled, then picked up a small piece of cake and stuffed it into the mouth of Kanna beside him. The young dragon had already opened its mouth wide, waiting to be fed. On the other side, Kelly also looked at him with blinking eyes. Shane certainly would not show favoritism. Almost at the same time, he put his other hand to Kelly's mouth. Lord Xian, I want one too. The Peach Blossom Fairy was extremely envious. She tugged at the corner of Xian's clothes with her little hand, and her cherry mouth opened slightly. However, before Xian could act, another white and tender arm reached out and gently put a piece of cake in her mouth. Don't trouble Lord Shane. You're not a child anymore. It turned out to be the Sakura Fairy. She tapped the Peach Blossom Fairy's forehead with her finger. Her younger sister, after spending so much time with Kanna, seems to have started to treat herself as a child, even more childish than before. Hee, sister's feeding is also good. Peach Blossom Demon was not discouraged and was still happy. Oh, Shane sighed with some regret, missing the opportunity to feed the beautiful girl. I never said it would be numb. Before he finished speaking, Xian's face showed a trace of astonishment. He looked at the Sakura Fairy, who took her hand away from his mouth, and there was a soft thing in his mouth. Was he also being fed? Okay, come and watch the fight, Lord Shane. Mr. Gray has already started fighting with his opponent. The Sakura Fairy retracted her hands into her sleeves, her face calm and her heart calm, as if nothing had happened just now. But the Peach Blossom Demon, who was closest to her, could feel that her breathing was much more rapid than before. The Peach Blossom Fairy widened her beautiful eyes, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Then, after seeing Shane's strange expression, the shock in her heart gradually turned into admiration. As expected, she is my sister. While she, Kanna, and Klee were still passively waiting to be fed, her sister actually took the initiative and made Lord Shane blush. Wow, what a fast speed. On the other side, Wu Yochi, G. and Gallo, who had been watching the battle, exclaimed at this moment. Shane was attracted by their voices and glanced strangely at the calm Sakura Queen. He gradually focused his attention on the island. Gray and Cracker used all their strength from the beginning of the battle. The two had a simple fight before and knew each other's abilities, so there was no need to test each other. A large number of biscuit soldiers filled the island and attacked Gray one after another like a charging army. Gray first touched the ground with one hand, turning the grass-covered land into an ice surface emitting a cold glow. Most of the biscuit soldiers slid to the ground. Gray took this opportunity to rush out with a cold current. All the biscuit soldiers in the path he passed through turned into ice sculptures. The air temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees, as if it were winter. What a strong guy. He was able to freeze all of Cracker's cookie puppets. The Big Mom pirates who were watching the battle exclaimed again and again, shocked by the strength of this unknown person like Gray. Isn't this what Akiji is capable of? His body cannot be transformed into an element. It is obviously not Akiji's Logia ice fruit, but a paramecia fruit with freezing effect. The eyesight of the Bigmum pirates far exceeds that of ordinary pirates. After just a few moments of watching the battle, they were able to initially determine Gray's ability. In the blink of an eye, almost all the Biscuit soldiers were destroyed. Cracker broke out of his shell and chopped in the air with a several-meter-long sword, causing a violent gust of wind in the air. Gray relied on his sharp fighting instincts to dodge by sticking to the blade and hammered the blade with his elbow. The powerful force was transmitted along the blade to Cracker's body, causing him to tremble, but he did not let go of the knife. Cracker swung his sword to chop Gray's head off. The several-meter-long blade was wrapped in a layer of armed-colored domineering lightning, and it was incredibly powerful. Anyone hit by this sword would inevitably have their head exploded. Gray suddenly jumped up, not only dodging the blade that was coming at him, but also using it as a leverage point. He stepped on the blade with one foot, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and charged towards Cracker. Ice shape, Shinigami sickle. As a blinding cold light burst out, the next moment, an ice sickle more than 10 meters long appeared out of thin air in front of Gray and Cracker. It was also a beheading move. The ice sickle seemed to be wielded by a Shinigami. The sickle carried a frost that could freeze everything, and it chopped down diagonally towards Cracker's neck. Cracker's pupils suddenly shrank as he felt a strong sense of death crisis from the ice sickle. He did not dare to be careless at all and quickly drew his sword, turned around, and put it in front of him to block. Clang! The ice sickle collided with Cracker's machete in front of him. Cracker used all his domineering power, consuming more than half of it, to offset the ice sickle's attack. But he did not relax. His pupils flashed red, and he used his observation haki to sense the opponent's next attack. Cracker swung his fist fiercely and collided with a fist wrapped in a cold current. Boom! In a fist-to-fist fight, Cracker had the upper hand this time. His armed haki played a huge role and actually knocked Gray out. Here you go, Cracker, Cracker! Everyone in the Bigmum pirate group shouted excitedly. However, Charlotte Dafu was sweating profusely, staring intently at the black-haired young man whose fighting spirit remained unabated even after being repelled by Cracker. His attacks don't carry domineering force. He actually relies solely on his physical body and ability to fight Cracker. Without haki, you can fight to a draw with Cracker, one of the 4 generals. If you understand haki, what's the point? What kind of monsters are the Red Dragon pirates? Thinking like this, he subconsciously looked at the Red Dragon's pirate ship. Along the ship's edge, the Red Dragon, Silver Dragon, Sword Demon, and the Blue Chicken that could only turn into a Green Dragon. Each of their faces came into Charlotte Daifuku's sight. These people, are there too many strong men on this ship? His Charlotte Daifuku's strength is placed among the Bigmum pirates, and he's the first group behind only the 4 generals and Bigmum himself. And he had just tried his best to fight, but he couldn't get a single chicken after fighting for more than half an hour, which made him almost think that the chicken was the 3rd figure of the Red Dragon pirates. But now it seems that those who are stronger than that chicken are at least the Sword Demon who defeated Snag, Drake who fought with Cracker for hundreds of rounds without losing, and the person in front of him who uses the same ability as Akiji. The unknown boy. Even a rabbit from the fur tribe was close to him in strength and could fight 2 ministers in a row without losing. Finally, on top of that, there are Red Dragon, Silver Dragon, and a Dragon Girl with the same hair color as Red Dragon. Hey, where's the Dragon Girl? Why haven't I seen her? At the same time, on the Red Dragon pirate ship, a certain captain asked the same question as him. Where's Kagura? She doesn't even come out to watch such a wonderful fight. Shane stared at the battlefield intently, admiring Gray's fighting method that was completely different from this world, but equally violent. The battle between the two was full of ups and downs. When he saw Gray gaining the upper hand, Xia couldn't hold back the joy in his heart. Usually at this time, he would pinch the face of a greedy girl, but when he stretched out his hand, he found that the man was not around. I remember it was Mr. Xia, and who sent Miss Kagura out? No one even realized that Kagura was not there. Only Victor said with some confusion. He pointed toward the interior of the island. Kagura set off in this direction at that time. If I predicted correctly, she might have been lost. Ah, Xiaoyan exclaimed in surprise. After seeing Gray on the boat, I thought that girl had found someone and returned. This was indeed his first thought when he returned from the mirror world. He thought Kagura would find a place to be lazy after returning to the ship. Unexpectedly, the person never came back. Gray said he came back alone and didn't meet Kagura on the way back. Drake said abruptly, with a trace of embarrassment on his face. He only listened to Xiaoyan's instructions to check the cabin, and for a while he even forgot to report the matter to Xiaoyan. Kanna. Xiaoyan held his forehead helplessly. He patted Kanna's baby face next to him and prepared to ask her to help find someone. Look for Kagura's seat. Before he finished speaking, he heard a heavy impact sound. The island shook violently, and the ground cracked. It started from the center of the island and gradually broke into two halves. The island shattered in half. Everyone was attracted by the noise. Everyone on the wave chaser, including Shane, who was interrupted, raised their heads and looked towards the center of the island that suddenly shattered. What happened? Cracker and Gray, who were fighting, stopped at the same time, and they both sensed that something big was happening. Cracker distanced himself from Gray and jumped onto a 100-meter-high tree, allowing him to see the situation in the center of the island clearly. Crack, crack. Cracker's facial features expanded exaggeratedly, and he was extremely surprised. This was even more shocking than when he saw Shane coming out of the mirror world. What happened? On the other side, Charlotte Daifuku created the lamp spirit and took herself into the air. Several masters from the Big Mom Pirates and Moonwalk also flew into the air. After everyone saw the situation clearly, they all had the same expression as Cracker. However, the center of the island was broken into two equal halves, with seawater pouring into the crack. What? Who split the island? Not only were there traces of chopping, but there were also traces of collision. It looks like two people were fighting. Cracker first glanced at the ship parked by the island. When he saw that Qilong himself and his crew had the same shocked expression, Cracker realized that it was not them who did it. So, who else could it be? With doubts, Cracker tried to use his observation hockey, and after sensing, he found a familiar aura. Is this Mom's domineering attitude? As his voice fell, the two halves of the island actually tilted towards the center at the same time, as if they were pressed down by some force at the same time. The terrain suddenly rose, and the people on the island fell to the ground, looking at the center of the island in confusion. Gray almost fell down, but was supported by a small hand behind his back. Thank you very much. Hey, Kanna, why are you on the island? Gray discovered that the person supporting him was the white-haired lowly on the boat. Before he could ask the reason, he saw the person's sight gradually rise higher and return to the boat in a blink of an eye. Gray was placed on the deck by Kanna. He was a little confused. Is this something big going on? Two monsters are fighting. Drake stretched out his hand, using it to help him stand up from the deck. Monster? Gray was a little surprised. If he remembered correctly, this guy Drake could turn into a 10-meter monster. What could he call a monster? That's not all. He also saw that Shane, who was usually relaxed, now looked quite serious, not to mention the rest of the crew. All of them were staring in a certain direction with bated breath. What kind of monster can make everyone so serious? Gray became more and more curious. At this moment, he even temporarily put aside his interrupted battle and looked in the direction of everyone's gaze. The sky had grown gloomy at some point, with dark clouds rolling like ink and lightning flashing through it, as if it had broken free from the constraints of nature and was continuously and madly striking the ground. Amid the flashing lightning, two figures were particularly eye-catching. One of them was of gigantic stature, with a mini-sun shining with flaming light on her head, and she was standing on a black cloud surrounded by lightning. The broadsword in her hand was shrouded in a terrifying aura. The other person, or rather, he was not a human at all. He was shrouded in a bloody light, and his human form could no longer be seen. However, the brutality and murderous intent in him shocked the hearts of everyone present. Mother, Cracker, and others recognized Big Mom himself, and everyone was ecstatic in an instant. She was able to use her abilities and domineering power to prove that their mother had finally recovered her memory. Huh, this time, the Red Dragon Gang is doomed. No, it seems like Mom is fighting with someone. Cracker's expression became serious, and his eyes gradually narrowed. He suddenly understood why the island broke into two. That's impossible. Is there someone in this world that we don't know about who can fight with Mom? Charlotte Dave said with trembling lips, looking at the scene with an incredulous look. He had an extremely terrifying thought in his mind that the one fighting against Big Mom was none other than the Dragon Girl, who disappeared from the Red Dragon group. Could it be that all of this was planned by that guy Chi Long? They blocked the Big Mom pirates led by Katakuri head-on, and at the same time sent Dragon Girl to assassinate her mother who had not yet recovered her memory. Now it seems that the plan has failed. Mom has regained her memory, and then she, who knows everything, breaks out into a battle with the daughter of the dragon. That way, everything makes sense. Charlotte Daifuku took a deep breath and looked at the pirate ship with extremely vigilant eyes. The red hull swayed with the waves, but the slender figure did not waver at all. Under the orange hair was a handsome face that seemed a little gloomy. As expected, after seeing Shane's expression, Charlotte Dafu's heart skipped a beat, and her guess was confirmed. This man must have become like this because the Dragon Girl failed to assassinate her mother. What a horrible man. He almost made his plan succeed. What are you talking about? Cracker was confused, not knowing why this brother suddenly went crazy. Cracker, we have all been deceived by him. Charlotte Dafu told Cracker all her guesses, and Cracker was also shocked. You said that the bloody light was from the Red Dragon's crew? Cracker was horrified, pointing at the bloody light that was confronting Big Mom and questioning. How could she possibly be a match for my mother? Boom! Big Mom raised the sword in her hand and pointed the tip of the sword at the sky. It seemed that even the heaven and earth were guided by her. 100-foot-long thunderbolt fell from the sky. Roar! The blood light was steadily concentrated by the thunder, and the light instantly became dim. But after this soul-shaking roar was heard, the broken places were replenished again, and everything seemed to have returned to its original state. What on earth are you? Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, it was Big Mom himself who spoke first, with a somewhat irritated voice coming out of his mouth. At the same time, she raised the big knife high and tapped it in the air several times. Several thunders fell from the sky and hit the bloodlight. The ground was charred for hundreds of meters, and even the surrounding area where the bloodlight was located had been split into black pits. It was vaguely visible that the sea water inside had actually been split through. However, the bloodlight was still intact and even had a tendency to move closer to Big Mom. Under the bloodlight, a petite figure was looming. Is he really immortal? Impossible. There is no such monster in this world. Big Mom seemed to be asking and answering her own questions, and no one could answer her at this moment. No one dared to set foot in the area where she was fighting. It was too terrifying. Anyone who came here would probably not be able to withstand even a bolt of lightning. Big Mom noticed that the bloodlight was getting closer and closer. The figure in the bloodlight opened a pair of sharp claws and pounced towards her at a speed that no one present could see clearly. Wagwa! Big Mom waved his hand, and a blade of light spanning 100 meters slashed out, shattering all the rocks along the way, destroying all things, and all life was annihilated by this blade that contained the Conqueror's domineering power. Here it comes. Mommy's special moves learned from the land of giants. The crew members of the Big Mom Pirates looked up at her with great admiration. So far, they have never seen anyone survive Big Mom's knife. However, the smiles on their faces quickly disappeared. The bloodlight was split into two halves by the sword light, but soon overlapped again and restored to its original state. This process only took 3 seconds, and the figure in the bloodlight pounced on Big Mom again. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, a hand with sharp claws stretched out from the blood, grabbed Big Mom's throat, and pushed him down. Don't even think about catching Mom, you monster! The small sun above Big Mum's head emitted rays of blazing light, but the effect was minimal as it was swallowed up by blood in an instant. The dark clouds beneath his feet were already cowering in fear, not daring to fight back, and could only watch helplessly as the master he was holding was dragged down and pressed to the ground. You be asterisk, 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 D Zeus. You just watch my mother fall again. The son Prometheus cursed the coward. It's so terrible, I will be eaten. Dark Cloud Zeus was terrified. It was the first time it met a human who was not afraid of lightning and could recover no matter how many times it was struck. No, not just lightning, but all attacks would also hurt her, but she would recover at a terrifying speed every time. Mom was held down by someone. On the island, Cracker and the others were in an indescribable mood, and they were almost petrified on the spot. And on the Jubwa, so strong, they're all so strong. Gray's eyes were shining. Both Big Mum and the figure in the bloody light were several levels stronger than the likes of Charlotte Owen and Cracker, whom he had fought before. No, there should be a dimension gap. That bloody light is ours? Why haven't I seen it before? Gray asked excitedly and puzzledly. That's Kagura, that greedy girl. Klee, Shane, and Kana on the boat recognized her, and Drake also had some guesses. They were all people who had been with Kagura in the Sabaody Islands and knew something about her abilities. This is Kagura's complete night rabbit form. It's just as she said, terrifying and powerful. Klee stared at the two falling figures with her red eyes, worry showing in her eyes. She looked at Shane with an expression as if she was about to cry. Brother Shane, Sister Kagura said that her bloodline will only fully explode when her life is in danger. So maybe she has been beaten to death by Big Mum just now. That feeling should be very painful. Kelly hesitated to speak. Although she is basically immune to death thanks to the recovery power of the Night Rabbit's bloodline, she still has to endure the pain of being pierced through her body every time. Don't worry too much, Carrie. It's not what you think. Shane knew that Klee was worried about Kagura, so he patted her head to comfort her and explained. She will most likely take the damage when her bloodline is activated for the first time, but after her Night Rabbit bloodline is activated, she will enter the True Night Rabbit combat mode. In this form, her combat power will be increased several times, or even 10 times in all aspects, and she will become immortal. But the side effect is that her sanity will be reduced, and she will turn into a monster that only knows how to fight and kill. But as her sanity decreases, her perception of pain also decreases. During this period, she almost feels no pain, so the girl is not in as much pain as you think. Oh, hearing this, Khalif felt relieved. Improved tenfold? Immortal? No sense of pain. The more Gray listened, the more outrageous it seemed. He had already given up all plans to fight him. How can such a monster win? This really is a monster. Drake was equally shocked. It was also the first time he heard of Kagura's physique. Although I could tell from our daily interactions that this greedy girl was very unusual, I didn't expect her to be so terrifying. He can even use this physique to fight against the 4 emperors. Don't call her a monster in front of her. The little girl is very sensitive. Xia'an reminded him. He knew Kagura's personality very well. She was most afraid of being called a monster. That was due to her childhood memories. Psychological shadow. Well, I'm not stupid. Drake curled his lips, indicating that he was wasting his time. Suddenly, footsteps were heard behind me. Drake felt a chill down his spine, sensing a terrifying aura coming from behind him. Behind him was the cabin, and his companions were all on the deck watching the battle. How could someone come out of the cabin? And with such a terrifying aura? He responded by pulling out the black cutter from his waist and facing the newcomer with the axe blade. After seeing the person's face clearly, Drake was stunned. Katakuri. Looking at this exceptionally tall figure, Drake was a little surprised. He looked at Shane beside him with a questioning look. Hateful, Big Mum, who fell into the air, tried to break free from the hand that was strangling her throat, but the hand was just as strong as hers. In addition, her current position made it difficult for her to exert force, and she couldn't even shake off the hand. Bang! Falling to the ground again, Big Mum felt her body colliding with the earth, as if a big hole was smashed out. The impact almost made her faint. But Big Mom was still not injured, without even a single broken wound on his body. If the monster she fights is immortal, then she is indestructible. Her body is called the Iron Balloon and is almost the most defensive person in the world. She had never been injured since she was a child, and even the stones kicked by Kagura could not hurt her most fragile pupils. But even she is finding it increasingly difficult now. Her attack power is not strong. She just masters the top-level armament hockey and cannot break Big Mom's own defense, but Big Mom also immune to death her. Even the power of the country is useless. The opponent is not a person with special abilities, and the sea water is useless. How can we kill him? Sizzle, sizzle. The sharp claws scratched Big Mom's skin, tearing it like a wild beast. Sparks flew, like steel rubbing against each other. Big Mom was annoyed by the tickling, so she turned around and chopped with a knife. The bloodlight broke and then gathered together. A white and tender little hand grabbed her knife, and the sharp claws left 5 claw marks on the blade. "It hurts, Mom." Dao cried out in pain. Napoleon. Big Mom quickly used her body to push away the streak of blood, retracted the knife, and looked at her knife with a distressed look on her face. "Hey, stinky old woman, if I can't penetrate your defense, I'll chew your knife." A streak of orange hair appeared in the blood, and then a petite figure opened its mouth and bit at the big knife in Big Mom's hand. Then, a scene that everyone found strange and humorous happened. Big Mom, named 4 emperors, wrapped her knife with her bloated body and squatted on the ground very cautiously. However, a beam of blood kept attacking her from all directions at an astonishing speed. Only the afterimage was seen, but not the person. And with every attack, everyone seemed to be able to hear a grinning sound. "It hurts so much. You old woman are so tough. My teeth are about to break." Reinforcements from the Big Mom pirates arrived one after another, and countless ships approached the island. One by one, Big Mom's ministers of parent-child relations came with their subordinates to support. Am I seeing this correctly? Mom was suppressed by someone. After seeing this scene in the center of the island, everyone was stunned. Charlotte Leanlean's eldest son, the Minister of Sweets, Charlotte Perispero, was also among those who arrived. Although he is not a general, because he is the eldest son of Big Mom, his prestige among his younger brothers and sisters is extremely high, almost second only to Katakuri. When Katakuri first received the news that the Red Dragon pirates had entered Banco, he immediately decided to send people to fight them personally. Perispero was responsible for notifying his brothers and sisters stationed on other islands in the Wano country to gather all their strength to launch a siege on the Red Dragon pirates. The fact that the 4 Emperors pirate group could make such a big fuss shows that they not only respect the title of 2 billion bounty of Red Dragon, but they are probably repaying the other party for the big gift they gave them last time in the waterfall in Wano country. However, it now seems that the actual development has completely deviated from the plan. What's going on? Where are Katakuri and the others? Perispero came to Cracker and the others, staring at them and asking. His peripheral vision swept across a scarlet ship heading towards the harbor, and when he saw the intact group of red dragons, he suddenly became angry. "Cracker, what on earth happened? How come the Red Dragon pirates are still intact? Why, you guys look so miserable." Cracker and the others were speechless for a while. They all felt guilty, and no one dared to answer the eldest brother's question. Finally, Cracker stood up and said in a low voice, "Brother Spiro, Brother Katakuri, loss of the Red Dragon." "What?" Perispero looked at him with an expression as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" To him, his second brother was also a symbol of invincibility. Although he couldn't help feeling a little jealous, he never denied the man's abilities. He will lose? How can he lose? The blow was so severe that for a short period of time, Perispero even ignored Big Mom, who was at a disadvantage in the battle, and became a little dazed. "Spiro, now is not the time to be discouraged." At this moment, an old voice sounded. With the sound of light footsteps, an old man with a white beard and the height of a dwarf walked out. He wore a pink button-down shirt with a white chef's apron and held a gold-rimmed dagger that looked like it would cost a fortune. This person is none other than the Big Mom Pirates' head chef, Chef Bread, Big Mom's exclusive chef, who has been following Big Mom since he was a child, from a rookie pirate to the Rocks Pirates, and now to Bangkoku. Therefore, whether it is Perispero or generals like Katakuri, they all have special respect for this old man. Katakuri loses, but you have to believe in this. Longbread cut the ground with a golden dagger, and the hard earth and stones suddenly became soft, like a piece of soft and glutinous cake. Lin Lin will never lose. She is the most perfect creature in this world. As his voice fell, the cake on the ground slid smoothly on the ground and slid towards Big Mom at an extremely fast speed. Hey, cake! Before the cake arrived, Big Mom smelled the scent first. She seemed to have suddenly gained strength and stood up suddenly. Don't take my cake! She slapped out and just happened to catch Kagura, who was attacking her. She grabbed her in her big hand and then threw her away. Cake, here I come. Then she ran towards the direction where the food was being delivered, plunged into the sea of cake, and devoured it with gusto. What's the sudden madness? Kagura was dizzy from being beaten. She looked up and suddenly saw that the old woman who had just fought with her was now in a sea of cake. Kagura's eyes also lit up. For a moment, the desire for delicious food overcame the fighting desire of the Night Rabbit bloodline in his heart. Without saying a word, she pounced on it, transformed into a giant gold-eating beast, and sucked in pieces of cake like a storm. This also means that the food created by the ability fruit now has two competitors, and the stomachs of these two are bottomless pits. Naturally, the two of them started arguing over this again. Don't fight with me, you old *** hole. This is Mom's food, *** hole, you shameless glutton. The two men started fighting again. One of them was immortal, and the other was indestructible. Naturally, they could not bring any result to the end after a long time. How could it turn out like this? Longbread was speechless for a moment. He originally wanted to use food to arouse Big Mom's fighting spirit, so that she could recover to her strongest state and defeat her opponent. But unexpectedly, the opponent was also attracted by the food, and the two people's life-and-death duel turned into a battle for food. In front of the food, Big Mom seemed to have regained his childishness and snatched food from Kagura, making her feel like she was getting along with a normal friend. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. Her physique had been different from that of ordinary people since she was a child. No one dared to play with her, let alone compete with her for food. Now that Kagura has appeared, after a fierce battle between the two, Big Mom has experienced something he has never experienced before. On the wave pulling. Mom is no longer the same person she was when she became Four Emperors. She went from being a great pirate dominating the new world to a foolish queen. On the deck, Katakuri slowly walked to the edge of the ship, ignoring Drake, Wu Liochi, and others who were so nervous about his arrival that they had goosebumps. He came in front of Shane, stood side by side with him, and looked at Big Mom and Kagura who were fighting for food in the center of the island. In fact, after you defeated me, the idea that was buried deep in my heart was activated again. Waiting for someone who can truly defeat Mom, so that she can regroup and regain her former glory, and lead our Big Mom pirates to fight for the throne called One Piece. So have you succeeded now? Shane turned his head and looked at the man who was talking to himself. At the last moment of the duel in the mirror world, Katakuri has not lost yet. But when he was frozen by Shane's ice flame, he could actually rely on his own domineering power to break free and fight with Shane for a few hundred more rounds. But he gave up on his own, allowing Shane to come out into the outside world as a winner earlier and convey the news of Katakuri's defeat. Shane guessed there were two reasons for doing this. One was that Katakuri knew he was no match for his opponent and would be defeated by Shane sooner or later. The second reason is that he wanted the news of his defeat to reach Big Mom's ears. The weight of this news would be enough to wake Big Mom from his amnesia. Then, with the help of Shane, he inspired Big Mom's fighting spirit and allowed her to regain her past ambitions, thereby bringing changes to the Big Mom pirate group. Although the development of the situation was completely beyond my expectations, Mom woke up early, and you didn't fight her. There was even a third person on your ship who could compete with Mom head-on. But it worked. My mother had never shown this kind of state before. It was like her long-sealed heart loosened, and she returned to her purest self. Having said that, Katakuri paused for a moment and looked meaningfully at the ignorant young dragon beside Shane's legs. I thought that even if it wasn't you, it would be her who changed my mother. From the moment he boarded the ship, Katakuri relied on his observation haki, which was far superior to that of ordinary people, to sense the strongest person on the ship. It turned out not to be the red dragon, but this seemingly harmless little girl. At that moment, an idea came into his mind. Kanna tilted her head in confusion, looked Katakuri up and down, couldn't understand what he said, so she hugged Shane's thigh and closed her eyes. The other crew members also looked at each other, vaguely aware that something happened in the mirror world that they were not aware of. I didn't expect you to discover the biggest secret of our Red Dragon pirates. It seems that I absolutely cannot let you go today. Xian's expression froze, and his face became gloomy and cold. Achi, do it. Don't let this guy leave the boat. Wu Yoshi received the order and subconsciously drew his sword, but after seeing clearly who his enemy was, he swallowed nervously. Boss, are you sure you want me to catch him? He looked at Shane in embarrassment and pointed at Katakuri, who was 5 meters tall and standing there with an imposing manner without doing anything. As early as when Katakuri led the crowd on board, Wu Yoshi had a brief fight with him. Needless to say, he was easily defeated by the opponent in just 2 moves. Facing this guy, Wu Yoshi felt that even if the other personality in his body took action, he might not be his opponent. Fool! Jidabeo jumped up and gave him a chestnut on the head. Boss, you are kidding. Do you really want to do it? After being scolded by Jidabeo, Wu Yoshi noticed the strange expressions on Shane and the crew members' faces. Except for Kanna and the innocent carrot, the others were trying to hold back their laughter. Boss, you are kidding me. Wu Yoshi said angrily and put the Bingyuan back into the scabbard behind him. Yes. Xian nodded honestly and couldn't help laughing out loud. You are a Real tiger. Just do it when I tell you to. Under Wu Yoshi's somewhat indignant gaze, Xia-in changed the subject and patted him on the shoulder. But I really appreciate your diligent and conscientious work attitude. It's very good. I will give you a raise in the future. You, my boss, really make me happy. I'll follow you for the rest of my life. When Wu Yoshi heard about the salary increase, the resentment on his face disappeared. Jidabeo also stood up. Boss Xia, I fought a great enemy general this time. I fought with him for hundreds of rounds and almost died on the spot. Look at all the chicken feathers on the ground. He told Shane the story of his battle with Charlotte Daifuku, adding more details and using more exaggerated words, so much so that even Katakuri gave him a strange look. In short, he just wanted to take credit and get a salary increase like Wu Yoshi. Okay. After the trip to all countries, your salary will increase and you'll get a bonus. Shane really couldn't stand it. This chicken was very eloquent, and its voice was the same as that of a famous Hong Kong star, which was very irritating after listening to it for a long time. At this time, Katakuri, who had been silent for a long time, decided to bring the topic back to the main topic. Katakuri is feeling quite weird right now. These people are too unserious. They're different from the pirates in the New World, and they can't even be called pirates at all. Qilong, are you just going to let one of your crew members and your mother continue to fight? Now both sides have calmed down temporarily because of the food, but soon they will start fighting again. What is surprising is that the person who is most concerned about Kagura's safety now is Katakuri. If you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten. Shane looked as if he had suddenly woken up. He looked into the distance, and his sight fell on the center of the island 1,000 meters away. Kagura and Big Mum were fighting over a piece of cake. The two figures, one big and one small, butted each other with their heads like fighting cows and sheep. Parasparrow, Cracker, and others nearby didn't dare to get close. What the hell is this greedy girl doing? Shane covered his head with his hands in great pain. He gently patted Kanna, who was using his thigh as a pillow. Kanna, please bring Kagura back. We are about to set off. At this time, the only person who could bring Kagura out from the encirclement of the 4 Emperor's pirates, including the 4 Emperors themselves, was Kanna. Good. Kana opened her eyes immediately. Although she liked to rest when she had nothing to do, she would never ignore the voices of her companions, especially Shane and Kelly. Kana reluctantly let go of her pillow. Then she stretched out a small hand and struck the air, and a huge dragon claw shadow flashed by. With the sound of glass breaking, a space passage appeared in the sky. This is... Shane and Katakuri opened their eyes wide at the same time. They were most familiar with the environment inside this space. Wasn't it the place where they had just fought? What kind of ability does she have that she can break through the passage to Morel's mirror world without relying on a mirror? Katakuri thought secretly in his heart, frowning. Kanna's move made him feel that the other party was even more unfathomable. Kanna, are you planning to bring Kagura back to the ship through the mirror space? Shane didn't need to think as much as he did, and looked at Kanna in admiration. Kanna, you are so smart. Kanna's expressionless face showed some movement, and her little tail began to wag. It was obvious that she was very happy with Shane's compliment. I'll go, Shane, and bring Kagura back soon. After saying that, when Kanna saw Shane nod, she suddenly entered the mirror world as if entering water. The next moment, her figure appeared on the island, in a mirror in a house near Kagura's location. She can enter the mirror space of the Morel fruit ability at any time, but she cannot come out at will. She must go through mirrors in other places, otherwise forcing her way out will destroy the mirror world. Who are you, kid? In the house, they're just ordinary residents in the world. They looked at a person who suddenly jumped out of the mirror in their home and were so scared that they only recovered after seeing Kanna's young face. Little guy, how did you get to our house? Don't go out yet. It's very chaotic outside now. A woman in the house saw that Kanna was cute and well-behaved and young, and was worried that she would get hurt accidentally if she went out, so she wanted to keep her in the house temporarily. But Kanna ignored them, just glanced at the woman with some curiosity, and then disappeared on the spot. It's gone. The woman was a little confused when she saw the empty space in an instant. Idiot! How dare you pull her hand? She is clearly the intruder this time, said the woman's husband with a look of fear on his face. Intruder? She's so young. How could it be possible? After stepping out of the house, Kanna followed the location of Kagura observed by the dragon eyes and crossed over at a rapid speed, covering a distance of 100 meters with each step. This was certainly not her full strength. This speed, which was considered top-notch even on the ocean, was only the result of using 1/10 of her strength in human form. If she used all her strength, she could even jump from the wave chaser to the center of the island in one step. Strange kindness, stranger, why? Kanna was thoughtful. She was still thinking about the woman who had just been very friendly to her. After coming to this world, she spent most of her time with Shane and other summoned companions, and had never had any contact with anyone from this world alone. The woman today was the first time Kanna met a human being who was kind to her, other than her companions. I can't figure it out. Go back and ask Shane. Kanna stopped thinking. Because the destination has been reached. The first thing that caught Kanna's eye was a large group of people standing on the periphery. Some of them had fought with their companions on the wave chaser, and some had rushed over from other places later. Among them, there was a human named Kanna who summoned cookies. I had some impression of him. He had fought with Drake and Gray on the ship. Some strength, but not as strong as the human who fought Shane. Why are you here? Feeling that he was being stared at by an extremely terrifying, beast-like gaze, Cracker turned around in horror and found a little white-haired girl walking towards their encirclement, the battlefield of Kagura and Big Mom. The subordinates who surrounded the battlefield seemed not to see this person and allowed her to approach slowly. This is the second in command of the Red Dragon Pirates, this Silver Dragon, who defeated the General Smoothie with one move and has a bounty of 1.587 billion Baileys. Kana Kimui. It was with her arrival that Cracker realized a more terrifying fact. She is the second in command of the Red Dragon Pirates, and the Dragon Girl, who can compete with his mother, the Four Emperors, is only their third in command. What's wrong, Cracker? Parasparrow beside him stared in surprise at Cracker, who suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. However, the next moment, He was also locked by a terrifying aura. The aura was so powerful that Perispero felt as if he was being questioned by Big Mom himself. It was a life or death situation, as if his soul would be sucked away in the next moment. What kind of momentum is this? Perispero was so shocked that he lost his voice and stared stupidly at the small figure approaching from afar. 1 second they were still 100 meters away, and the next moment, 2 tender little hands were pressing on his and Cracker's backs. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the 2 men were unable to offer any resistance and were pressed into the sunken soil. Dust flew up, and following the huge crash, there were screams of shock from others who did not understand the cause of the incident. What happened? Where did the sound come from? It's not clear. There's so much dust that I can't see clearly. Master Cracker and Master Perispero have been knocked down. What? Weren't they fine just now? Screams rang out one after another, and the battlefield surrounded by thousands of people instantly became a mess. The noise even affected the 2 people in the center of the battlefield. Big Mom and Kagura looked outside the field in surprise. Oof. Old woman, your men are in chaos. Why don't you go back and take charge of the situation? Kagura said with a gloating look on her face. In her hand was a broken parasol, which she had picked up at some point and used as a weapon. Katakuri will naturally handle these matters properly. It's not your turn as a little girl to worry about them. Surprisingly, Big Mom's state is extremely peaceful. She is neither the ignorant Lin nor the foolish queen of all nations. It looks more like the 2 merged into one. Little girl, I want to thank you for letting me experience emotions I haven't felt in many years, and even making me think of the days when I was in the Rocks Pirates. Big Mom spoke calmly, and it seemed that she finally had some maturity and experience that belonged to her age. She took out a huge photo from her bosom and stroked it with a melancholy look on her face. Kagura jumped up curiously and saw a beautiful lady in nun's clothes. Who is she? Kagura asked. The nun in the photo looked very gentle and full of holy radiance, but for some reason Kagura felt inexplicably disgusted. Her name is Carmela. She is a great nun. On an island, she adopted me who was abandoned by my parents and many other homeless children, perhaps because of the great battle, or perhaps because she recognized Kagura's strength. Big Mom actually told Kagura about her past. Your parents are so irresponsible. How could they abandon their own child just because Lin is a big eater? Upon hearing that Lin had been abandoned by her parents, Kagura stomped her feet in anger, because this made her feel very involved. And she was also a big eater. She couldn't help but think of how Shane might abandon her one day because of her appetite. Then I will be wandering again. Wait, you said she would send a child away every once in a while? And the reason she gave you was that she found a family willing to take them in. As she listened, Kagura discovered something very strange. It's really weird. A nun raises a group of children on a deserted island. Where does she get the resources? Who provides her with living supplies? Hey, old lady, this nun you mentioned looks a bit like a child trafficker. Kagura has always been outspoken and says whatever comes to mind. What she didn't know was that everything about Sister Carmela was a taboo in all nations, and no one dared to question the status of this nun in Big Mom's heart. What did you say? Sure enough, Big Mom, who was smiling cheerfully the previous second, turned gloomy the next. How could a good person like the nun be a human trafficker? What are you, a little brat from the Red Dragon family now? Big Mom was furious, as if he suddenly remembered Kagura's identity, and slapped Kagura with a heavy palm like a hammer. The sky and the earth changed color at this moment. Because of the story she just heard, Kagura unconsciously moved closer to Big Mom. And at this distance, even Kagura couldn't dodge the sudden attack of one of the 4 emperors. She felt a little regretful about this. If she had known earlier, she would not have listened to the story and would have just slipped away. If she were to withstand the old woman's attack again, she would probably be knocked into a bloody rampage state again. I entered that state twice in one day. She couldn't guarantee whether she would be affected in the future and become a ruthless killing machine like the rest of her tribe. However, because of the existence of a man, Kagura firmly believed that even if she really fell into the influence of blood, he would pull her back. So just fight. Stinky old woman, be careful not to be torn to pieces by me. After saying this, Kagura closed her eyes and waited for Big Mom's hand to wave. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nothing happened. Kagura was not broken by the slap, and it didn't even hit her. She closed her eyes and smelled a familiar scent. Kanna. Kagura opened her eyes in confusion and cried out in surprise. In front of her was a petite figure that was almost a head shorter than her, wearing a pink and white skirt, a pair of carrot-like legs wrapped in white tights, and a dragon tail swaying behind her. At this moment, this little white-haired girl, who was only about 1.2 meters tall and looked like she could be blown away by a gust of wind, blocked a monster that was nearly 10 meters tall with just one hand. After hearing Kagura's call, the little loli turned around, as if to tell Kagura that she was indeed Kanna, and nodded stupidly. How could you? Big Mom's pupils suddenly became clear, and anyone could see the disbelief in her eyes. Her huge body was shaking constantly. Beads of sweat the size of beans were dripping down her face, and her muscles were twitching all over her body. This was a sign that she had used her strength to the limit. However, even so, the expressionless white-haired loli in front of him remained motionless. Even someone as strong as Big Mom felt like an ant trying to shake a tree. Who are you? How can there be a monster like you in this world? The Four Emperor's eyesight is better than Katakuri's. In just a few seconds, Big Mom can sense the vast power in the other party's body. This power shocked her to the extreme because her body was already among the strongest in the world, and the other party was even stronger than her, much stronger. What's even more terrifying is that Big Mom can see some of the energy contained in Kanna's body. She saw a ball of lightning, all condensed in this tiny body. Releasing even a strand of it would be enough to destroy an island. If all of it were released, she didn't even dare to think about it. Perhaps half of the world, no, the entire world would be destroyed. My name is Kanna, not monster. As she spoke, Kanna seemed to be angry about the word monster. Her eyes darkened slightly, and she stretched out her other hand. She used both arms to hold Big Mom's hand. What are you going to do? Big Mom was confused and felt a little nervous for some reason. Zeus, Prometheus, Napoleon. She shouted urgently, and the dark clouds, the sun, and the knife transformed from the pirate hat all flew towards her. Mother! The dark clouds struck with lightning, the sun emitted rays, and the knife actually struck out a small, mighty power. In the blink of an eye, several attacks came towards Kanna at the same time. Each of these attacks contained great power. An ordinary pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions would probably be annihilated in an instant, and even the Shichibukai would choose to temporarily avoid the attack and not resist it head-on. However, this person is Kanna, a young dragon that has lived for more than 10,000 years. In other worlds, he would be revered as a god. Kanna first spit out an arc of electricity, which shuttled out in an instant, not only smashing the light, but also piercing the small sun. Oh, it hurts so much. The sun Prometheus fell to the ground in a mess and rolled on the ground. Then, Kanna faced the blade with her back and withstood a small, powerful blow. The blade light was strong enough to cut the earth, but it only cut her clothes, making a clanging sound, and was bounced off by the snow-white skin underneath. Napoleon was also hit by the rebounding sword energy. The blade bent and flew away in an unknown direction like an arrow. Finally, facing the whistling lightning, Kanna showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. She raised her head, opened her mouth slightly, and swallowed it in one gulp. Belch! Kanna burped, feeling that he had replenished the energy he had consumed in the past few days. He felt full of strength, as if he had been bathed in thunder. She glanced at the still, terrified dark cloud as if she was looking at her prey, made up her mind in advance, and focused her attention on Big Mom in front of her. During this time, Big Mom, whose hand was caught by Kanna, did not sit still and wait for death. She charged a fist filled with Conqueror's domineering aura, and after Kanna dealt with several other attacks, her fist shattered space and attacked Kanna's face with a devastating force. Be careful. That move will hurt. Kagura reminded that she had suffered this kind of attack many times when she was fighting with Big Mom. She only knows two types of hockey: armament hockey and observation hockey, so she doesn't understand that the power used by Big Mom is called hockey. This is the most powerful force in the world. Only those who master this power can be considered the true king of the sea. Those who do not have Conqueror's domineering power will never be able to comprehend this power. That is why people in this world call those who possess Conqueror's domineering power as kings. In fact, Kana also felt a tingling sensation in her skin without Kagura's reminder. It was not that she was really hurt, but her dragon body was warning her. This kind of power can really hurt her. "It's too late, kid," Big Mom shouted loudly, as if he had already seen the scene of the other party being knocked to the ground by his punch. But she didn't expect to defeat the opponent with just one move. A fight of their level could not be decided by just one or two moves. Suddenly, "Hey, what are you doing?" Big Mom felt his body suddenly lose balance, his sight gradually moved higher, and even the trajectory of his punch changed. She was lifted up by the little guy holding her in one arm. "What are you going to do?" Then, Kana hugged Big Mom's arms, stood on the ground, and spun violently like a spinning top. Only the afterimage is seen, but not the actual shape. "Oh, so fast, so amazing, Kana." Kagura clapped her hands happily and then began to count circles by relying on her excellent eyesight. The speed was getting faster and faster. Even Kagura couldn't see clearly. Her eyes were spinning in circles. "I feel dizzy." Big Mom had already fainted, with white foam coming out of the corners of his mouth. Kana's toes were like a drill, drilling the ground to a depth of several meters. When Kana's entire body was almost submerged in the pit, she finally let go of the Big Mom she was holding. The huge body of nearly 10 meters turned into a meteor in the blink of an eye and disappeared from sight in an instant. "Wow, it's so far away. You wouldn't have thrown her to the other side of this world, right?" Kagura stood on tiptoe and looked into the distance. "Kana doesn't have that much strength." Kana shook her head. She wasn't lying. In human form, she really couldn't throw someone halfway around the planet. "That's right, and that old woman is so heavy." Kagura patted her hands and the dust on her body, then hugged Kana in her arms. "Thank you so much, Kana. You came just in time." Kagura's voice was full of gratitude. If Kana hadn't arrived in time, she would have had to use her bloodline power again. "I can't breathe." Kana felt her vision was dark, and her face was buried in a not-so-big, soft mass. Fortunately, it was Kana. If it was anyone else, they would probably be hugged by the overly excited Kagura and have broken bones. Not only was Kana fine, she was even able to push away Kagura, who was hugging her tightly. "Kagura, it's time to go back, Shane. It's urgent." Kana spoke slowly and concisely, but he was able to describe things very accurately. "Okay, let's go together then." Kagura nodded in agreement. After the battle, she was a little hungry. After saying that, the two of them each did what they did before leaving. Kagura picked up the two broken pieces of the umbrella on the ground, and her pupils unconsciously became crystal clear. This umbrella meant a lot to her. Kana came to the dark cloud that wanted to sneak away and stared at it without saying a word. "My lord, is there something wrong?" Zeus was extremely humble and afraid. The little girl in front of him defeated them with overwhelming force and even knocked their owner away. "It can talk." Kana's eyes lit up and her two dragon horns stood up. People who were familiar with her knew that this was her reaction after discovering a new toy. "This is the ability our mother gave us." Zeus answered honestly. "Do you have anything else to eat?" "Food." Zeus was a little confused, and then he suddenly remembered that the lightning he had just released was swallowed by her in one gulp. "Are you talking about thunder and lightning? I can generate as much of that thing as I want." "Oh, amazing." Kana's eyes glowed, and then she opened her bloody mouth under Zeus's fearful gaze. "Ouch. Take it back and show it to Xian." Hey. It's done, Drake. Victor, get ready to set sail." On board the wave chaser, Xian immediately received Kana's message from 1,000 miles away, turned around, and ordered to set sail. "Receive." "Okay, Mr. Shane." Drake and Victor responded. One was responsible for steering, and the other was responsible for starting the hex power system. The Wave Chaser can now be started perfectly with just 2 people. As for the sail, it has been completely eliminated on the Wave Chaser. The reason why it is still on the ship is because everyone is nostalgic. Aren't you leaving yet? Do you want to join us? Xian looked at a tall figure standing on the deck with some displeasure, like a hill. You just left like this without taking away the trophies belonging to the winner? Katakuri's expression became a little confused. Is there such a good thing as a trophy? Xian looked surprised, but he didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise. You are really a magical man. You don't look like a pirate at all. Katakuri seemed to know the man in front of him again. I thought you were here for the historical text. Now it seems that you did not lie in the mirror world. You were really just passing by. Because of this person, Katakuri even began to doubt whether the pirates he had met in the past few decades were real. After winning the battle, he didn't even grab anything to leave. Even coming to this island has no purpose. If they don't come to disturb them, the other party may even leave on their own after completing the supplies. No, don't you think this is related to your sphere of influence being too large? Xiaoyan said speechlessly. Almost all of the New World has been divided up by the 4 emperors. Even Marine can only occupy a dozen islands. The rest are either uninhabited desert islands or the sphere of influence of the 4 emperors. He actually didn't want to come to Big Mom, which he had just provoked, but there was no way. The area of Wangoku was too wide, covering almost all the islands on their sailing path after leaving Wano. This is different from Law, Luffy, and Kid who set off from Wano country in the original work. They were sailing to the depths of the New World, but Shane wanted to go back to the Sabaody Islands, so his direction was to go back towards the entrance of the New World. What stood between them was the sea area called All Nations of the Big Mom Pirates. I heard that you just entered the New World, and after having a scene in Dressrosa, you went to Wano country. Shouldn't your next destination be the depths of the New World? Katakuri naturally saw the strangeness of Shane's route. If they follow the normal route and go further, the Red Dragon Pirates will not encounter their Big Mom 4 Emperors group, but the other 2, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Red-Haired Pirates. Do you want to go back to the first half of the Grand Line? Well, didn't you read the newspaper? Xiaoyan glanced at him in surprise. This guy was really sharp, and he immediately analyzed their intention to return to the first half of the Great Channel. Katakuri shook his head. He had been dealing with minor troubles around the nations during this period. Big Mom lost his memory after returning from Wano, and many surrounding forces took the opportunity to become active. Kelly, come here. Xiaoyan waved and called over Kelly, who was telling stories about the mirror world with the Sakura Demon, Peach Blossom Demon Sisters, Garrett, and others. Is there anything I can do for you, Brother Shane? Kelly came over with a well-behaved expression on her face and looked at Shane eagerly. Shane was so cute that his face turned red. In front of Katakuri, he forced himself not to pick up Klee and suck her, but just grab her face. It's not a big deal, just turn around. Okay. Kelly didn't understand, but she turned around obediently, revealing her small backpack in front of Shane. Shane squatted down, carefully opened her small backpack, reached out, and pulled out a newspaper on the outermost layer. Okay, go back and continue playing. Then he patted Klee on the head. So, you were reading the newspaper. Brother Shane, you should have told me earlier. I still have a lot of them in my room. Klee was like a child who liked to share toys. It's not for me to see, it's for this guy to see. Shane pointed to the side. Oh, Klee also glanced at it, but didn't look any further because it was too high and it was really tiring to look up, although she usually needs to look up when talking to most people on the boat. But Katakuri is 5 meters tall, and Klee is only a little over 1 meter and 2 meters tall. Even if she looked up, she couldn't see the other person's expression, so the enthusiastic Klee gave up on exchanging ideas. After Klee left, Shane handed the newspaper to Katakuri, who looked puzzled. His confused expression gradually cleared up after he saw the content in the newspaper. Shichibukai, I see. That's why you have to go back to the first half of the Grand Line. Now that we've solved the puzzle, let's go quickly. Remember not to let your men from the Big Mom Pirates stop us. Shane said impatiently, urging Katakuri to leave quickly, etc. Katakuri looked at the key information of the Marine report in the newspaper and seemed to suddenly find something wrong. Why did you go to the Sabaody Islands to discuss the Shichibukai appointment? I remember that Marine built a new Marineford in New World. Wouldn't it be easier to build it in New Marineford instead of in the first half of the Grand Line? Most of the Shichibukai and the pirates who received invitations to serve in the Shichibukai are in the New World. Except for Empress Hancock, who is in the Calm Belt, the other characters including Hawkeye, Buggy, Shane, Law, Kid, and Whitebeard too are all reported to be in New World recently. The Marine asked them to hold meetings in the Sabaody Islands in the first half of the Grand Route, which was obviously a move away from the immediate vicinity. How can I know what Marine is thinking? Could it be that they're nostalgic and chose a place closer to the old Marineford? Shane made a random guess, but seeing that Katakuri was still thinking, he asked curiously, "Can you guess why they are meeting in Sabaody?" Katakuri's deep eyes suddenly fixed, and after a long while, he said in a deep voice, "There's only one reason I can think of. The Sabaody Islands are not only close to Marineford, but also the closest to that place." Shane suddenly froze. Kagura and Kana returned hand in hand, and after being welcomed by their friends, they ran towards Shane. Shane looked something new. Kana spit out a dark cloud from her mouth. It turned out that she did not eat Zeus, but just stored it in a space. Isn't this the cloud of Big Mom? Shane's expression was particularly wonderful. He was deeply impressed by the cloud. In the original work, after many twists and turns, he was kidnapped by Nami. Unexpectedly, before the Straw Hats gathered to go to sea, they were kidnapped by Kana first. You snatched it back from Big Mom? Xiaoen only knew that Kana and Kagura beat up Big Mom, but he did not know the specific situation at the scene. Well, isn't this wrong, Shane? Kana held the trembling cloud in her arms, with some hesitation in her eyes. She was worried that Shane would accuse her of doing something wrong. If Xiaoen does not agree, she will return the cloud, even though she likes the cloud that can provide her with food. There's nothing wrong with it. Kana, this is the spoils of your victory. What reassured Kana was that instead of criticizing her, Xiaoen seemed to be encouraging her. Could it be that she can just grab whatever she likes back in the future? Kana's big eyes suddenly lit up, but soon dimmed due to Xiaoen's added words. However, this kind of plunder is limited to the enemies fighting us. You must not take away other innocent people's things. Shane's voice was serious. There is no way. This young dragon is too immature, and if it is not properly guided, it may embark on the path of destruction in the future. His cheat does not give him the ability to restrain his partners. His relationship with all summoned partners is equal. Therefore, after summoning pure partners like Kagura, Kori, and Kana, Xian also unconsciously improved his own morality and suppressed some evil thoughts that naturally arise after possessing power. If he didn't restrain himself, relying on Kana, he might be able to rule the world and become a domineering and fatuous king of the world. But in that case, most of his friends, including Kagura, might stay away from him. That kind of future is definitely not what he expected. Kana, a truly strong person, will not bully others. He can accept all living beings in this world and treat everyone equally. This is a truly strong person. Treat every human being equally? Kana was a little confused. In the past, she couldn't understand what Xiaoen said, but it was different today. When she landed on the island, she met a woman who radiated kindness to her. She was also a very ordinary human being, but she was very friendly to her, which confused Kana at the time. She originally wanted to go back to the ship and ask Xiaoen, but now it seemed that she didn't need to ask anymore, and she understood somewhat. Human beings turn out to be much cuter than she thought. Did you really listen? Xiaoen was a little surprised. He said a lot of nonsense, but he didn't expect that the young dragon could really understand it and looked like he was chewing it carefully. Suddenly, a crying voice made Xiaoen's heart sink. Xiaojiang, my umbrella is broken. Xiaoen turned his head and saw the orange-haired girl with tearful eyes squatting on the ground, holding an umbrella in one hand, and tears as big as beans were dripping from the corners of her eyes, as if they were free. Xiaoen was deeply touched. This was the first time he saw Kagura so sad. He lowered his body and gently stroked her head with his hand. I'm sorry, Kagura. I shouldn't have let you go out to find Gray alone. Shane felt a little guilty. The umbrella made by my mother, the only thing she left me. The girl seemed to have found an outlet and burst into tears. Her mother passed away when she was a child, leaving her with a handmade parasol, which could be used both for shade and for fighting. This is the weapon of the Night Rabbit clan. The material is extremely strong and will not break in two unless it resists the attack of the four emperors head-on. It's okay, Kagura. I will make another one for you. Materials. I'll just use the remains of your umbrella. Don't worry, it will be exactly the same as before, I promise. The most remote island in the Wan Kingdom. Usually there are only a dozen or so residential houses besides Charlotte Owen and her subordinates stationed there, making it quite desolate. But today it is very lively. Where's the Red Dragon? Where are Mom and Katakuri-san? We're here to support them. At the port, a huge number of pirates swarmed in, led by Cracker, Perospero, and dozens of other four emperors and their children. In addition, there are also pirate forces, gang forces, noble forces, etc. under Big Mom who are dependent on them. After receiving the information, they all sent reinforcements. At this time, the area around this isolated island was as black as clear water stained by thick ink, and there were only boats. After a rough count, there were actually 3,000 to 4,000 people gathered. With so many troops, even a marine branch or a Shichibukai station can be captured almost instantly. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of the Big Mom pirates. The background of the four emperors pirates is far more than just this. Where's the Red Dragon? How dare he insult my mother? I will never forgive him. A creature with a human body and a lion's head roared angrily. He was also from the fur tribe. Be patient, Pakumis. With Lord Katakuri on the island, I believe he will not let the Red Dragon leave easily. A man with legs as long and straight as chopsticks and a body as thin as an eggshell. The man said calmly while drinking coffee. Damn it, if only I had received the news earlier. Pakumis still couldn't suppress his anger, with nowhere to vent his rage. What's the point of you coming here? A man worth 2 billion is definitely not someone you can just keep. A man smoking a cigar said disdainfully. He was wearing a black coat and a black suit. He was not tall, but very imposing, with the demeanor of a gangster. Beside him were several younger brothers in black suits, standing beside him like bodyguards. Becky, isn't your base the closest to here? Why didn't you go to provide support in advance? Pakumis was confronted for no reason and stared at the cigar-smoking man with some dissatisfaction. I don't need to explain the reason to you. Becky exhaled a puff of smoke and ignored his questioning. Pakumis was so angry that he was about to attack Becky on the spot, but was stopped by Baron Egg beside him. Now is not the time to fight, Pakumis. After comforting the lion who was about to go crazy, Baron Dandin looked at Becky again and said in a friendly manner, Becky, you should know something about the situation at the scene, right? Yeah. Becky seemed satisfied with Baron Dandin's gentle tone. She took a puff of cigarette and then began to speak. He had indeed arrived at the edge of the island very early and witnessed all the fights on the Wave Chaser, including the fight between the 567 soldier Snaggle, Kana knocking Smoothie away with one palm, etc. I don't know what happened on the island and in the mirror world, but I heard some news. First, Katakuri lost to the Red Dragon in a one-on-one duel, and second, Big Mom couldn't defeat her opponent. 2 extremely important news. How is it possible? Baron Dandin and Pakumis were speechless. It was so shocking. Yet before today, I also thought it was impossible. Becky sighed in her heart when she saw the 2 people's shocked and speechless expressions. The man named Qilong really surprised him. Beej, Capone Beej, with a bounty of 200 million Baileys, is one of the pirates' supernovas. He joined the Big Mom Pirates shortly after entering the New World a month ago. Everyone thought that he was succumbing to Big Mom's power, but in fact, in his heart, he had always been hiding a plan to assassinate Big Mom himself. And today, this plan was almost successfully implemented, but unfortunately, it was interrupted due to some unexpected factors. Unfortunately, if Big Mom hadn't been knocked away, my plan might have succeeded. Beej lied. In fact, he had been hiding in a forest on the island for a long time and was the only spectator of the battle between Big Mom, Kagura, and Kanna. He was sure that those three were the most powerful people in this world, and each of them was no worse than the four emperors in this world. Such powerful guys. Are there actually two of them on that ship? No. Maybe there are more than two, including the Red Dragon himself. Thinking of this, Becky could not hide the enthusiasm in her eyes. Want to change your assassination target? Compared to Big Mom, it seems that assassinating the Red Dragon is more valuable. That man will never be under the four emperors in the future. However, he is now nominally under the command of Big Mom, and usually cannot leave the world without orders, let alone go to the vast ocean to find the Red Dragon. Moreover, in terms of reputation, Qilong is obviously not as famous as Big Mom, who has been famous for decades. While Beej was thinking, their pirate ship was approaching the port, and the figures of Katakuri, Cracker, Charlotte Daifuku, and others came into view. Lord Katakuri, where's the Red Dragon? We are here to support him. Pacomas jumped off the boat first and asked impatiently. We're late. The people have already left. Cracker said in a low voice, seeming to be in a bad mood. He stretched out his hand and pointed in a direction. Their boat is a little special and very fast. We were unable to stop them on the island, and now we can't catch up with them. Having said that, Cracker glanced at Katakuri imperceptibly, with a complicated expression on his face. He saw Katakuri get off the Red Dragon ship with his own eyes. Cracker does not know what kind of agreement Katakuri has reached with the other party, but he was very sure that this was definitely a decision Katakuri made behind his mother's back. Where's the Silver Dragon? Where's the little one? Is she gone too? Suddenly, an urgent voice came from a distance. Then, a slender figure was helped off the boat. It turned out to be Smoothie, who was slapped by Kanna on the wave chaser. Unexpectedly, even though she was knocked away by the other party, she still missed Kanna, and even though she was wrapped in bandages, she insisted on coming. Lord Smoothie, Pacomas, Baron Dandin, and many ministers and pirates under Big Mom were shocked. They didn't expect Smoothie to be injured like this. The name she kept repeating, Silver Dragon. Could it be the mysterious second-in-command of the Red Dragon pirates, Silver Dragon, who has a bounty of 1.5 billion? Of course we're leaving. Who can stop that monster? Said Snag, the general who fought with Wu Yochi. His arms, eyes, and ears have all recovered at this time. This is certainly not something that the Big Mom Pirates doctor can do. Instead, at Wu Yochi's request, Xian asked Peach Blossom Demon to recover them for him. Therefore, Snag not only does not bear a grudge against Wu Yochi now, but he also feels a sense of mutual respect for him after the fight. He even gives him a portion of his life paper before parting. In the future, whenever Snaggle encounters someone slandering the Sword Demon, Chi of the Red Dragon Pirates, he will attack in anger and shout loudly that the Sword Demon is his brother. Gradually, the whole New World knew that Snag, one of the generals of the Big Mom Pirates, and Chi-Chi, the Sword Demon, were close friends of the Red Dragon Pirates. Is he gone? Is he gone? Smoothie looked distraught, as if he had lost something. Hey, is there any need to be so sad? Cracker looked at Smoothie, Katakuri, and Snaggle with a headache. Why, after fighting with the Red Dragon Pirates, these three generals all became a little strange? You don't understand. I am invincible when I am with her. The power in that little girl is terrifyingly strong. Smoothie was depressed. His face was sometimes crazy, sometimes annoyed, and sometimes angry. She couldn't imagine why the little guy chose to leave after seeing the power of the two of them working together. Is there anyone in this world who is more suitable than her to utilize her power? Etc. Could it be that Qilong guy? His fruit ability can also absorb the power of that little guy and use it more perfectly than I do. Smoothie was shocked, and she suddenly understood a lot of things. Why are the Red Dragon and the Silver Dragon so similar in appearance? Why can one pirate group master two kinds of mythical beast fruits? It turns out that it was just the ability of that little girl's fruit, and the Red Dragon was actually a Paramecia user with a similar ability to her Jwazer fruit. Think about the people on the Red Dragon ship. Their mythical beasts, fire abilities, freezing abilities, etc. All these abilities are manifested in the red dragon in a similar form. So, the red dragon is a monster born from the combined strength of all the crew members. This is a fruit ability that is more powerful than the squeezing fruit, and is more likely to be superior to the squeezing fruit. Take the fruit, devour the fruit. Katakuri, cracker, I know what the ability of Red Dragon's fruit is. Smoothie shouted loudly, extremely excited, and shook the two servants who were supporting her away more than 10 meters. Katakuri was a little surprised. This was the first time he spoke after being silent for a long time. Before, Cracker had been answering questions for him. Everyone misunderstood and thought that Katakuri was angry about the escape of the Red Dragon pirates. But in fact, he was just thinking about the future of the Big Mom pirates. As for Qilong, he had already reached some kind of tacit understanding with that man. They would still be opponents on the sea in the future, but today he would definitely not stop them from leaving. His abilities are indeed incredible. Not only can he transform into a giant dragon, he also has the abilities of fire and ice. He also possesses a strange power beyond my knowledge, which can heal all injuries in an instant. Katakuri naturally has the most say about Shane's abilities. He is probably the person in this world who knows Shane's abilities best besides the crew members of the Red Dragon Pirates. What kind of monster is this? Cracker, Snag, and the others looked at each other in silence. They finally understood why Katakuri lost. Faced with such a monster, they even felt that Katakuri was incredibly strong for being able to hold on for half an hour. Becky, who was listening in, couldn't help but narrow her eyes and was secretly shocked. It sounded even more exaggerated than Big Mom, and she completely gave up the idea of taking action against the Red Dragon. That's exactly what happened. Katakuri's words made Smoothie more confident in her guess. She spoke word by word, like a detective who had discovered the truth. He is definitely not a mythical beast, but a top-level paramecia fruit that can absorb the abilities of other fruits, even the strength of others. He is superior to my squeeze fruit. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of emotion rose in the hearts of everyone, including Katakuri, as if a huge rock had fallen. I see, Katakuri muttered to himself, somehow feeling that Smoothie's speculation might not be accurate, but it was very close to the truth. A thought popped into his mind. Could this fruit be the legendary Nika? The second day. No, it's not the Nika fruit, nor any other fruit. It's not even a fruit ability. In the Queen's residence in the Palace of Nations, Big Mom was eating the cake in front of him while speaking to his most outstanding son. In the previous battle, whether intentionally or not, she was thrown back to the palace by Kanna, exactly where she came out. She simply didn't go out again afterwards, because she knew that even she couldn't stop those two monsters. You mean Smoothie's guess is wrong? Then, where do the Red Dragon's numerous abilities come from? Katakuri asked doubtfully. His tone was even more respectful than usual, because he could feel that after this battle, something that his mother had lost had returned. I don't know either, but I have some guesses. Big Mom shook his head with a strange expression, as if he was a little troubled, and recalled the white-haired little girl and the immortal orange-haired girl in his mind. At this level, she has gradually been able to get in touch with the essence of the devil fruit, and she can see clearly whether the other party uses the power of the fruit or not. Apparently, neither did the two little girls and young lady who fought with her. Strange. How come there is nothing at all? Seeing that Big Mom was thinking and would not come up with any results for a while, Katakuri wanted to leave and not disturb his mother's thoughts, but he seemed to remember something. He took something out from his waist and said hesitantly, "Mom, this is today's new newspaper. The content above may make you uncomfortable." "Well, don't worry, Katakuri. I won't get angry easily now." Big Mom waved her hand, looking very calm. She had ambition again and had regained the demeanor of a king. But, after reading the contents of the newspaper clearly, veins popped up, his body trembled, and the paper was torn to pieces. On this day, Cake Island was shaken for no apparent reason. Morgan's damn stinky bird. World Economic News Service. Early in the morning, the members were busy counting today's data. A huge white strange bird wearing a suit and a top hat was sitting quietly in the president's seat, drinking coffee with a comfortable expression. A female member came to report in a fanatical tone. "Boss, as you ordered." The newspapers were scattered all over the world early in the morning. Now everyone in the world knows what Red Dragon did in the Big Mom Pirates. So, how is the public's reaction, and what is the attitude of those big pirates? Morgan stood up suddenly, with a human expression on his bird face. Everyone is crazy. People around the world are going crazy after hearing this news. And this news has also spread among the big pirates in the New World. Several four emperors have not made any moves, but some other big pirates are ready to take advantage of the Big Mom Pirates. The world is in chaos. Chaos is good. A chaotic world can better highlight the meaning of our existence. Morgans laughed with great satisfaction. Then he gave another order excitedly. Keep a close eye on the movements of the Red Dragon Pirates. I have a feeling that they will do something shocking to the world soon. Also, have the Gull deliver this thank you letter to the Red Dragon's ship. Oh, and don't forget to include the reward. On the Red Dragon pirate ship, it was only 8 o'clock in the morning, and everyone gathered in the cabin, eating breakfast and listening to Kelly reading the newspaper with relish. The Red Dragon pirates launch a surprise attack on Bangkoku. Yesterday, the Red Dragon pirates that defeated Doflamingo suddenly descended on the Wangoi territory, fighting against an entire country with only a dozen people. General Snag was defeated by the sword demon Achi. General Smoothie was defeated by the Silver Dragon Kanakami. General Cracker fought to a draw with the fallen Major General Drake and the Ice Wizard Gray, and the Ice Demon Dominic Gray defeated Charlotte Owen. Red Dragon defeated Katakuri, the leader of the generals. Kagura, the Dragon Girl, fought with Big Mom for hundreds of rounds without losing the upper hand, and then joined forces with Silver Dragon to defeat Big Mom. The Red Dragon pirates get out of this situation head-on. President Morgan's comments. In this battle between the old and new pirate groups, the winner is undoubtedly the Red Dragon pirates. Apart from their lack of strength, they are worthy of being called the fifth emperor of the sea. Does this herald the arrival of a new era? Just as everyone thought, the remnants of the old era came to an end, and the gears of a new era began to turn. What greets us now is a brand new world led by Red Dragon and Ace. The stirring words, even though spoken by the little girl's crisp voice, still shocked everyone in the cabin, especially Morgan's comments, which made Drake and others think that they're the people leading the new era, full of ambition and enthusiasm. Too much praise. Xian was silent for a long time, with a look of inexplicable surprise on his face. After a long time, he finally uttered these words. Morgan's next words carry a deeper meaning. He was praised at the same level as Ace, who is now in charge of the Whitebeard Pirates. His intention is despicable. This is definitely not just to praise Shane, a new pirate. Shane could guess the deeper purpose, which was nothing more than to make the world more chaotic and for his newspaper to make a big fuss about it. Lord Shane, this man named Morgans, did it on purpose. He wanted to provoke Ace to fight with you. Sakura Fairy thought of another point. As she said, Morgans put the name of Red Dragon before Ace. To those who are interested, he thinks that the name of Red Dragon is more important than the Whitebeard Pirates. This will undoubtedly cause dissatisfaction among the Whitebeard Pirates. Even if Ace doesn't care, his crew members will not say they have no objections. Well, this guy's just fanning the flames. Others either influence one person or one force, but this guy's goal is to ignite the whole world. Shane could naturally think of this, as he had seen many such tactics in his previous life. Ahem. Kelly suddenly cleared her throat, attracting everyone's attention. The bomb madman of the Red Dragon Pirates and the girl with an elf face, Corey, defeated Big Mom's 36th female, Frampe. Everyone laughed dumbly, and then, starting with Jidabeo and Wuliochi, they all praised her. It's awesome. I'm optimistic about you. That's great, Kelly. Kelly is great. Kelly was drowned in a sea of praise, and her vanity was satisfied. Kelly, How did the newspaper agency in the mirror world know about it? Xian asked the question. Everyone also cast doubtful glances. It's impossible for any reporter to follow him and run into the mirror space, right? This is too dedicated. Hey, Kelly wrote a letter to the newspaper after the battle yesterday, and it was delivered to the newspaper through their newspaper gull. Kelly narrowed her eyes with a smile. So that's it. No wonder the content in the newspaper is so detailed. Peach Blossom Demon suddenly realized and pinched Kelly's cheek. It turns out it's all thanks to you, little guy. When did you get in touch with World Economic News? Xia trembled in shock and couldn't control his expression. He was already deeply impressed by Morgans, a character who runs through the original world of One Piece. When Luffy was still shouting about becoming One Piece, he had already become the king of news. Today, Morgans' fiery comments further deepened his impression of him as an extreme thinker in Sean's mind. How come Kelly's innocent temperament and her connection with that kind of guy don't frighten Xian? I read in a newspaper that you could get paid for providing information, so I tried writing a letter. Kelly noticed something was wrong with Xian's expression. Her smile gradually faded, her two little hands were tangled in front of her, and her voice became much lower. Brother Xian, did Kelly make a mistake again? Fortunately, it was just a letter, and she didn't have much communication with Morgans. Xian felt relieved a lot, but he still nodded Kelly's head with a rare reproach in his tone. Kelly, you must inform me before doing this kind of thing in the future, otherwise it may cause bad consequences. Well, Kelly understands. Kelly is a professional at admitting mistakes. She has been practicing at the head of Qin for a long time. The bounty is there. I haven't thought about the bounty yet, Xiachan. Show me quickly. Another orange-haired girl started making trouble again. Yes. I also want to see how much my first bounty is. Gray spoke after her. Obviously, like most pirates in this world, he regards the bounty as an official recognition. The higher the reward, the stronger he is. As for the others, except for Drake, Kelly, G. DeBeo, and Garrot, who were a little surprised, Victor, Sakura Demon, Peach Blossom Demon, and others didn't care much. Of course, I'll read it. Kelly became excited again. First of all, Brother Xian, Red Dragon. Xian, also known as God Blasphemer and God Killer, is a man who will soon bear the name of Shichibukai. He is suspected of being a dragon fruit, a fantasy beast species, and a fire dragon form, as well as some kind of paramecia that can share the abilities of others. Fruit defeat Katakuri, the leader of the Big Mom Pirates, with a bounty of 2.8 billion Baileys. 2.8 billion? Drake's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but scream. With a speed as fast as riding a rocket, the bounty of this man, who had only known him for more than a month, increased from 0 to 2.8 billion step by step. 2.8 billion. Is Boss Yao worth so much money? G. DeBeo stroked his face in thought, occasionally glancing at Xia In with a burning look. He had a bold and irreverent idea. Then, as soon as this thought came to his mind, he was stared at by a white-haired lowly, and G. DeBeo was so scared that he trembled. If we sell Xiachan, it should be enough for us to have feast for a lifetime. Kagura said what G. DeBeo didn't dare to think. And she was not just saying it, she was actually planning to find a rope to tie up Shane and take him to the Marine base to exchange for money. Bang! As expected, Shane was hit on the head, and it exploded. The second one is Kana again. Silver Dragon Kana Kami, Dragon Fruit. Mythical beast Electra Dragon form. Looks weak on the outside, but is actually a monster that is no less than Big Mom in the flesh, easily defeats General Smoothie, and Dragon Women team up to defeat Big Mom, with a bounty of 2.03 billion Baileys. As expected of Kana, Shane smiled and pinched the face of the little lowly beside him. Very impressive. The two sisters, the Sakura Fairy and the Peach Blossom Fairy, praised together, but the two fairies did not dare to pinch Kana's face like Shane did. They were actually very afraid of this little girl. In terms of personality, the pressure Kana exerted on them was too strong. Alas, it's not the second place. Kagura curled her lips, and the expectant look on her face disappeared immediately. She had thought that after the fight with the old woman, the bounty would skyrocket. She didn't expect it to be higher than Shane's, but maybe there was a chance to be second. However, if Kana is second, there's really nothing to say. Kagura was aware of Kana's strength. He was the strongest person she had ever seen, even stronger than her father, who was known as the Star Sea Lord. Is this the second most important person on the ship? Gray clenched his fists, his heart boiling with blood. The gaze he looked at Shane became more and more fiery. According to the rule he followed, the most powerful person in a guild is the president, and the strongest guy on a ship is the captain. So Shane, how powerful is he? He couldn't wait to challenge the next partner and become stronger step by step until the day he could truly challenge Shane. Drake smacked his lips, hesitating whether to remind Gray something, but finally gave up. They might not listen even if he told them, and Drake himself didn't know how powerful Shane was now. Perhaps it has surpassed Kana? The third one is Sister Kagura. Dragon Girl, immortal. Kagura, suspected to be from the same clan as the Red Dragon. From this, it could be inferred that the Red Dragon may also be immortal, fought with Big Mom for several hours without being defeated, and her strength may be infinitely close to the Four Emperors' bounty of 1.832 billion Baileys. The immortal body was also discovered by Marine. Xian's eyes darkened as he thought secretly in his heart. Now it seems that the Marine government did not regard Kagura as a person with special abilities, but knew that she had an immortal physique and even associated her with themselves because of their similar hair color. 1.8 billion Baileys is indeed in line with her strength. Drake agreed with his expression. Having known each other for so long, he already knew how terrifying the top two monsters on the ship were. These Marines are quite discerning. They even know the blood power of our Yado clan. After hearing her bounty, Kagura couldn't help but feel proud. From now on, she is also a pirate with a bounty of over 1 billion. Number 4. Sword Demon. Chi, formerly known as Wu Liuqi, mastered dual-color domineering and a set of powerful swordsmanship. He had two weapons that were not inferior to the big sword, one named Bing Yuan and the other named Demon Sword. Qian, Blade, defeated Snag, one of the generals, head-on, with a bounty of 973 million Baileys. It's gotten taller again. Wu Liuqi uttered those few words with difficulty, feeling that his future life was becoming more and more dangerous. 5th place. Gray, the Ice Wizard, as he calls himself, is a new member of the Red Dragon Pirates. He is suspected to have the Paramecia Ice Fruit. He has similar abilities to the former Marine Admiral Akiji and the Ice Witch Whitebeard of the Whitebeard Pirates. He defeated the Four Emperors. Charlotte and Owen, parents and children, fought against the Star General Cracker, and the result was still undecided, with a bounty of 800 million Baileys. Not bad. Gray held his bounty order with satisfaction, intending to keep it and show it off in front of Natsu and Urza after returning to the guild. 6th place. Fallen Major General X, Drake Dragon Fruit. Ancient species, Allosaurus form, undefeated in the battle against General Cracker, Red Dragon's trusted deputy, with a bounty of 531 million berries. 7th place. Bomb Maniac, Klee has some kind of fruit ability related to fire. She carries a large number of explosives all over her body. She is extremely dangerous and uncontrollable. The level of danger may be higher than that of her companions with higher bounties. The bounty is 350 million. Bailey, what do you mean by uncontrollable and extremely dangerous? Really, why do you say that about Klee? Klee's defense broke down when she thought of this. Shane hurried to comfort her and handed the newspaper to Sakura Fairy. From then on, the person reading the newspaper was replaced by a mature female voice. The 8th is Garrett, the rabbit who loves carrots. Carrot, from the Mink tribe, a new member of the Red Dragon Pirates, mastered the two-color domineering, possessed the top combat quality of the Mink tribe, defeated 2 ministers of the Big Mom Pirates, and had a bounty of 320 million Bailey. What? She is 300 million. Jita Bayo's face changed drastically, because the other party not only offered a reward of 300 million, but was also ahead of him. Carrot looked at him doubtfully, munching on carrots with Kagura, and silently watched Shane comfort Klee. Ninth place. Genius Shipwright Victor, the Dragon Fruit. Ancient species, Velociraptor ability user, has average combat ability, but is suspected to have technological knowledge that transcends the world. It is recommended to capture him alive, with a bounty of 120 million Baileys. My status has also risen with the tide. Victor sighed. 10th place. Twin sisters, Sakura Fairy and Peach Fairy, are extremely beautiful, and their looks can be compared with the world's most beautiful woman, Hancock. They have a fruit ability that can heal. It is not clear which of the sisters has the ability, so unified reward, 83 million Baileys. 11th. Blue Chicken with Sunglasses, a talking chicken, the pet and food reserve of the Red Dragon Pirates. Only alive, bounty of 10,000 Baileys. Snap! A chicken staggered and fell on the deck as if struck by lightning. DeBeo, think about it from another perspective. Last time he got 1,000 Baileys, and this time it's 10,000. Isn't that a tenfold increase? Wu Yoshi comforted him. There's a lot of room for improvement. But these guys said I was a pet and reserved food. G. DeBeo patted the deck. Everyone was watching. Kagura, Tawa Yao, and others laughed out loud. They had been waiting for this moment to make fun of G. DeBeo. Victor shook his head. He was completely the opposite of G. DeBeo. He didn't want the bounty. He felt that he would become a criminal if he got the bounty. When he turned around, he saw Shane holding the bounty order for him, and G. DeBeo, looking thoughtful. So he asked, Mr. Shane,
Hello,
what are you
everyone.
thinking about?
As we wrap
Shane
up this
pointed
video,
to a
I
string
want
of
to share a
words on
quick
the
note.
bounty poster for
I have a
Victor,
Patreon account.
only alive.
If you'd
They
like to
must be
support
captured
me and
alive.
enjoy on-demand
Both you
audiobooks,
and G.
you can become
DeBeo
a Patreon
are listed
member.
on the bounty order.
Alternatively, you
interesting.
can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.